Chapter 3469. By the way, Brother Mo, how many contribution points do you have? Ning Qi suddenly remembered that he needed to exchange for the last 3 levels of the basic cultivation technique. Not much. Do you have any use for it? Let me see how much I have. Mo's divine will moved slightly. Then, for jade slips appeared in his palm, and he handed them to Ning Qi. There are a total of 2,000 contribution points in here. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck, so I don't have any use for now. You can take it if you need it. Go. The last 3 levels of the basic cultivation technique only required 1,600 contribution points, so 2,000 contribution points were more than enough. Ning Qi smiled and put away the jade slips. He didn't say when he would return them, and Mo didn't ask either. Someone's coming. Mo's expression suddenly flickered as he stopped in his tracks and looked off into the distance. At the same time, the other cultivators who were walking nearby also noticed and stopped in their tracks. They saw Zhao Jin leading the group of inner sect disciples in their direction. Their expressions changed greatly. Zhao Jin. Mo's eyes turned cold. Bai Yi is a core disciple. This Zhao Jin is the core disciple you offended? Ning Qi's eyes moved. That's right. Mo nodded. Back then, I condensed my natal star and wanted to exchange it for a matching cultivation technique. When I entered the sect, this person already had a grudge with me. After learning of this, he used his connections to delay the time I needed to obtain a matching cultivation technique. I offended an elder and was demoted to an outer sect disciple by him. After a pause, Mo's tone became serious. He already has a rank 3 ancient star body. The speed at which he absorbs the power of the stars is thousands of times faster than ours. His body is probably comparable to the star essence used in the first test. His defense is impenetrable. Ordinary methods can't break his defense at all. Rank 3 ancient star body? Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. He just wanted to test how strong his body was, and now the opportunity had come. Ning Qi wanted to see how big the difference was between his body and the ancient star body. Not long after, Zhao Jin and the others landed in front of Ning Qi and Mo. When the outer sect disciples of Astral 93 sensed the commotion, they all came to the entrance and looked in Ning Qi's direction. It's Senior Brother Fei Luo and Senior Brother Zhang Jingtao. They even called other inner sect senior apprentice brothers, and the one in the lead is dressed in white. Is he a core disciple? Peng Wushuang was slightly surprised. Then he looked at D.C. Na with incomparable joy. D.C. Na's expression was not much different from Peng Wushuang's. They were both pleasantly surprised. Zhang Jingtao and Peng Wushuang had the ability to invite a core disciple. In this way, so long as Ning Qi was fiercely suppressed today, she and Peng Wushuang would be able to escape, and they wouldn't dare to punish them again. Haha, you managed to find a backer so quickly. Zhao Jin, when did you start mixing with this group of people? Aren't you lowering your own status? Mo said lightly. As soon as he said that, the expressions of Xionglai and the others changed slightly, and a trace of anger surged out from their eyes. Lowering my status? I don't think so. Zhao Jin chuckled before sweeping a glance at Ning Qi. I heard that the 2 of you as outer sect disciples humiliated an inner sect junior brother? Do you know that in the ancient star celestial pavilion, this is an act of insubordination? Can't inner sect disciples be humiliated? Ning Qi looked at Mo with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I don't know, but it looks like it can't be humiliated. The corner of Mo's mouth rose. His originally handsome face, but because of the crisscrossing scars on his face, his smile was a bit cold. Facing Ning Qi and Mo, Zhao Jin was still very calm, but Zhang Jingtao and Fei Luo were very angry. However, because Zhao Jin was here, they didn't dare to say anything. Mo, You have to think this through. Back then, you were demoted to an outer sect disciple because you offended your superiors. If this matter is found out by the higher-ups, I'm afraid you will be expelled from the Ancient Star, Celestial Pavilion. How about this? The two of you kneel down and apologize to these two junior brothers. Apologize and admit your mistake, and this matter will be over. How about it? Zhao Jin smiled. Zhang Jingtao and Fei Luo revealed smiles as they looked at Ning Qi and Mo Xia. If the two of them could kneel down and admit their mistakes, they would get back all their face. Kneel down. What a joke. Mo Xia smiled and shook his head. What qualifications do they have to make the two of us kneel? What about me? Zhao Jin's voice turned cold. Do I have the qualifications to make the two of you kneel? What bullshit qualifications do you have? Ning Qi scolded. Not only were the outer sect disciples stunned, but even Zhang Jingtao and company were dumbfounded by Ning Qi's words. A mere outer sect disciple dared to publicly insult a core disciple? Was this guy crazy? Brother Ning, you're too impulsive. Mo Xia looked at Ning Qi and revealed a bitter smile. Even though he had offended an elder, he didn't use any vulgar words. However, Ning Qi had directly insulted Zhao Jin. His temper was even more explosive than his own. It's not without reason that the two of them know each other. Both of them are perverts, right? Zhang Jingtao couldn't help but think. Zhao Jin was startled for a moment before his aura surged, and he coldly looked at Ning Qi. What did you just say? Mo Xia, this senior brother's ears can't be deaf, right? Ning Qi looked at Mo Xia in surprise. Ha ha ha, Zhao Jin laughed out of anger. He initially wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Mo Xia, but he didn't expect to be insulted by an outer sect disciple who had just joined the sect. This matter no longer had anything to do with Zhang Jingtao and the rest. How dare you? You even dare to insult senior brother Zhao Jin. Are you trying to rebel? Philo yelled. Senior brother Zhao Jin, leave this kid to me. Xiong Lai suddenly walked past the crowd and arrived before Ning Qi. The smile on Ning Qi's face gradually faded. He looked at Xiong Lai and shook his head. You're not qualified to fight me. If you want to fight, let this deaf senior brother come. Xiong Lai stared at Ning Qi, suspecting that his hearing was bad and that he had heard wrongly. This guy actually took the initiative to challenge Zhao Jin. Zhao Jin was a heavenly fate realm cultivator. How could someone at the Karma realm fight against him? The others were also shocked by Ning Qi's words. They couldn't help but have a strange thought. Could it be that this kid knew that he would be humiliated today, so he decided to give up? You want to fight me? Ha ha ha. Zhao Jin laughed once again. He looked at Ning Qi with a mocking gaze. Mo Xia frowned slightly and glanced at Ning Qi. When he saw that Ning Qi was composed and confident from beginning to end, he suddenly recalled that Ning Qi was able to give him pleasant surprises time and time again in the immortal dimension, and a trace of curiosity gradually surged into his eyes. I heard that senior brother has condensed the third-rank ancient star physique and that your physical strength is extremely strong. Then let's compete in terms of physical strength. Ning Qi smiled. Hearing this, everyone came to a realization. So this was Ning Qi's plan. Senior brother, this kid's physical strength is quite strong. Xiong Lai reminded him. Zhao Jin didn't put Ning Qi in his eyes. No matter how strong Ning Qi was, could he be stronger than his third-rank ancient star physique? Chapter 3470. Just this circle. Ning Qi glanced at the circle and looked at Zhao Jin with a smile that wasn't a smile. Not bad. Zhao Jin nodded lightly. How? Are you going to stand there and let me hit you? Ning Qi smiled. And I'll stand here. You can do it. Zhao Jin smiled faintly. I'll only give you 10 punches. After 10 punches, you only need to take one of my punches. Regardless of life or death, everyone will bear witness. Regardless of life or death. Mo Xie's expression changed, and he snorted. Zhao Jin, put away your plans. Mo Xie, senior brother Zhao is already very fair. Why don't you kneel down and admit your mistakes? Xiong Lai sneered. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to talk to me? Mo Xie looked coldly at Xiong Lai. You. Xiong Lai was furious. Don't be so arrogant. I've already formed my natal star and the first rank ancient star body. Do you think I'm not qualified to talk to you? Not qualified. Mo Xie sneered. All right, everyone stop talking. Let's do as senior brother Zhao Jin said. Let's all be witnesses. Ning Qi smiled. Everyone was startled and looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. All right, we'll be witnesses. Xiong Lai sneered. Come. Zhao Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly looking at Ning Qi. The outer sect disciples, watching from afar, couldn't help but feel a trace of worship in their hearts. This was especially true for the female disciples. Although Zhao Jin's appearance wasn't outstanding, his bearing and identity were enough to make them infatuated. I'm here. Ning Qi smiled and walked in front of Zhao Jin. In the next moment, he threw a punch. At the same time, the 9 inner hidden gates were opened. A terrifying and pure power flowed through Ning Qi's right arm and hit Zhao Jin's chest. Zhao Jin's eyes popped out, and a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. He slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest. After a few breaths, the power exploded. He flew out uncontrollably and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the horizon. On the ground, a trail of blood was left from his mouth. The surroundings were silent. Even the sound of breathing disappeared. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they watched this scene unfold before them. No, impossible. A core disciple couldn't even withstand a single punch from him? Peng Wushuang muttered to himself, unwilling to believe what he was seeing. A trace of regret appeared in DC Na's eyes. If she had known that Ning Qi's methods were so terrifying, she definitely would not have followed Peng Wushuang's character and chosen to offend Ning Qi. However, it was already too late. He wasn't someone that outer disciples could afford to offend. Even inner disciples would have to think twice before doing so. How can his strength be so terrifying? Xiong Lai stared fixedly at Ning Qi, a trace of disbelief flashing in his eyes. He had formed the first rank of the ancient star body, so he knew Zhao Jin's physical strength very well. The third rank of the ancient star body was comparable to a heaven's mandate realm cultivator who specialized in body tempering. Normal heaven's mandate realm attacks wouldn't be able to hurt Zhao Jin at all. However, Ning Qi had made Zhao Jin disappear in front of everyone with a single punch. Didn't that mean that his punch had the power of the fate state? How was this possible? A mere Karma realm cultivator had the physical strength of a heaven's mandate realm cultivator? How could there be such a monster in this world? Zhang, Jingtao, Pharaoh, and the inner disciples that Xiong Lai had brought along didn't dare to speak. They could only stare at Ning Qi in a daze. Sigh, I seem to have used too much force. Ning Qi glanced at the circle on the ground and smiled at Mo Xie. I'll be fine if I accidentally killed senior brother Zhao Jin, right? Mo Xie finally collected his thoughts. He gave Ning Qi a deep look, then turned to Xiong Lai and the others with a smile. Of course not. They can testify that it was Zhao Jin who asked you to make a move. He even asked you to throw 10 punches, but you only threw 1. If he dies just like that, it's his fate. Then I'm relieved. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. His gaze then landed on Pharaoh and Zhang Jingtao. Do you want to compete with me in terms of physical strength? No, it's fine. Zhang Jingtao immediately put on an embarrassed smile and waved his hand. What about you? Ning Qi looked at Pharaoh. No, it's fine. Pharaoh forced a smile on his face. Then, what about you, senior brother Xiong Lai? Ning Qi smiled. I remember that in the first test, senior brother's physical strength was great. Now that you've formed your fate star and rank 1 ancient star body, why don't you compete with me? Don't be too full of yourself. Xiong Lai snorted coldly and left. What a joke. Even a rank 3 ancient star body was defeated. How could he compete with Ning Qi in terms of physical strength with a mere rank 1 ancient star body? Wouldn't that be courting death? As soon as Xiong Lai left, the rest of the inner disciples followed closely behind. They didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. Ning Qi and Mo Xie smiled and returned to Astral 93. Seeing this, the outer disciples at the entrance of the courtyard made way for Ning Qi. They looked at him with shocked eyes. Peng Wushuang and DC Na had already sneaked back into their rooms when Ning Qi turned around. Bang! There was a loud sound. Zhao Jin's body smashed heavily into a mountain, raising a cloud of dust. Before Zhao Jin could climb out of the mountain, a few figures had already broken through the air. They were all core disciples dressed in white, and Yi Buhui was among them. It seems to be Zhao Jin. One of the core disciples glanced at the crowd and said in a low voice, "How could he be beaten up like this?" A trace of doubt arose in everyone's hearts. After a while, Zhao Jin climbed out of the mountain in a sorry state. As soon as he raised his head, he saw Yi Buhui and the others. Cough, cough! Zhao Jin immediately bent over and coughed. Every time he coughed, he would spit out a mouthful of blood. There was an obvious dent in his chest. Damn it! How could that guy's physical strength be so terrifying? Zhao Jin clenched his fists. He was still thinking about the power of Ning Qi's punch and felt that it was unbelievable. How could a karma state cultivator's physical strength be stronger than that of a core disciple who had formed a rank 3 ancient star body? Zhao Jin, what happened? How could you be so badly injured in the Alcade Star Palace? Yi Buhui frowned. She could sense that Zhao Jin's aura had dropped by several levels. He had obviously suffered serious internal injuries. Zhao Jin was at the initial stage of the fate state, but he had a rank 3 ancient star body. His opponent had to be at the middle stage of the fate state to be able to beat him so badly. Yes, it's nothing. Zhao Jin waved his hand with a gloomy expression. He slowly flew up and flew into the distance. Was he going to tell them that he had been beaten up by an outer disciple? He would be humiliated if the news got out. Therefore, the first thing he had to do was to keep his mouth shut. Forget it. Don't worry about him. He doesn't want to tell us because he's afraid of losing face. Maybe we'll find out why he was so embarrassed in a few days. Chapter 3471. Ever since Zhao Jin had been sent flying by Ning Qi's punch, Zhao Jin had not made a move. Instead, Zhang Jingtao had quietly returned to the outer sect and told all the outer sect disciples not to spread what they had seen that day. After that, Zhang Jingtao had immediately disappeared. He had to lead the outer sect disciples to the Star Arena during the outer sect competition. Only then did he reluctantly appear. However, he did not dare to make eye contact with Ning Qi and Mo Xie. From beginning to end, he had been deceiving himself and ignoring the two of them, their existence. Mo Xie is the only way to become a core disciple is to condense a natal star body and condense an ancient star body. Ning Qi asked telepathically. As far as I know, this is the only way. However, a strange look flashed in Mo Xie's eyes. He looked Ning Qi up and down. If you can catch the eye of a vice palace master and be accepted as a personal disciple, then you will unconditionally obtain the status of a core disciple. However, their disciples are all core disciples. Originally, they were all at the true disciple level. Such an example is too rare. Rare. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a smile. A few days ago, he had used the contribution points that Mo Xie had given him to exchange for the last 3 levels of the foundation cultivation technique. Although a few days were not enough for him to cultivate to the peak of the 5th level, Ning Qi had already asked Mo Xie, There were at least hundreds of thousands of outer sect disciples in the 2-star palaces. The competition would take at least a month to end. During this time, Ning Qi was confident that he could cultivate the foundation cultivation technique to completion. With such talent and a body that was far superior to others of the same level, it would be difficult for him to cultivate the foundation cultivation technique to completion. If someone else took a liking to him, then it would be unjustifiable. Brother Ning, don't tell me you want to take this path? Well, if it's you, it might really be possible. Mo Xia looked at Ning Qi with a slightly strange expression. If you really become a core disciple, remember to help me return to the inner sect. Look at what you're saying. How is the inner sect enough? At least I'll give you a core disciple. Ning Qi smiled. Mo Xia was slightly stunned. Immediately after, she couldn't help but let out a low laugh. Zhang Jingtao was walking at the very front, and after hearing Mo Xia's laughter, his heart mysteriously went cold. He subconsciously turned around and happened to meet Mo Xia's slightly bloody eyes, causing his entire body to tremble in fear. He was scared and immediately turned back. Star Arena, located at the border between the Alcade Star Palace and the Mizar Palace. It seemed to be built from a mountain peak that had half of the mountain cut off by a sharp sword. From the foot of the mountain, Ning Qi could feel a powerful aura coming from the Star Arena. All of the excited onlookers quieted down, and their expressions turned somber and serious. Mo Xia, this place seems a little strange. It's as if there's some kind of natural forbidden technique. Have you noticed that after entering this place, the aura in your body seems to have become a little unstable? Ning Qi transmitted his voice. When I first came to the Star Arena, I had the same idea as you. That's why I specifically went to the Hidden Star Hall to exchange for a few books that recorded the ancient records of the ancient Star Pavilion and found out about the origin of the Star Arena. The corners of Mo Xia's mouth curled up slightly. This Star Battle Arena didn't originally exist here. Instead, it flew over from a certain star that could be seen from the Star Pavilion. Flew here? Ning Qi was slightly startled. That's right, it flew here. At that time, there was also a corpse that flew here. That corpse was suspected to be at the Great Emperor level, and he died a tragic death on the Star Arena. He was cut in half at the waist and died with his eyes wide open. Mo Xia's expression became serious. The blood of that corpse stained the entire Star Arena. Later, someone discovered that as long as you are on the Star Arena, no matter what you do, it won't affect the outside world. There will always be an inexplicable barrier that eliminates these aftershocks. Or rather, it absorbs these aftershocks, so the Star Arena is used as a place for the sect's inner sect competition. Even the inner sect competition and the core competition will be held on the Star Arena. So that's how it is. No wonder this place feels so strange. Ning Qi nodded slightly. If the ancient Star Pavilion hadn't guessed wrong about the cultivation of that corpse, then only a 7th step existence could be cut in half at the waist, right? 7th step. Supreme Saint Council. Ning Qi narrowed his eyes and glanced at the sky. Not long after, everyone arrived at the top of the Star Arena. The terrain here was vast, dozens of miles long and wide. The ground was paved with bluestone. In addition, there was a high platform in the distance. This high platform was stacked on top of each other. On the first level, there were many green-robed inner disciples, vaguely divided into 2 factions. On the second level, there were many white-robed core disciples. On the third level, there were more than a dozen golden-robed existences. The moment Ning Qi saw them, he knew that they must be the core disciples, because Zunyan was also among them. As for the 4th and 5th levels, the high platforms were empty. Obviously, the head disciple, the deputy palace master, the palace master, and the elders of the major departments that Zhang Jingtao had mentioned had not arrived yet. After waiting quietly for half a day, the 99 outer courtyards of the Alcade Star Palace gradually arrived. After another 10 minutes, the outer courtyards of the Mizar Palace seemed to have all arrived. Hundreds of thousands of people on the star arena stared at each other. This atmosphere lasted for about 6 hours. What's going on? Logically speaking, it should have started. Yi Buhui frowned and said to himself, "It seems that this time the 2 palace masters will not come. Even the deputy palace master is not willing to come. I wonder if the head disciple will come. The competition between our 2 outer courtyards is not a trivial matter. After all, it will determine the cultivation resources of both sides for the next 100 years. Zhang Jingtao, you said that the palace master and the others will come this time. Where are they?" Mo Xia looked coldly at Zhang Jingtao and said, "This." Zhang Jingtao forced a smile on his face. "That's true, but the final decision is made by the palace master and the others. I am just an inner disciple. How can I influence it? No, in this way, I have no chance to get the burning karma fruit. So are you going to compensate me for my loss?" Mo Xia sneered. "How is that possible?" Zhang Jingtao suddenly lost his voice. Then he realized that his tone seemed to be a bit tough. He immediately lowered his voice. "Junior brother Mo Xia, even if the palace master and the others are here, they may not reward you with the burning karma fruit. So this debt cannot be counted on me. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Jingtao suddenly closed his mouth. At the same time, all the cultivators on the star arena raised their heads and looked in the southwest direction. They saw that there were 2 figures walking in the air. In the blink of an eye, they appeared above the crowd. These 2 figures were both wearing purple robes and looked indescribably noble. Chapter 3472. While Ningqi bowed, he looked at the 2 chief head disciples from the corner of his eyes. The ancient star system pavilion only had 7 chief head disciples, and they were all direct disciples of the 7 star palaces. Their status was much higher than that of a direct disciples. The difference between the 2 was like the crown prince. Furthermore, other than having a high status, the chief disciples' cultivation was at least at the 5th step, comparable to the elders of the various halls. The strongest direct disciple was only at the rebirth state, far from the chief disciple. The difference between the 2 was too great. The difference between the 2 was a whole step. It was equivalent to the difference between the Mahayana realm and the human celestial realm, or between the celestial emperor and the Tao-seeking realm. The chief head disciple of the Yao Guangstar Palace had white skin and a sage-like aura. He stood there with his hands behind his back and gave off a celestial aura. The one from the Mizar Palace was a female cultivator wearing a mask. This mask was similar to the blood puppet mask. It was unknown if it was a product of the ancient star system pavilion or something from Lost City. The head disciple of the Yao Guangstar Palace is called Fei Xuanzi, the only direct disciple of the palace master. His status is only below the palace master and the deputy palace master. Even the elders have to greet him. His strength is unfathomable. Mo Xia's lips moved. The one from the Mizar Palace is called Wu Ma. 600 years ago, he was a direct disciple. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter he had, but he managed to reach the 5th step of ascendant. He replaced the original chief head disciple and took the position himself. The chief head disciple can be replaced? Ningqi was startled. Then where did the original chief head disciple go? Once the chief head disciple position was taken, he could only leave his disciple status and become an elder. The original chief head disciple is now an elder of the enforcement hall. Although his status is not the same as before, he is still one of the top few in the Mizar Palace. Oh, Ningqi nodded. It seemed that the law of the jungle in the ancient star system pavilion extended to the chief head disciple. If someone could defeat the palace master, would they be able to replace him? Since the 2 palace masters are busy today, they won't be able to arrive in time. Wu Ma and I will preside over this outer sect competition. We'll draw lots according to the previous rules. Fei Xuanzi looked at everyone for a while and said, his voice was as gentle as jade. Although it wasn't loud, The hundreds of thousands of cultivators present could hear it clearly, as if he was speaking right into their ears. As soon as Fei Xuanzi spoke, it represented that the outer court competition had officially begun. There were already outer court disciples who had drawn lots to compete. Ning Qi and Mo Xia weren't interested in such a competition and didn't pay much attention to it. Mo Xia, I'll be right back. Ning Qi's voice rang out beside Mo Xia's ear. Mo Xia was slightly startled, and when she turned around, she could no longer see Ning Qi. Everyone else's attention was on the two people currently sparring on the star battle platform, so they did not notice Ning Qi's actions. Top-level cultivation training ground. After Ning Qi cultivated the third level of the basic cultivation method, he only needed to float in the universe for 1.5 months to see the star giant. The time was once again shortened by half, which meant that in 1 year, Ning Qi could see the star giant 8 times. He needed to obtain at least 32 strands of star power. Compared to the beginning when he could only see it twice a year and could only absorb a wisp of the power of the stars each time, the speed had increased by more than 16 times. In just 3 to 4 years, Ning Qi relied on more than 100 strands of star giant star energy to cultivate the third level of the basic cultivation method to the peak. Then he immediately cultivated to the fourth level. This time, he once again shortened the time by half. In a year, he could see the star giant 16 times and absorb 64 wisps of star power. 8 years later, basic cultivation technique level for perfection. When he began to cultivate the fifth level of the basic cultivation method, he could already see the star giants 32 times a year. This time it took Ning Qi about 15 years to cultivate the fifth level to the full closure. During this process, Ning Qi's physical body became several times stronger. His physical body was already extremely terrifying. Now that it was strengthened several times on this basis, the increase in strength was already very considerable. However, compared to the beginning, the speed of his physical body's growth had slowed down. It has dropped a lot. I should be able to condense my natal star once I reach perfection of the fifth level. However, it will take at least 30 to 40 years for me to reach perfection of the fifth level, and I'll miss the outer disciple tournament. Ning Qi's mind moved slightly, and he left the top cultivation training ground. Mo Xia couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at his silent appearance. Where did you go? Now that the outer disciple tournament is coming to an end, it's almost time for you and me to fight, Mo Xia whispered. Coming to an end? I wonder what the situation is like. Is our Alcade Star Palace slightly better or Mizar Palace? Ning Qi smiled. It's almost even. Now it will depend on the strength of the Karma Realm cultivators in the outer sect to determine the winner. According to the calculation of at least 1 or 2 Karma Realm cultivators in the outer sect, the 2 star palaces should have 300 to 400 Karma Realm cultivators on the field. If the 2 of us can win about 50 matches in a row, and the others don't do too badly, the Alcade Star Palace will win this time's outer disciple tournament. Mo Xia transmitted his voice. Suddenly, his expression was slightly startled, and his eyes fell on Ning Qi with some suspicion. I remember that you only cultivated to the second level of the basic cultivation method before. Why do I feel the aura of the fifth level from you now? Is that so? Maybe you were wrong before. I have already cultivated to the fifth level. Ning Qi smiled. Was I wrong? Mo Xia frowned slightly. Ning Qi found that during the time he was away, many people from Astral 93 had gone on the field. For example, Peng Wushuang and D.C. Na looked extremely gloomy, and they were also injured. Their performance on the field was probably not satisfactory. At the same time, Ning Qi also found that there were a few more people around Fei Xuanzi and Wu Ma Xingxing. Their auras were similar to those of the 2-star palaces. They should be the elders of the 2-star palaces. While Ning Qi was looking around, he happened to see Bu Hui. She was also looking at Ning Qi thoughtfully at the moment. Ningqi smiled. He was not afraid that she would see him coming out of the top cultivation field. At this stage, who didn't have some tricks up their sleeves? Buhui, what are you looking at? Next he, Buhui, a white-robed young man at the peak of the fate state, followed Yi Buhui's gaze and saw Ningqi. He saw the smile on Ningqi's face and immediately asked in a deep voice, Chapter 3473. Is that so? Hearing this, the youth in white took a deep look at Ningqi. He also sensed the aura of the 5th level of the foundation cultivation method, and his expression turned serious. Buhui, this guy looks unfamiliar. Did he just enter the sect? Yes, less than 100 years ago. Are you sure he only cultivated the 1st level of the foundation cultivation method? How long ago? About 10 days before the start of the outer courtyard competition. Then this guy is either hiding his strength or he has indeed cultivated some kind of cultivation method that can disturb his own aura. The youth in white nodded slightly. Is that so? Yi Buhui's expression changed slightly. If you want to know, wait until he goes up. The youth in white smiled. Yi Buhui nodded. Then, although she focused her attention on the competition, she would occasionally glance at Ningqi. Very quickly, the competition between the Tao querying realm cultivators of the outer sect ended. In the end, Mizar Palace won slightly more rounds, but not by much. Next, it was time for the Karma Realm cultivators to draw lots. The competition between the Karma Realm cultivators was not as fast as that between the Tao querying realm cultivators. Sometimes a competition could go on for a day and a night without a clear winner. It was not until 7 days later that Mo Xia was chosen. When the Karma Realm cultivators of the Mizar Palace saw this, their expressions changed. Mo Xia's complexion immediately changed. It's that freak. This is not easy. His combat ability is extremely strong. He used to be an inner sect disciple, but because he offended his superiors, he was demoted to the outer sect. I'm afraid we have to exhaust his strength before we can defeat him. On the high platform, the youth in white suddenly glanced at Zhao Jin and smiled at Yi Buhui. I heard that this outer sect disciple offended junior brother Zhao Jin, so he was demoted from the inner sect to the outer sect? Yes. Yi Buhui nodded. When he entered the sect, junior brother Zhao Jin was one of the cultivators who guided him. Because of some trivial matters, he offended junior brother Zhao Jin. Later, because of his excellent potential, he was directly qualified to become an inner sect disciple. What a pity. This is a person's life. There is no pity. If I were him, I would not be so stupid as to offend a core disciple before becoming one. The white-robed youth smiled and shook his head. Mo Xia's opponent was a Karma Realm cultivator who was also at the Great Circle of the Karma Realm, but he was defeated in less than an hour. After that, Mo Xia won more than 10 battles in a row. However, his stamina was also greatly depleted. There were no breaks between each battle, and he was unable to recover. Thus, during the 13th battle, Mo Xia calmly admitted defeat and turned to return to Astral 93's side. The Karma Realm cultivator from Mizar Palace, who was about to teach Mo Xia a lesson, was left speechless. 12 consecutive victories against opponents who are not much weaker than inner disciples. Even we can't do that. Many inner disciples looked at Mo Xia with a hint of fear in their eyes, especially on Xianglai's side. The moment they saw Mo Xia, they would recall the scene from that day, and their gazes would involuntarily search for Ningqi's figure. Brother Mo Xia's performance this time was very outstanding. It's very likely that you've already caught the eye of an elder. So, I congratulate you in advance. Zhang Jingtao smiled fawningly at Mo Xia. You owe me a burning karma fruit. Mo Xia indifferently glanced at Zhang Jingtao. Zhang Jingtao's expression changed a few times. Then he put away the smile on his face and turned around with a somewhat ugly expression. The following battles were completely different from the previous ones. The Karma Realm cultivator from Alcade Star Palace lost more than 10 battles in a row, losing all the battles that Emo Sia had won back. They were all defeated by the same person. That person seems to be from the Jiang family. I didn't expect that a random disciple of the Jiang family, who can't even enter the inner sect, would have such strength. Just how powerful are the inner, core, and even the true disciples of the 4 great emperor clans? Aren't you talking nonsense? There's a disciple of the Jiang family among the true disciples of our Alcade Star Palace. Don't you know Brother Jiang, Tianchu's strength? Rumor has it that he has already won outstanding military merits during this campaign. I wonder if the next time we meet, he's already at the 5th step the next time we meet? Ning Qi's ears twitched slightly. He turned to look at the 2 cultivators who were whispering to each other. His face was expressionless, but his heart was already in turmoil. Jiang Tianshu was a true disciple of Alcade Star Palace? Did that mean that he was also a disciple of the archaic Star Pavilion in his previous life? Was this a coincidence? Or was it predestined by the unseen forces? Brother Ning, what's wrong? As if sensing Ning Qi's abnormality, Emo Sie's eyes slightly moved. Nothing. Ning Qi smiled. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the stage. Emo Sie, if I had picked you in the first match, you wouldn't have won a single one. Jiang Tianshu, who had won more than 10 battles in a row, looked at Emo Sie indifferently. His words made the cultivators of Alcade Star Palace furious. Arrogant. No matter what, Brother Emo Sie was once an inner disciple. How can you compare to him? If Brother Emo Sie goes up again, he'll beat you until you can't even tell north from north. The disciples of Alcade Star Palace's outer sect were united against a common enemy. What a joke! How can your brother Emo Sie be a match for our brother Jiang? Do you think the title of the great emperor clans is for nothing? A loss is a loss. Why quibble? Emo Sie only won 12 battles in a row, but brother Jiang has already won 13. The winner has been decided. Mizar Palace was unwilling to be outdone. This person is a little arrogant. Ning Qi smiled at Emo Sie. Emo Sie looked at Jiang Ziren with a dignified expression and said, his strength might really be a bit stronger than mine, but his physique isn't suitable for the power of the stars, so he's still an outer sect disciple. But his strength is most likely inherited from the Jiang family, so his combat strength can't be underestimated. Little peeper. Alcade Star Palace. Astral 93's Ning Qi. Swish, swish, swish. As the results of the lot drawing came out, the outer sect disciples of Astral 93 all looked at Ning Qi. Even Zhao Jin, Xiong Lai, and the others on the high platform couldn't help but look at Ning Qi with strange expressions. These guys had all seen Ning Qi's terrifying strength with their own eyes. In their opinion, if Ning Qi were to take the field, it was very likely that he wouldn't have to come down. But most people didn't know who Ning Qi was. When Jiang Ziren heard that his opponent was unknown and seemed to be a new disciple, he frowned and his eyes revealed a trace of impatience. Brother Ning, help me vent my anger. Don't give him any face. The corner of Emo Sie's mouth rose slightly. All right. Ning Qi smiled and slowly walked towards the field. On the high platform, Buhui, you can now see what level this kid has cultivated his basic cultivation method to. All cultivation methods that disturb his own qi are ineffective when he uses them. The youth in white smiled. Chapter 3474. All right. Ning Qi nodded with a smile at Jiang Ziren's request. He did not make any unnecessary movements. With a push of his feet, he charged at Jiang Ziren like a cannonball. Jiang Ziren stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Ning Qi calmly. He only prepared to suppress Ning Qi when Ning Qi was about to reach him. However, it was too late. Jiang Ziren's method had just taken effect when it was smashed by Ning Qi's punch. With a mighty and pure force, Ning Qi smashed Jiang Ziren's chest with a bang. Jiang Ziren spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying in the direction of the Mizar Palace's formation. He fell unconscious on the ground. The cultivators from both sides were in an uproar when they saw this. They looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Jiang Ziren, who had won 13 matches in a row, was knocked unconscious by his opponent's fist. They did not see Ning Qi use any other techniques from the beginning to the end. He had crushed Jiang Ziren purely with his physical strength. Fei Xuanzi and Wuma Zhuxing were slightly stunned. They looked at each other. Fei Xuanzi's lips curled into a faint smile, while Wuma Zhuxing's expression turned ugly. With their insight, how could they not see that Ning Qi's fleshly body had already reached a level that far surpassed the Karma realm? Such an existence could not be killed or defeated by the Karma realm. Therefore, they could already predict the outcome of the following battle. Fei Xuanzi, is this kid your trump card or the palace master of the Alcade Star Palace? Wuma Zhuxing snorted coldly and transmitted his voice. Why don't you guess? Fei Xuanzi smiled and did not explain much. He looked at Ning Qi with a hint of interest in his eyes. As expected, Zhao Jin closed his eyes slowly and opened them again. He looked at Ning Qi with fear. This kid's physical strength is extremely strong. If I give him the chance, he will definitely be a threat to me. Ning Qi was only an outer sect disciple. However, after he displayed his extraordinary physical strength, someone would definitely make an exception and promote him. It would not be a problem for him to become an inner sect disciple. He was just afraid that Fei Xuanzi and the other elders of the fifth step would think highly of him and take him in as a disciple. If that happened, he would at least become a core disciple. Senior brother Xianglai, I think we shouldn't go against this kid for now. The few inner sect disciples looked at Ning Qi with extreme fear and transmitted their voices to Xianglai. Xianglai's face was ashen. He was unwilling to lower his head to Ning Qi, but at this moment he could not help but nod slightly. How can this guy be so strong? Could it be that he didn't use his full strength during the first test? On the Mizar Palace's side, a Dragon Clan cultivator looked at Ning Qi in bewilderment. Not far in front of him stood a figure. It was Zunyan, who had been in charge of the entrance test. At this moment, Zunyan looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. This kid's physical strength seems to have surpassed the limits of the Karma realm. Did his cultivation increase after he entered the sect, or was I wrong? A trace of regret flashed across his eyes. Zunyan felt that if he had brought Ning Qi back to Mizar Palace for a period of careful observation, perhaps Ning Qi would be fighting for Mizar Palace now. Junior sister. On the high platform, the white-robed young man looked at Yi Buhui with a serious expression. I'm afraid his body is comparable to a rank 2 ancient star body. When you recruited him into the Alcade Star Palace, didn't you notice that his body was different from ordinary people? His physical strength is indeed powerful. In the first test, he could leave behind a palm print with just a light press. However, because of the speed at which he absorbed the power of the stars in the second test, he only barely passed and barely qualified to become a disciple. He has the qualifications to become a disciple of the ancient Star Pavilion. So after I took him to Courtyard 93, I no longer paid attention to him. Yi Buhui shook her head slowly. Judging from his aura, he's indeed at the 5th level of the Foundation incantation. If he can absorb star power at such a slow pace and reach such a level in less than 100 years, I think he must have some kind of connate spiritual treasure that can help him refine his fleshly body. It's a roundabout way to save the country, the white-robed youth muttered. In this way, he really isn't suitable to stay in the outer court. I'll recruit him into the inner court once the outer court competition ends. Yi Buhui said, That won't be necessary. Let's observe him for a while longer. Maybe his aura is imitated by some kind of connate spiritual treasure. After the competition, I'll go and determine which level of his foundation incantation he has cultivated. The white-robed youth smiled slightly. 5 rounds, 8 rounds, 12 rounds. He's about to break Jiang Ziren's record. 16 rounds? He actually won 16 rounds in a row. From beginning to end, no one could force him to make a second move. Not only were the cultivators of the Mizar Palace shocked, but also the cultivators of the Alcade Star Palace looked at Ning Qi in shock. Except for Peng Wushuang and the others of Courtyard 93, who had been prepared for this, the other cultivators only knew of Ning Qi's existence today. They didn't know that there was such a monster in Courtyard 93 besides Mo Xia. This senior brother will definitely be promoted to the inner court. That's right. I'm afraid that even the inner court disciples can't compare with him. I'm so envious of Courtyard 93. If they can befriend this senior brother, they won't have to worry about not having a backer in the future. At the same time, the core disciples of the Mizar Palace subconsciously looked at Photographic Wuma and the other elders of the Mizar Palace. They were all at the 5th step. All right, there's no need to fight anymore. Photographic Wuma smiled and waved his hand. When the Mizar Palace disciple who was about to enter the arena heard this, he immediately stopped in his tracks and looked at Ning Qi with some lingering fear. He did not want to end up like his fellow disciples and be knocked unconscious by a single punch from Ning Qi. That would be too embarrassing. Photographic Wuma, what are you doing? Fei Xuanzi looked at her with a hint of a smile in his eyes. This person's body has already surpassed the karma state. There's no point in continuing the fight. Even if you win this round, if there's another person like him in the outer court in the next round, it won't be in line with the rules. Even if he's not a core disciple, he's at least an inner disciple. Photographic Wuma smiled faintly. Even if he's not a core disciple, he's still an inner disciple? His body far surpassed the karma state? When everyone heard Photographic Wuma's evaluation of Ning Qi, they looked at Ning Qi as if he was an inner court disciple or even a core disciple. You're right, but before today, I didn't know of his existence either. I think you should believe me. Fei Xuanzi smiled. Of course. Whether it's you or me, we won't use despicable methods for a mere outer court competition. Otherwise, how would we dare to call ourselves the chief disciple? Photographic Wuma smiled. Chapter 3475. The cultivator who came to report wore a light golden robe and was clearly a core disciple. However, there was a hint of anxiety on his face, as if he had encountered an unsolvable problem. Jiang Tianshu is back. The true disciples of the Alcade Star Palace looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. Then they all looked at Fei Xuanzi. They had always known that Jiang Tianshu's goal was to become the chief disciple. Not long after he entered the sect, he had already shown such ambition. After that, his every move proved his ambition. From the outer sect to the inner sect, all the way to the core disciple, it only took him a very short period of time to complete this process. Junior brother Situ, it's fine if junior brother Jiang is back. There's no need to panic. Fei Xuanzi smiled. When Situ Changkong saw that Fei Xuanzi did not care about Jiang Tianshu at all, his lips moved slightly as he sent a voice transmission. Chief senior brother, Jiang Tianshu, made great contributions in the Sea Spring realm, the 9th hub of the central region. He actually personally killed the Sea Spring realm's realm lord, a 5th step realm lord. He even received the Pavilion Master's praise and support. He has already passed the undying tribulation and become a 5th step cultivator. He has already reached the undying realm. Fei Xuanzi was slightly stunned. The Lord of the Ocean Spring realm is extremely powerful. He is at the sempiternal realm and is only a step away from the undying realm. How could he be killed by Jiang Tianshu, who is only at the rebirth realm? Situ Changkong smiled bitterly. Junior brother has no idea. All right, I understand. Even if he reaches the undying realm, he will not be able to threaten my position. You don't need to worry. Fei Xuanzi's expression was still calm. Jiang Tianshu is back! On the star dueling platform, Ning Qi's eyes suddenly turned cold. However, he quickly recovered. No one noticed the change in Ning Qi's expression. Fei Xuanzi, as far as I know, the battle at the Ocean Spring Realm will take a long time to end. Why is Jiang Tianshu back? Wu Ma asked Fei Xuanzi, as if he sensed something was amiss. Because he has advanced to the Undying Realm. Fei Xuanzi smiled. Advanced to the Undying Realm? When the true disciples of the Alcade Star Palace heard this, their faces immediately revealed a look of horror. They looked at each other, and a few of them even had endless fear in their eyes. The intensity of the competition between the true disciples was hard to imagine. Even if they were in the same astral palace, even if they appeared to be united on the surface, there would not be many true disciples who had solid friendships. Most of them only thought about how to suppress the other party. Jiang Tianshu had arrived later than them, and could be considered the youngest junior brother. Hence, all of these true inheritors, including Situ Changkong, had suppressed Jiang Tianshu in the past. The hatred between them could last for 3 days and 3 nights. However, because they were all in the rebirth state previously, Jiang Tianshu was unable to do anything to them even if there was a slight difference in their cultivation. But if Jiang Tianshu reached the undying state, wouldn't his cultivation be on par with Fei Xuanzi's? A 5th step cultivator wanted to kill a 4th step cultivator. True legacy disciples aside, the conclave disciples, inner sect disciples, and even the outer sect disciples were all shocked by the news. The conclave disciples were aware of what was going on, and were both shocked and afraid. If Jiang Tianshu reached the never-dying realm, the Alcade Star Palace would definitely be able to deal with the never-dying realm. Perhaps there would be a great upheaval. Even Fei Xuanzi's position as chief head disciple would be threatened. As for the inner and outer sect disciples, they were shocked when they heard that someone had reached the 5th step. There was a flash of envy in their eyes. Every disciple of the Ancient Star Pavilion aimed to reach the 5th step. As for the 6th step, it was too far away for them. They didn't even dare to think about it. How long has this child been in the sect? How can he already reach the undying realm? Wu Ma looked at Fei Xuanzi with a strange expression. Fei Xuanzi, Jiang Tianshu, comes from the Jiang family. With his backing and the fact that he has reached the undying realm, I'm afraid he will pose a threat to your position as chief head disciple. Let's go see the palace master now and see what he has to say. An elder with a white beard frowned beside Fei Xuanzi. On the other hand, the other middle-aged elder did not make a sound. A hint of joy that was hard to detect flashed across the depths of his eyes. Before Fei Xuanzi could speak, a powerful aura came from the distance. Shortly after, a figure appeared in the sky above the Battlestar Arena. Jiang Tianshu. When Ning Qi saw this person, his expression became extremely solemn. This time, he finally met Jiang Tianshu for real. However, Jiang Tianshu's attention wasn't on him, but on Fei Xuanzi, Wu Ma, and company. Jiang Tianshu was wearing a pale gold robe, which was the symbol of a true disciple of the Ancient Star Pavilion. He was handsome, and although there was no smile on his face, there seemed to be a hint of a smile in his eyes. Situ Changkong and the other true disciples looked at Jiang Tianshu with fear in their eyes. They could feel that Jiang Tianshu's aura had far surpassed the rebirth realm and had reached Fei Xuanzi's level. Junior brother Jiang, how have you been? Fei Xuanzi smiled. Junior brother greets senior brother Fei Xuanzi, senior sister Wu Ma, and all the elders. Jiang Tianshu smiled and clasped his hands. His greeting was very casual. It was obvious that he had placed himself on the same level as Fei Xuanzi and company. Junior brother Jiang, you've indeed reached the undying realm. With such talent, you can be considered at the top of the Ancient Star Pavilion. Star photographer Wu Ma said with a faint smile. Senior sister, you flatter me. I was just lucky. Jiang Tianshu smiled. After a pause, he looked at Fei Xuanzi and said, "Junior brother will be leaving for the 8th hub in a few days. I came back today to ask for something from senior brother." Everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. Fei Xuanzi smiled. "What do you want?" "I wonder if senior brother is willing to part with the chief head disciple position?" Jiang Tianshu smiled. The entire Alcade Star Palace was in an uproar. Even the cultivators from the Mizar Palace were shocked. They didn't expect Jiang Tianshu to directly ask for the chief head disciple position as soon as he reached the Undying Realm. "Jiang Tianshu, you're too presumptuous!" Situ Changkong shouted angrily. "When you first entered the sect, senior brother Fei Xuanzi was already the chief head disciple. With your qualifications, how dare you be so ambitious?" "You're the presumptuous one." Jiang Tianshu's expression suddenly turned cold. He gently waved his hand at Situ Changkong, and a mysterious force suddenly swept towards Situ Changkong. Situ Changkong's expression changed. Before he could react, Fei Xuanzi had already made his move. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Situ Changkong. He gently raised his hand and blocked Jiang Tianshu's attack. "Junior brother Jiang, you've gone too far," Fei Xuanzi said indifferently. Chapter 3476. The Demon Purification Gourd. A trace of surprise flashed across Fei Xuanzi's eyes. At the same time, Wuma Xingxing and the elders also recognized the black wine gourd that Jiang Tianshu had taken out. There were a lot of demon clan members in the ancient star system pavilion. There were 3 core disciples and 3 core disciples in the Yaoguang Star Palace. They immediately recognized the origin of the wine jug, and their eyes were filled with shock. "Isn't this?" Ning Qi was slightly stunned. The demon purification pot that Jiang Tianshu summoned was exactly the same as the one he had. The only difference was that Jiang Tianshu's demon purification pot was much more powerful than his. Ning Qi immediately checked the attributes of the demon purification gourd. The system said that it was an 8th grade Khanate spiritual treasure. 8th stage. It was a whole level higher than Ning Qi's level 7, and it was not in the state of incomplete. "Junior brother Jiang, it turns out that your confidence comes from this 8th grade demon refining gourd. I didn't expect that the Ocean Spring realm would have a demon refining gourd, and you even obtained it. The Ocean Spring realm lord died because of this demon refining gourd, right?" Fei Xuanzi smiled. The white-bearded elder beside Jiang Tianshu had an ugly expression on his face. Situ Changkong and the other true inheritors also had ashen expressions on their faces as they looked at Jiang Tianshu unwillingly. An 8th grade primordial spiritual treasure was extremely powerful, now that Jiang Tianshu had reached the undead realm. Even if he could not fully unleash the power of the devil refining gourd, it was still not something that an ordinary undead realm cultivator could contend against. As far as they knew, Fei Xuanzi had a primordial spiritual treasure. The treasure was given to him by the palace master of Alcade Star Palace, but it was only a level 7 Khanate spirit treasure. Perhaps. Jiang Tianshu smiled. "Senior brother, since you've recognized the origin of my Khanate numinous treasure, you should know that it's not something you can contend against. Can you cede the position of chief disciple to me now? The demon refining gourd is a holy treasure of the demon clan. When combined with the body refining technique of the demon clan, it can greatly increase one's strength. Although you're not from the demon clan, the body refining technique of the ancient star system pavilion is no weaker than that of the demon clan. During this period of time, he had probably used it to increase his strength by quite a bit. Has the ancient star body reached rank 9? Fei Xuanzi smiled faintly. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. The ancient star body could replace the body tempering technique of the demon race? In this way, wouldn't he be able to refine his body with the demon purification pot? Jiang Tianshu nodded calmly. "That's right. I've already formed a rank 9 ancient star body, just like you. With the demon refining gourd, I'm more qualified than you to be the chief disciple. It's a pity that you're too inexperienced, Jiang Tianshu. The position of chief disciple isn't a simple title. Star Recorder Wuma suddenly said, "Oh, does senior sister Wuma intend to stop me today?" Jiang Tianshu looked at Wuma subduing Star. Although there was a smile on his face, that smile contained a killing intent that caused one to tremble. Star Recorder Wuma frowned slightly. "Even if I stop you, what are you going to do?" The chief disciples of the 7 great astral palaces were not direct competitors. Instead, they had developed a special bond over time. Submariner Wuma naturally did not want to see the Alcade Star Palace's chief disciple suddenly change. As such, because of this, the disciples would be affected, and the respect the disciples had for the chief disciple would drop to a low point in a short period of time. If Jiang Tianshu succeeded, then the other chief disciples would have to consider how to deal with the core disciples. Jiang Tianshu was not the only one with ambition. However, the ancient star pavilion had not appeared for a very long time. They did not dare to act rashly when a core disciple overtook the chief disciple. Forget it. You're now at the undying realm and have the rank 8 demon refining gourd. I'm indeed not your match. The position of chief disciple is yours. Fei Xuanzi suddenly said. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Eldest senior brother? Situ Changkong looked at Fei Xuanzi in disbelief. The expressions of the core disciples in the Alcade Star Palace also changed greatly. There was even a trace of panic in their eyes. If Jiang Tianshu became the chief disciple, their future would be difficult. Fei Xuanzi, don't be rash. How can the position of chief disciple be given away so easily? The white-bearded elder said in a deep voice. He was Alcade Star Palace's law enforcement hall's hall master Chi Haoren. He was also a 5th-step undead existence, but his seniority was much older than Fei Xuanzi and the other lead disciples. A long time ago, he was also a true disciple of Alcade Star Palace. Back when Fei Xuanzi had yet to become the chief disciple, he had just joined the sect. Coincidentally, he had met Chi Haoren. Chi Haoren cherished Fei Xuanzi's aptitude and had given him a few pointers. Therefore, to be precise, Chi Haoren had also met Fei Xuanzi before. They were master and disciple. Therefore, he naturally did not want Fei Xuanzi's position as the first seat to be snatched away by Jiang Tianshu. Palace Master Qi, our ancient star system, pays attention to the law of the jungle. In the early years, many people were forced to give up their chief head disciple positions. Now they have all become vice palace masters, so even if they don't have the chief head disciple position, it won't affect them in the future. Junior brother Zhang's aptitude is outstanding, and he already has the qualifications to be the chief senior brother. Fei Xuanzi chuckled, his gaze landing on Jiang Tianshu. Junior brother, I'll entrust the junior brothers of the Alcade Star Palace to you from now on. Without waiting for Jiang Tianshu's reply, Fei Xuanzi turned around and left, instantly disappearing before everyone's eyes. After a long while, only then did Chi Haoren let out a cold snort and turn to leave, not even sparing Jiang Tianshu a glance. The other middle-aged elder cupped his hands towards Jiang Tianshu and said, "Congratulations, Marshal Nephew Jiang." Elder Yao is too polite. Jiang Tianshu smiled, but he looked in the direction that Fei Xuanzi had left. A trace of anger flashed in the depths of his eyes. He had originally planned to use this opportunity to suppress Fei Xuanzi and obtain the position of chief senior brother. That way, not only would he be able to convince everyone, but he would also be able to make Fei Xuanzi angry. The others knew that he was not to be trifled with, but he never expected that Fei Xuanzi did not cherish his position as the chief senior brother at all, and decisively gave it to him. In this way, it felt like he had been entrusted by Fei Xuanzi to inherit the position of chief disciple. He Wuma Xingxing smiled. Then he led the people from Mizar Palace and left. From the beginning to the end, he did not say a single word to Jiang Tianshu. Even a blind person could tell Wuma Xingxing's attitude towards this matter. Soon, only the cultivators of the Alcade Star Palace were left on the Star Battle platform. The core disciples and core disciples all subconsciously looked at Jiang Tianshu. "What are you all waiting for?" Jiang Tianshu asked calmly. Situ Changkong's expression changed a few times, but he eventually cupped his hands and said unwillingly, "Greetings, eldest senior brother." With him taking the lead, the other core disciples and core disciples also bowed and addressed him as eldest senior brother. Chapter 3477. Outer Sect Courtyard 93. After Zhang Jingtao left the Battle Star Arena, he disappeared and did not return to Astral 93. Evidently, he was afraid that Mo Xie and Ning Qi would cause trouble for him. The other Outer Sect disciples all respectfully followed behind Ning Qi and Mo Xie. Before, Mo Xie's position in their hearts was similar to Zhang Jingtao's, or even slightly higher. But now, Ning Qi's position in their hearts was comparable. He was already at the peak of the inner sect. This was only because Ning Qi was an outer court disciple. If Ning Qi was promoted to an inner court disciple after the outer court courtyard competition, then his position in everyone's hearts would be comparable to a core disciple. After all, core disciple Zhao Jin had been sent flying by Ning Qi with a single punch some time ago. That scene would always appear in their minds before they entered meditation. If they didn't work hard to expel that image from their minds, it would very easily lead to cultivation deviation. Peng Wushuang and DC Na were afraid that Ning Qi would settle the score with them later. Once they reached the outer sect courtyard, they quietly hid in their own rooms. When they closed the door, they secretly glanced at Ning Qi and Mo Xie. Seeing that they didn't say anything, they were relieved. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian quickly sat down cross-legged and forced himself to enter a meditative state. "All of you disperse. Why are you still standing here?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. "Yes, senior brother Ning." The outer sect disciples of Astral 93 answered respectfully, including the few cultivators who had caused trouble for Ning Qi along with Philo more than 90 years ago. Now that Philo was no longer a match for Ning Qi, even Xiong Lai, Zhao Jin, and the others, whom he and Zhang Jingtao had found together, were unable to do anything to Ning Qi. They were mere outer sect disciples, and their cultivation was only at the Tao querying realm. How would they dare to go against Ning Qi? After the crowd left, Mo Xie sighed deeply. "I didn't think that the outer sanctum trial would end up like this. Senior brother Fei Xuanzi has been in the Radiant Light Star Palace for a very long time now. If nothing goes wrong, he'll become the second strongest expert of the Radiant Light Star Palace once he advances to the sempiternal realm." The Vice Palace Master was preparing to inherit the position of Palace Master in the future. But who would have thought that someone would usurp his position? "How much do you know about Jiang Tianshu?" Ning Qi smiled. Jiang Tianshu? It was said that he was a descendant of the Jiang clan, one of the 4 great emperor clans of the human race. He hadn't been in the sect for long, and his seniority was the lowest among the direct disciples. However, his aptitude was excellent, and he seemed to have experienced countless fortuitous encounters that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. Now the latecomers are catching up. Tsk. Mo Xie shook his head and smiled. It looked like he really hadn't heard of Jiang Tianshu in the immortal world. Ning Qi nodded slightly. In the immortal world, even the Langya immortal emperor probably knew very little about Jiang Tianshu. As for immortal monarchs like Mo Xie, they probably didn't even know much about the Tiandao family, much less the Tiandao family's backer, Jiang Tianshu. The 5th step is undying, immortal, indestructible. Ning Qi had a basic understanding of this realm through the names of this realm. It was very likely that the existences in this realm would have terrifying vitality. Otherwise, the 3 realms of the 5th step wouldn't have these names. Now, Ning Qi Jiang Tianshu had advanced from the rebirth stage to the undead stage, so his strength had definitely skyrocketed. Moreover, because of the uniqueness of this stage, coupled with the grade 8 demon refining gourd in his hands, Ning Qi did not have any capital to fight against him. What a pity! If not for this mishap, Senior Brother Fei Xuanzi would have definitely rewarded us based on our performances. What do you plan to do next? MOCS said, 3 days later. This matter has nothing to do with us. It's a matter between core disciples and true disciples. Even inner disciples aren't qualified to meet the chief senior brother. MOCS smiled. Then I'll continue my seclusion. But before that, I plan to see if I can get a cultivation technique to condense the ancient star body. Brother MOCS, do you have any suggestions in this regard? Ning Qi smiled. The cultivation technique to condense the ancient star body is called the star strengthening art. It needs to be used together with the basic cultivation technique in order to have a chance of condensing the ancient star body. However, the contribution points required for the star strengthening art are extremely high. Only those like Xiong Lai, who are recognized by the higher-ups, can condense the ancient star body while still an inner disciple. MOCS said, Star strengthening art? Ning Qi's heart moved. Now that he knew the name, there was a way. Others might not have enough contribution points, but he had a huge amount of money. He could casually take out 100 million origin essence stones, and it would be enough to condense the star strengthening art. Brother MOCS, if I use origin essence stones to exchange for the star strengthening art, Ning Qi whispered. Using origin essence stones to exchange for the star strengthening art? That's possible, but the price will be much higher than using contribution points. Also, you can't use origin essence stones to exchange for contribution points in private. After all, the elders won't allow it. Speaking of this, MOCS's expression suddenly became strange. He looked Ning Qi up and down and said in a low voice, I know a core disciple. We're on good terms, but this person is greedy for money. He will only talk to you if you have money. With him, you can exchange for the star strengthening art from the elders. However, one set costs 100 million origin essence stones. Do you really have that much? If I exchange for one set, can I teach it to you after learning it? Ning Qi's eyes moved. No. MOCS shook his head. The sect is very strict about this. If I learn the body-strengthening star spell and condense the ancient star body, but I can't explain the origin of the body-strengthening star spell, my cultivation method will be crippled. At the same time, you might be affected. Then 200 million it is. Ning Qi smiled. MOCS was slightly startled and gradually revealed a trace of shock in his eyes. 200 million origin essence stones? Are you sure? Ordinary Karma Realm cultivators only had a net worth of 10 million. Even Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivators might not be able to take out 100 million. But now, Ning Qi actually said that he wanted to use 200 million origin essence stones to exchange for the star strengthening art? Brother Ning, you're doing very well in the celestial world. Even in the Shenluo world, I'm still far behind you. No, even those core disciples might not be as wealthy as you. MOCS couldn't help but praise. He knew that Ning Qi wouldn't speak without thinking. Since Ning Qi said it, it must be true. Brother MOCS, let's not talk nonsense here. Let's go find that core disciple and get the star strengthening art first. Ning Qi smiled. Inner courtyard. Ning Qi really didn't know how to describe a magnificent mountain. He could only use the words magnificent. This mountain didn't have the celestial aura that ordinary cultivators had. Instead, it was like a secular nouveau riche that used all kinds of gold and gems to decorate the palace. I heard that junior brother MOCS is here. Do you have business to discuss with me? Chapter 3478. 1, 2, 3, 4, 13. Ning Qi silently counted in his heart. There were a total of 13 big gems on the neck of this nouveau riche. They were strung together and shone brightly on his neck. However, this exaggerated gemstone necklace was not as superficial as it seemed on the surface. Ning Qi could faintly feel the aura of a forbidden technique from it. It seemed that a relatively powerful existence had left its own forbidden technique on it, making this gemstone necklace. It was not a primordial spiritual treasure, but more like a primordial spiritual treasure, which could play a miraculous effect at the critical moment. Senior Brother Ma, I haven't seen you for many years. You are still as elegant as ever. Mo Xie smiled and cupped his hands. After a pause, he pointed to Ning Qi and said, Senior Brother Ma, this is Ning Qi. Junior Brother Ning did very well in the outer yard competition a few days ago, but you didn't go? Well, I don't have the time. Time is money. You don't understand the sentence. Senior Brother Ma smiled and nodded to Ning Qi as a greeting. Then he looked at Mo Xie and told him about his understanding of money and time. Senior Brother Ma, I'm here today to buy 2 sets of body-strengthening star techniques from you. Mo Xie went straight to the point. Body-strengthening star techniques? You finally have enough primordial stones. But why do you want to buy 2 sets? Senior Brother Ma was slightly stunned. Then he suddenly glanced at Ning Qi, and there was a hint of understanding in his eyes. He carefully looked Ning Qi up and down and said in surprise, Your basic cultivation method has been cultivated to the 5th level? I remember when you entered the sect? Which sect? Last time. Mo Xie smiled and said, Junior Brother Ning's aptitude is not bad. Senior Brother Ma suddenly became much more enthusiastic. After a short conversation, Ning Qi found that although Senior Brother Ma was a core disciple, his temperament was easier to get along with than that of the core disciples he had met. Yi Buhui was very cold, and Zhao Jin was very arrogant and domineering. Senior Brother Ma was completely different from the former 2, but he was more snobbish. Once he knew that Ning Qi's aptitude was promising, his attitude became much more enthusiastic. Senior Brother Ma, you have a good relationship with the elders of Alcade Star Palace. Which elder can you help us buy 2 sets of body-strengthening star techniques? Mo Xie laughed. It's not a problem to buy the star body strengthening technique, but I can't help you for free. Brother Mo Xie, you understand my rules, right? Senior Brother Ma chuckled. I understand. After this is done, the 2 of us will give Senior Brother Ma 2 million origin essence stones as a reward. Mo Xie smiled and nodded. 2 million origin essence stones was equivalent to 10,000 contribution points. Even for a core disciple, it wasn't a small sum. Mo Xie didn't ask for a low price just to help pull strings. Therefore, after Senior Apprentice Brother Ma heard it, he only muttered a few times. After a few seconds, he nodded in agreement. Give me the origin energy stones, then come to me tomorrow to get the star strengthening technique. Senior Brother Ma smiled. Ning Qi glanced at Mo Xie, who nodded slightly. He then took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Senior Brother Ma. Senior Brother Ma looked at Ning Qi in surprise. He originally thought that Mo Xie would pay for the origin energy stones. He didn't expect it to be from Ning Qi, a junior brother who had been in the sect for less than 100 years. The number is correct. 220 million origin energy stones. You 2 can go back and wait. Come back tomorrow morning. I will definitely get the star strengthening technique for you. Senior Brother Ma checked the number and then nodded with a smile. The next day, Ning Qi and Mo Xie arrived at the entrance of Senior Brother Ma's cave residence early in the morning. There was already an inner disciple in green waiting at the door. You 2, this is the star strengthening technique for you. The inner disciple in green handed a jade slip to each of them. As he spoke, there was a trace of envy and jealousy in his eyes. Even among the inner disciples, not many had the star strengthening technique. Thank you. Mo Xie nodded lightly. took the jade slip, and left with Ning Qi. Astral 93. Brother Ning, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I don't know when I would be able to practice the star strengthening technique. Mo Xia said with some emotion. You don't have to be so polite. You should also go into seclusion, right? Why don't we see who can cultivate the ancient star body first? Ning Qi smiled. Okay. A trace of fighting spirit suddenly flashed in Mo Xia's eyes. Once Mo Xia left, Ning Qi returned to his room. With a slight movement of his body, he disappeared from where he stood. The top cultivation training ground. The undead state, Ning Qi murmured to himself with a serious expression. He directly took out the demon purification gourd. The aura of his demon purification gourd was much weaker than that of Jiang Tianshu's. Ever since he had seen Jiang Tianshu's methods, Ning Qi's sense of urgency had reached an unprecedented level. The undead state and the 8th grade demon purification gourd were both things that Ning Qi couldn't compete with. He wanted to rely on his own methods to suppress Jiang Tianshu. Jiang Tianshu could only use any means that could increase his strength. It's a pity that I can't get the recognition of the Supreme Saint Council. If I want to reach the fate state apart from the burning karma fruit, I have to go to the Dark Council, which is also a shackle for me. Gradually suppressing the distracting thoughts that kept floating in his mind, Ning Qi entered the demon purification gourd and floated in the air. Under his command, the flames in the demon purification gourd kept surging, and in an instant Ning Qi was surrounded by a sea of fire. Activating the body-strengthening art of the stars, Ning Qi found that the star power in his body was running in a very special way. The speed of his body's refinement was several times faster than before. At the same time, there seemed to be a kind of resistance in his body. That kind of resistance allowed Ning Qi to struggle under the flames of the demon purification gourd. A dozen seconds later, Ning Qi couldn't bear the power of the demon purification gourd anymore. He left the demon purification gourd, sweating profusely. In just a dozen seconds, his physical strength had increased by at least 10%. That speed was too terrifying. It was faster than absorbing the star power from the star giant. Apart from the body-strengthening art of the stars, the demon purification gourd also played a big role. After making sure that the demon purification gourd could play a good role in improving his physical strength, Ning Qi began to practice the basic cultivation method, constantly absorbing the star power from the star giant, and then entering the demon purification gourd to exert pressure on himself. Putting pressure on himself to achieve the goal of quickly digesting and leveling up. The cycle repeated endlessly. After only 10 days or so, a prompt suddenly sounded from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for forming the ancient star body. Chapter 3479. That's not right. Ning Qi felt the strong power flowing in his body, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Mo Xia once said that to condense the ancient star body, he had to at least condense the natal star body first. But now that he had condensed the first stage of the ancient star body, the speed at which he absorbed the power of the stars was much faster than before. His affinity with the power of the stars had also increased more than 10 times. However, there was no so-called natal star in his sea of consciousness. After a dozen breaths, Ning Qi's eyes gradually became dignified. The basic cultivation method could condense the natal star, and when he first cultivated it, he came to a strange universe and saw a star giant. This was definitely not a coincidence. Could it be that this star giant is one of the hidden means left behind in my previous life? Ning Qi touched his chin. He felt that this speculation was very likely to be correct. But as for the specifics, he would have to see if he could find more clues from the star giant in the future. One thing Ning Qi was sure of was that the star giant's current state was definitely not his natal star, because the universe it was in had nothing to do with Ning Qi's sea of consciousness. The natal star had to be condensed in the sea of consciousness. However, Ning Qi could absorb the power of the stars from the star giant. Perhaps it was because of this that he was able to replace his life star, that he was able to condense the immemorial star body by relying on the star strengthening spell. In the following days, Ning Qi did not waste the slightest time. In the beginning, he could only persist for a dozen breaths in the demon purification pot, but in the end he could persist for an hour. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. Finally, they learned that Ning Qi had disappeared for more than 9 years. In the past 3 years, some people had come to find Ning Qi, and they were all inner disciples. However, they could not find any trace of Ning Qi in the 93 Academy. They asked others, but they were also at a loss. In the end, they learned that Ning Qi had disappeared for 9 years. After more than 10 years, they turned around to find Mo Xie. However, he still did not see Mo Xie. Mo Xie had set up a restrictive spell when he was in seclusion, so the other people did not have the guts to force their way in. After all, Mo Xie's means were not comparable to ordinary inner disciples. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 4th stage of the ancient star body. The sound of the system notification rang out. The corners of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly. In 1,000 years, with the help of the demon purification gourd's ability to refine his body, he had upgraded his ancient star body to the 4th rank. Ning Qi had no idea how much his physical strength had increased. The only thing he knew was that the pure power he could control with just a wave of his hand had already far surpassed his own realm. Maybe Ning Qi wasn't as good as the fate state in many aspects, such as not being able to get rid of the entanglement of karma. However, in terms of pure offensive power, Ning Qi believed that even a full-fledged fate state cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand one punch from him. As for the enemy, he could only find an opportunity to test it out. Perhaps it was just Ning Qi's illusion. Compared to the outside world, only 3 years have passed. If Yi Buhui, Zhao Jin's senior brother Ma, and the others knew about this, it would inevitably reach Jiang Tianshu's ears and bring me unnecessary trouble. I have to find a way to hide this from the immemorial star. As for the advancement of the star body, well, the basic cultivation method doesn't matter. Ning Qi thought about it and then entered the demon purification gourd again. He couldn't reach the fate state in a short period of time, but his physical strength hadn't reached its limit. Unless he reached a point where he couldn't grow anymore, Ning Qi wouldn't leave the top level of cultivation. The appearance of Jiang Tianshu at the training ground made him realize the huge gap between them. If he didn't work hard to catch up and use all the resources he could, the gap would only grow bigger and bigger. After all, this guy had killed Ning Qi in his previous life. Now he had become the chief disciple of the Alcade Star Palace and the next successor to the Star Palace Master. He wasn't a simple character. He was the most terrifying enemy Ning Qi had ever encountered. There was no one like him 30 years later. A long roar suddenly came from Mo Xie's seclusion. The disciples of Astral 93 heard the noise and flew over. They landed outside the room with a hint of surprise on their faces. Bang! The door suddenly opened. Mo Xie slowly walked out. When his figure completely appeared in front of everyone, they could feel a trace of a special aura coming from Mo Xie's body. This kind of aura was something that they could only feel from core disciples and some peak inner disciples. After a while, some of the more experienced inner disciples suddenly exclaimed, "Ancient star body!" The extremely ugly Mo Xie suddenly smiled. He pulled at the disgusting scar on his face and looked at the outer disciple who had exclaimed, "Brother Ning, have you come out of seclusion?" It had taken him 30 years to successfully condense the ancient star body. Although this speed wasn't among the top in the ancient star pavilion, it wasn't weak either. Xiong Lai had also taken 70 or 80 years, but Xiong Lai had entered the sect later than him. His speed during the 30 years was about the same as Xiong Lai's speed during the 70 or 80 years. After all, Mo Xie had been in the ancient star pavilion for many years. Brother Ning? The outer disciple was startled for a moment and then reacted. Are you talking about Senior Brother Ning? Yes. Mo Xie nodded faintly. His divine sense had already scanned Courtyard 93, but he couldn't find any trace of Ning Qi. Ever since the two senior brothers returned to Courtyard 93, Senior Brother Ning seemed to have disappeared. An inner disciple also came to look for him, but he couldn't find any trace of Senior Brother Ning. Senior Brother Ning should still be in seclusion, right? The outer disciple said carefully. His guess was not unreasonable. After all, last time, Ning Qi had found a place to cultivate in seclusion for more than 90 years. Yi Buhui had even hung his name in the law enforcement hall. Mo Xie frowned slightly. In his opinion, Ning Qi should have condensed the ancient star body faster than him. Even he had come out of seclusion, so why hadn't Ning Qi moved? Are you sure you haven't heard any news about Brother Ning? Has Brother Ning been in seclusion? Mo Xie frowned. Everyone looked at each other and nodded with certainty. They really hadn't heard any news about Ning Qi. If Ning Qi had come out of seclusion, he would definitely have been seen. He definitely wouldn't have not heard from him for more than 30 years. Okay, then who is the inner disciple who came to find Brother Ning? Do any of you know his identity and purpose? Mo Xie said faintly. Senior Brother Mo Xie, I once saw that inner disciple next to Senior Brother by Xiaoqiu. Someone suddenly whispered. By Xiaoqiu? Chapter 3480. Brother Mo Xie has come out? Just as Mo Xie was feeling puzzled, a hearty laugh echoed. Everyone looked over and saw a green-robed inner sect disciple land before Mo Xie. However, when he felt Mo Xie's life star and ancient star body, he couldn't help but smile. A trace of astonishment could not help but appear in his eyes. So it's Senior Brother Xiaotsong. Mo Xie smiled and cupped his hands. Bai Xiaotsong, a disciple of the Bai family. His family was considered a vassal of the ancient star system pavilion and had a fifth step cultivator. He was also the cousin of Bai Xiaoqiu, a core disciple. Due to his family, and by Xiaoqiu's care, he was an inner sect disciple. His status was quite high. Junior Brother Mo Xie, I didn't expect you to have already condensed your natal star and the immemorial star body, right? Bai Xiaotsong said enviously. Luck. Mo Xie laughed. How could it be luck? If it weren't for Brother Zhao Jin, I think Brother Mo Xie would have become a core disciple by now. And now, Brother Mo Xie is walking ahead of me. I don't know which senior brother took a fancy to Brother Mo Xie and bestowed him the star body strengthening technique. Bai Xiaotsong smiled, but there was a hint of probing in his words. Mo Xie smiled. Senior brother didn't give me this technique. I bought it from Senior Brother Ma. Senior Brother Ma? Bai Xiaotsong was slightly startled, but he immediately realized who Mo Xie was talking about. Among the core disciples, there was only one senior brother surnamed Ma. Furthermore, he liked to do business, and his way of doing things was different from ordinary people. He was quite popular among the core disciples. The body-strengthening star technique requires at least 100 million origin stones for the elders to help. Where did he get so many origin stones? A trace of doubt flashed in Bai Xiaotsong's heart. After that, he glanced left and right and said in a seemingly casual manner, Junior Brother Mo Xie, where is that Junior Brother Ning? He was extremely outstanding on the star battle arena. Even the Jiang family's Jiang, Jia, was not his match. Therefore, Senior Apprentice Brother Bai wants to see Junior Apprentice Brother Ning. Brother Ning is still in seclusion. However, even I do not know the location of the seclusion place he has chosen. I'm afraid that Senior Brother Xiaotsong has made a wasted trip. Mo Xie laughed. Bai Xiaotsong frowned slightly, and his divine sense spread out like flowing water. However, he still could not find any traces of Ning Qi, which meant that Ning Qi was not in Astral 93. What kind of place could a newcomer find to cultivate in seclusion without being discovered? What about Brother Emosia? Brother Bai also wants to meet you. Bai Xiaozong looked at Emosia and smiled. There's no need for me. Emosia indifferently waved his hand. Seeing Emosia reject him so straightforwardly, the nearby outer disciples all felt that it was a pity. After all, Bai Xiaoqiu was one of the top 5 core disciples. He could be considered a cornerstone. Even if he could not become a true disciple in the future, he would still be a core disciple. There was also a chance to advance to the rebirth realm and become an ordinary deacon elder. If they were in Bai Xiaoqiu's shoes, they would be eager to pay a visit to him. Unfortunately, they were not Emosia. Unless they could be promoted to the inner sect in the future, it would be impossible for them to meet Bai Xiaoqiu. That's good. I won't bother Brother Emosia any longer. I believe that Brother Emosia will soon regain his position in the inner sect after today. Let me congratulate you first. Bai Xiaozong was not angry. He smiled and cupped his hands before turning to leave. It was not that he had a good temper, but he knew that Emosia had offended Zhao Jin and was eventually demoted to an outer disciple. The main reason was that Zhao Jin had extended an olive branch to Emosia. However, Emosia, who was an outer disciple at that time, had rejected him. Bai Xiaoqiu's face was not much older than Zhao Jin's. Moreover, Emosia had condensed a natal star and a first-level ancient star body. He even had the chance to be promoted to a core disciple. There was no need for him to please Bai Xiaoqiu. If there is any news of Brother Ning, remember to inform me immediately. After Bai Xiaozong left, Emosia's expression turned cold. He gave some instructions to the surrounding outer sect disciples, then respectfully left Astral 93 and flew towards the mountain peak where senior Brother Ma was. Emosia had already guessed Bai Xiaoqiu's motive. However, Emosia did not like Bai Xiaoqiu. Since Ningqi had not come out of seclusion, Emosia decided to prepare for a rainy day before offending Bai Xiaoqiu. Even though he suspected that Bai Xiaoqiu might not be Ningqi's opponent, the difference in status between them was too great. Before Ningqi became an inner disciple, Bai Xiaoqiu could easily crush him. Not long after, Emosia arrived in front of the magnificent palace, like cave dwelling. After being informed by the disciple outside, Emosia directly entered the cave dwelling and saw senior Brother Ma, who had a rich aura all over his body. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, junior brother Emosia. I didn't expect that you'd condense your own star in just 30 years. You've cultivated the immemorial star body. Which star did you condense in our star pavilion? Senior Brother Ma laughed. His eyes constantly scanned Emosia's eyebrows. He seemed to want to determine which natal star Emosia had condensed from its aura. There were strong and weak stars. So far, the ancient star pavilion had established a connection between more than 200 stars. However, the stronger the star, the more difficult it was to communicate with it. Unless the natal star Emosia had condensed was one of the 200 stars, it would be much easier to communicate with it. In other words, their future prospects would be greater than that of ordinary cultivators. There are some disciples who condensed an extremely remote natal star. Even the pavilion master didn't know what star it was. In the end, they couldn't find a suitable cultivation method for themselves. They were once geniuses of their generation, but they eventually became ordinary cultivators. I don't know what star it is. It's not in the star atlas. Emosia smiled. It's a pity. Brother Ma shook his head. It doesn't matter. This star is not bad. At least the star power it gives me is not weaker than the ordinary stars in the atlas. Emosia smiled. That's good. Well, where's junior Brother Ning? He reached the 5th level of the basic cultivation method in less than 100 years. With such aptitude, he should have condensed a natal star in 30 years, right? Brother Ma smiled. Junior Brother Ning is still in seclusion. I came today because senior brother Bai Xiaoqiu came to find us, so Emosia looked at Brother Ma with a smile. Brother Ma's face suddenly sank. I can't offend by Xiaoqiu for the two of you. How much? Mo Xie smiled. It's not a matter of money. 1,000,000 origin stones? 2,000,000, 1,000,000 each. I'll tell Bai Xiaoqiu that the two of you have come to my mountain. If he knows what's good for him, he won't come to find you again. Senior Brother Ma said with a smile. Deal. Mo Xie smiled. Mo Xie refused? Bai Xiaoqiu looked at Bai Xiaocong and said lightly. He refused. Bai Xiaocong said respectfully. Chapter 3481. I've already investigated the background of the other one. He should be a loose cultivator with no background. He's in seclusion right now, but it's not in the outer sect, so no one knows where he is. Bai Xiaocong whispered. He paused for a moment and continued. Mo Xie has admitted that he bought the star body strengthening technique from Senior Brother Ma. He will be promoted to a core disciple as long as he reaches the fate state. Brother, should we try to recruit him again? If he could give him a few burning karma fruits, he should be willing to accept our offer. No need. This person has a rebellious nature. Before he came to the ancient star system pavilion, he experienced things we don't know about. If we only use some external things to tie him up, he will sooner or later turn on his master. Bai Xiaoqiu shook his head lightly. As for the other one, Bu Hu seems to have the intention of recruiting him, but he is in seclusion, so forget it. During this period of time, our Alcade Star Palace is in a bit of turmoil, so there is no need to spend too much time and energy on this matter for the time being. We'll decide after that. After Bai Xiaoqiu finished speaking, he waved his hand. Seeing this, Bai Xiaocong tactfully turned around and left. Another few decades passed. The ancient star system pavilion recruited disciples every 100 years, so there was a new batch of disciples entering the ancient star system pavilion. What was different from before was that not only were they recruiting official disciples, but they were also recruiting part-time disciples. Therefore, there were more than 10,000 new disciples who came in at once, and 99% of them were odd-job disciples. As time passed, Ningqi remained in seclusion, causing the cultivators of Astral 93 to gradually forget about him. Mo Xie was promoted to an inner sect disciple and received a mission that rewarded him with a burning karma fruit. He had left for several decades and had yet to return. The first person to enter the ancient star system pavilion with Ningqi was Feng Jiuxian. Because of her talent, she was accepted as a disciple by an elder of the Mizar Palace. Her future was limitless. Top-level cultivation training ground. Inside the demon purification pot, Ningqi floated in midair, surrounded by fire crows that seemed to be burning everything. They were all manifestations of the flames inside the demon purification gourd, and their only purpose was to refine Ningqi. However, Ningqi kept casting the star technique to strengthen his body. As the star giant absorbed the power of the stars, the strength of his fleshly body continued to rise. It was just that the rate of increase was getting slower and slower. Compared to before, the difference was more than 1,000 times. I think I've reached a bottleneck. One day, Ningqi found that his physical strength hadn't improved in the past year, so he opened his eyes and left the demon purification pot. He could stay in the demon purification pot for 2 hours, which was enough for a fate state being to refine. The demonic pot had turned him into a pool of blood. Therefore, Ningqi was better than most fate state warriors in terms of burning resistance. 60 to 70 years had passed in the outside world during Ningqi's seclusion, which was equivalent to Ningqi staying in the top cultivation training ground for about 20,000 years. In the past 20,000 years, he hadn't wasted a single second. With the help of the demon purification gourd and the star giant, his ancient star body had advanced to the 6th rank, which was much stronger than Zhao Jin's. There were too many. I'm at the peak of the karma state right now. If I can't reach the fate state, I won't be able to improve my combat strength anytime soon. Ningqi pondered for a moment. Then, with a slight thought, he left the top cultivation training ground. "Who are you?" A cold voice rang out. Ning Chi was slightly startled. He turned around and saw a white-haired young man standing behind him, looking at Ning Chi with shock and anger. "Who are you?" Ning Chi frowned. The other party was wearing a gray robe, so he was obviously an outer sect disciple. However, an outer sect disciple dared to enter his residence? Was he tired of living? "I should be the one asking who you are." The white-haired young man's eyes were filled with anger. The moment he saw Ning Chi's clothes, the shock in his heart disappeared, only anger remained. The other party was obviously an outer sect disciple, but he had sneaked into his residence. Didn't he have an ulterior motive? If he hadn't discovered it quickly, and someone had sneaked in while he was cultivating, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "I haven't seen you in Astral 93. Ning Chi's brows relaxed. He somewhat understood who the other party was. Calculating the time, it had been more than 100 years since he entered the ancient Star Pavilion. The white-haired young man should be a new outer sect disciple. "Senior brother, although I'm just a new outer sect disciple, it doesn't mean I'm easy to bully. I'm Feng Litian. What's your name?" The white-haired young man said in a stiff tone. "Feng." Ning Chi was slightly stunned. Seeing this, Feng Litian's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. He was born in the Feng family, one of the 4 great emperor families of the human race. No matter where he went, even if he made enemies with someone, the other party would have to give him some face when they knew his surname. Ning Chi was stunned. He knew that Ning Chi had already guessed his background. "Oh, you're a disciple of the Feng family. However, even if you're a disciple of the Feng family, you're not allowed to enter other people's rooms. When you came here, didn't anyone tell you that this room was already occupied?" Ning Chi smiled faintly. "What? Someone staying here?" Feng Litian was stunned. Ning Chi smiled, opened the door and walked out. Seeing this, Feng Litian quickly followed. The inner sect senior brother in charge of Astral 93 said that this room was empty. Zhang Jingtao doesn't have the guts. Has the inner sect disciple of Astral 93 changed? Ning Chi said blandly without turning his head. Feng Litian's eyes moved slightly, and the way he looked at Ning Chi became much more serious. Ning Chi called him inner sect senior brother without any respect, and his body seemed to emit a faintly discernible aura that sent chills down one's spine. "The inner sect senior brother who arranged for me is surnamed Jiang," Feng Litian said. Suddenly, he realized that the surrounding atmosphere had become extremely quiet. Many cultivators from Astral 93 had stopped in their tracks, as if time had stopped. They're all looking at this person. Who is this person? Feng Litian was a little surprised. Senior brother Ning? A cultivator from Astral 93 took a step forward, unsure of Ning Chi's identity. After all, compared to a few decades ago, Ning Chi's aura was much more terrifying. Looking from afar, it seemed like a bottomless abyss. "Yes, has Mo Xia come out of seclusion?" Ning Chi smiled. Senior brother Mo Xia came out a long time ago. However, he accepted a mission 30 years ago and has not returned yet. However, senior brother Mo Xia said that if senior brother Ning comes out, you can look for senior brother Ma. Chapter 3482. Who the hell is this person? Feng Litian's curiosity toward Ning Chi had reached a very high level. After a simple conversation, Ning Chi flew toward senior brother Ma's cave. Feng Litian didn't follow. Instead, he walked over to a cultivator from Courtyard 93 and asked in a low voice, "Senior brother, who is that person? Why are you all so afraid of him?" "Junior brother Li Tian is too polite. That senior brother Ning is amazing. Although he has only been in the ancient star system pavilion for a bit more than 100 years, which is one batch earlier than you guys, he was in the limelight during the competition between the Yao Guang Star Palace and the Kaiyang Palace. He defeated Mizar Palace's outer sect disciple, Jiang Ziran, with one move. Although his talent isn't much in our ancient star system pavilion, he has been trained by the Jiang family since he was young. How could ordinary cultivators be his match? Jiang Ziran? Feng Litian's eyes were filled with shock. As a member of a great emperor aristocrat clan, Feng Litian had done some research on the geniuses of the other great emperor aristocrat clans. However, the ones he had done the most research on were those whose aptitudes were on par with his. Jiang Ziran was one of them. This was because he had a deep understanding of Jiang Ziran's strength. This was why Feng Litian was shocked that Ning Qi had defeated Jiang Ziran with one move. With Jiang Ziran's strength, it's almost impossible for ordinary cultivators to be his match. Only geniuses from the same great emperor families, or those with even more powerful backgrounds. Junior brother Li Tian, which room did senior brother Jiang arrange for you to stay in? The outer sect cultivator seemed to know Feng Litian's background, so his tone was very polite and even had a hint of flattery. Feng Litian was startled for a bit, and then his eyes became fierce. Senior brother Jiang arranged for him to stay in Ning Qi's room. If this was unintentional, then it didn't matter if it was intentional or if senior brother Jiang wanted to use him to test Ning Qi. Feng Litian didn't plan to let this matter go so easily. He really didn't care about a mere inner sect disciple. After all, the Feng family also had many disciples in high positions in the ancient star pavilion. There were at least 10 core disciples in the 7-star palaces, and even more core disciples. This is it. Ning Qi once again came to the front of the palace that was so magnificent that it looked sick. He smiled at a cultivator at the door and said, "Is Senior Marshal Brother Ma here?" "You, an outer sect disciple, want to see Senior Brother Ma?" The cultivator was startled. He was wearing green clothes and was an inner sect disciple. "Hurry up and send the message." Ning Qi's face turned cold, and the aura of the consummate Karma realm instantly swept out, directly suppressing the late Karma realm inner sect disciple and forcing him to take a few steps back. The inner sect disciple looked at Ning Qi with shock and anger. "It's you." Finally, a few breaths later, the inner disciple recognized Ning Qi. His eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but he turned around and left with a cold expression. Not long after, he appeared in front of Ning Qi again and said coldly, "Senior brother Ma wants to see you. Follow me." 10 minutes later, the inner court disciple stopped and pointed at a nearby house. "Senior brother Ma is inside." There was a faint smile on Ning Qi's face as he walked straight towards the house. However, he had only taken a few steps when the inner sect disciple who led the way spoke again. "Your name is Ning Qi, right? Even if your cultivation is high and your battle prowess is strong, an outer court disciple is still an outer court disciple. If it wasn't for Senior Brother Ma, just based on what you just did, I would have asked the elders to suppress you. Then you're very strong." Ning Qi stopped and let out a chuckle. He no longer paid attention to the inner sect disciple. Seeing that Ning Qi still didn't care about him, the inner sect disciple was very angry. However, due to the difference in strength between them and Ning Qi, and the fact that Ning Qi seemed to have a good relationship with Senior Brother Ma, he could only hide his anger in his heart. After entering the room, Senior Brother Ma, the nouveau riche, seemed to be studying something. He sat at the table and kept looking at a black object in his palm. When Ning Qi came in, he turned his palm over and put away the black object. Then he stood up and smiled at Ning Qi. "Little brother, you're finally willing to come out. If I hadn't asked Junior Sister Buhui, I would have thought you were no longer in the ancient star system pavilion." After a pause, before Ning Qi could speak, there was a flash of surprise in Senior Brother Ma's eyes. He looked at Ning Qi and said, "Rank 1 ancient star body." "Yes." Ning Qi smiled. His qi and blood were restrained. As long as he didn't make a move, no one would know how terrifying his power was hidden under his skin. "Not bad. First it was Junior Brother Amosia, and now it's you. As long as you report this matter, you can immediately become an inner sect disciple. If you reach the fate state in the future, it's not impossible for you to become a core disciple. Which star did you condense? If you don't mind, you can tell me about it. I'm quite familiar with the cultivation techniques in the sect, so I can introduce you to some cultivation techniques that are suitable for you. Senior Brother Ma smiled. It's an inconspicuous star. Don't mention it. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. How could there be a natal star between his eyebrows? If there really was one, it could only be that star giant. He wondered if Senior Brother Ma would faint from fright if he saw it. Since you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. You came here today because Junior Brother Mo Xie has something to tell you, right? He originally told me that he would be back within 10 years. If he doesn't come back, I'll let you stay here for the time being after you become an inner sect disciple. Senior Brother Ma smiled, but now that the time limit has passed, the origin essence stones he paid aren't enough. If you want to stay here with me, you'll have to pay another origin essence stone. Huh. Ning Qi was slightly stunned. He thought that Mo Xie would leave clues about his whereabouts with Senior Brother Ma. He didn't expect him to stay here. Why? You just came out of seclusion. So you probably don't know that Bai Xiaoqiu has ordered people to look for you and Mo Xie several times. He is a core disciple, and although the Bai family behind him is not comparable to a great emperor's family, they have a fifth step cultivator and are quite powerful in the Alcade Star Palace. However, if you refuse, you will inevitably offend him. If I come forward, it won't happen. Senior Brother Ma smiled. In other words, he was telling Ning Qi that the origin essence stones would not be spent in vain. Bai Xiaoqiu? Who is this? Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. In his heart, he thought that trouble would come knocking on his door even when he was in seclusion. However, he was not afraid of mere core disciples. Right now, unless it was a direct disciple or a rebirth realm expert, Ning Qi would be slightly afraid. Ordinary mandate realm. Even if it was the great perfection realm, he was not very afraid. Senior Brother Ma, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Sorry for disturbing you. Ning Qi cupped his hands and turned to leave. Chapter 3483. When they were about to reach the mission hall, Ning Qi's figure suddenly stopped. Like all the cultivators nearby, he stood in the air and looked in the same direction. In the northwest direction, about a dozen figures were flying through the air. The one in the lead was the smiling Jiang Tianshu, and behind him were all the core disciples of the Jade Light Star Palace. Although Jiang Tianshu's aura wasn't strong, it made all the cultivators present feel an indescribable pressure. This kind of pressure wouldn't be felt by a cultivator at the rebirth realm, but by a cultivator at the fifth step. Ning Qi looked at Jiang Tianshu, and just like everyone else, his expression didn't change. A few breaths later, Jiang Tianshu and the others disappeared from everyone's sight. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at Ning Qi and the others. On the contrary, one of the true disciples following behind him suddenly turned his head to look at Ning Qi when he was about to go far away. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Situ, what's wrong? Nothing. Situ Chongkong smiled and shook his head. He was shocked to see that Jiang Tianshu wasn't paying attention to him. Even Jiang Tianshu couldn't detect Ning Qi's aura. But the main reason was that Jiang Tianshu didn't bother to carefully investigate a Karma Realm cultivator. However, Situ Chongkong was different. His eyes were special, and they were especially sensitive to aura. Just a moment ago, he had clearly seen a scarlet, flame-like aura constantly churning and rising from Ning Qi's body. To reach such a level, this was at least a rank 6 ancient star body. However, even among the core disciples, not many had cultivated the ancient star body to such a level. Even he, a core disciple, was only about the same level as Ning Qi. This child is wearing a gray robe, so he should be an outer disciple. However, both his cultivation and physical body are far stronger than those at the same cultivation level. He is clearly being suppressed by someone. He looks a bit familiar. He should have appeared at the Battlestar Arena last time. Situ Changkong pondered for a moment before continuing to follow Zhang Tianshu to the Jade Light Star Palace Master's closed-door cultivation location. Today, they were all going to meet the Jade Light Star Palace Master. The main reason was that Zhang Tianshu needed an official identity. Because of this, the Palace Master had to personally make an appearance, and he had waited for a full 70 to 80 years before he had the opportunity today. Ningqi watched as Zhang Tianshu and the others left, then flew towards the quest hall expressionlessly. He knew that it wasn't that Zhang Tianshu didn't recognize him, but that he was like an elephant passing by an ant. Zhang Tianshu wouldn't even spare him a glance. If he was unlucky, he might even be accidentally trampled to death. Not long after, Ningqi arrived at the missions hall. The quest hall was a general name. In fact, this was an entire mountain range, and there were hundreds and thousands of buildings of various sizes that could be used to accept quests. Some of the buildings were grand and majestic, while others were simple and crude, and some only had a bamboo shed. The latter was basically set up by some outer sect disciples. The missions they issued were also simple, but the rewards were few. Their targets were basically Dao querying realm cultivators. Ningqi glanced at it and walked towards the largest building in the center. This building was the real mission hall, and it had the status of an official. Among the cultivators going in and out, most of them were gray-robed outer sect disciples like Ningqi. Occasionally, they would see some linen-robed servant disciples. Above them were inner sect disciples and core disciples, but there was not a single true disciple. Burning karma fruit. This was Ningqi's only goal, so he didn't look at the other missions. He had been looking for this keyword to see if there were any missions that rewarded the burning karma fruit. An hour later, Ningqi left the building. Another 4 hours passed. Ningqi's heart sank. He had walked through the entire mountain range, even those simple and crude places, but he hadn't found any missions that rewarded him with the burning karma fruit. It seemed like the value of the burning karma fruit was beyond his imagination. No wonder the true spirit had rewarded him with the burning karma fruit in the dark parliament. When it came to karma, he would have to wait for a day. The speed at which the karma state is tainted by karma is too fast. Even a coral will be tainted by karma. The longer I wait to reach the destiny state, the more burning karma fruits I'll need in the future. Thinking of this, Ningqi flew in the direction of the Hidden Star Palace without hesitation. He wanted to see if the Hidden Star Hall had any burning karma fruit to exchange for. Not long after, the Hidden Star Hall, Ningqi stood under a counter and looked at one of the empty boxes. He couldn't help but look at an old man in black who was looking at him coldly. This was a deacon elder. His cultivation was not high, only at the early destiny state. However, such elders were usually chosen from the inner sect disciples. They had no hope of breaking through to the destiny state, so they could only leave their disciple status and become elders. They lost most of their freedom in exchange for more cultivation resources to help them improve. Elder Hades. Ningqi glanced at the nameplate on the old man's chest and pointed at the empty box with a smile. "Can I exchange for the burning karma fruit here?" The words burning karma fruit were written below the box. Otherwise, Ningqi wouldn't have stopped there. However, the box was empty. He didn't know if the Hidden Star Hall had run out of stock or if they hadn't replenished it. That's right. There is indeed a burning karma fruit to exchange for here. However, there hasn't been any stock for more than 3,000 years. Even if there was stock, one burning karma fruit would cost 250,000 contribution points. Do you have the money? Moreover, only inner sect disciples are qualified to exchange for it. Elder Hades chuckled. His words were filled with ridicule. This was one of the few pleasures he had in his daily life, especially when he saw those outer sect disciples and even inner sect disciples standing in front of the things they wanted with faces full of desire, but their pockets were empty. He felt very comfortable. 250,000 contribution points? according to the exchange rate between contribution points and origin essence stones. This was equivalent to 100 million origin essence stones. A normal Karma Realm cultivator's net worth was in the tens of millions. Only a few could reach the 100 million level. Moreover, this was the price of one burning karma fruit. However, if one consumed a few more, the price would be even higher. Without a strong background, it was impossible for an ordinary Karma Realm cultivator to obtain the burning karma fruit. However, Ning Chi did not lack origin essence stones. However, the elder revealed a crucial piece of information. Only inner sect disciples were qualified to exchange for the burning karma fruit. Elder Hades, when will the next replenishment of the burning karma fruit be? Ning Chi smiled. There's no time. I don't think there will be any replenishment in the future. Something as valuable as the burning karma fruit shouldn't be placed in the hidden star hall. Otherwise, it would be very unfair to some cultivators who have the aptitude but no financial resources. Elder Hades sneered. As he spoke, a trace of resentment flashed across his eyes. No one knew what he had recalled. Chapter 3484. Hey, senior brother, please wait. As Ning Chi was walking towards the mission hall, a gray-robed outer sect disciple suddenly called out to him. Seeing Ning Chi stop, the outer sect disciple walked up to Ning Chi and sized him up. He said with satisfaction, "Senior brother, are you a Karma Realm cultivator?" "Yes." Ning Chi smiled. The other party was at the great perfection of the Tao querying realm. He did not know which outer sect disciple of Alcade Star Palace. Seeing Ning Chi nod in acknowledgement, the outer sect disciple's eyes flashed with joy. He looked around and whispered, "Since senior brother is a Karma Realm cultivator, you should know about the burning karma fruit." Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly. His divine sense had already sensed 4 pairs of eyes watching him, and the outer sect disciple in front of him. They were standing not far away and should be with the outer sect disciple in front of him. "Of course I know about the burning karma fruit." "What do you mean?" "Let's get straight to the point," Ning Chi said indifferently. "Senior brother, I am Zhou Yuancheng, a disciple of Astral 83. We have a mission, but the difficulty of this mission is beyond what an outer sect disciple can handle, so we would like to invite you to join us." Zhou Yuancheng whispered. "Haha, you can give me the burning karma fruit?" Ning Chi smiled. Zhou Yuancheng looked at Ning Chi calmly. "I can't guarantee it, but there is a certain chance that we will get a burning karma fruit. If senior brother agrees to complete this mission with us, the burning karma fruit will belong to senior brother, and the rest will belong to us." "Why me?" "There are countless Karma Realm cultivators in the inner sect. Wouldn't it be safer to invite an inner sect senior brother?" Ning Chi said indifferently. "Inner sect senior brothers." Zhou Yuancheng smiled, a smile that seemed to contain a trace of bitterness. He glanced left and right to make sure that no inner sect disciples were passing by, before he said in a low voice, "If the inner sect senior brothers find out about this, we will no longer have a share in this mission. So, they are indeed a little overbearing, but aren't they afraid that I will end up the same if I find out?" Ning Chi smiled. Zhou Yuancheng smiled. "Senior brother Ning will definitely not do this because we have interacted with senior brother Mo Xie before. Given his character, his friends will not be so overbearing." "It seems like you've already recognized who I am." Ning Chi smiled. "Let's find a place to talk." "This is not the place to talk." If they really had news about the burning karma fruit, Ning Chi didn't mind giving them a fortune. "We greet senior apprentice brother Ning." Zhou Yuancheng and the other 5 outer sect disciples cupped their hands and bowed respectfully to Ning Chi in a secluded stone room. After all, the scene of Ning Chi defeating Jiang Ziren with a single punch on the Star Battle Arena several decades ago had left a deep impression on them. Engraved. "Long story short, you do it." Ning Chi pointed at Zhou Yuancheng. Zhou Yuancheng nodded and explained the mission in an orderly manner. An hour later, Ning Qi was beginning to understand why Zhou Yuancheng had come to find him. It was because his strength was stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the Karma realm. And the mission they were going to do this time was extremely simple. The 5 Immortal Palace cultivators had a 30 to 40% chance of succeeding. However, there was a star demon at the consummate level of the Karma realm who had accidentally landed at the location of their mission. Therefore, they needed to find an expert who could contend against the star demon for at least an incense stick of time to help them complete the mission. The burning karma fruit that Zhou Yuanchou mentioned was only a guess. They had caught a glimpse of the star demon protecting a certain spirit fruit. As for whether it was the burning karma fruit, they were not very sure. But they guessed that it was because of that fruit that the star demon had landed here. After talking for so long, you guys are not sure whether it is the burning karma fruit or not. You guys will definitely make a profit from this deal, but I might lose everything? Ning Qi smiled. The few of them panicked and hurriedly looked towards Ning Qi. It was not easy to find a suitable expert to help them complete this mission. It would be fine if Ning Qi refused, but they were afraid that Ning Qi would spread the news. If that happened, this mission would be ruined. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning. To be honest, I am not sure how high the probability is, but I have seen the burning karma fruit once and understand its aura. There is at least a 30% chance that it is the burning karma fruit and is about to mature. Zhou Yuancheng cupped his hands together. Ning Qi pondered for a moment, then waved his hand under the nervous gazes of the 5. Fine, I will accompany you guys. If it is not the burning karma fruit, just treat it as a sightseeing trip. Can we set off now? Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, you agree? Zhou Yuancheng was slightly taken aback. Are we going or not? Ning Qi smiled. Go, let's go. The 6 gray-robed outer sect disciples didn't attract any attention when they left the ancient star system pavilion. Even some of the star demons they met on the way only looked at the 6 of them before going back to sleep and do whatever they needed to do. 10 days later, the speed of the 6 became slower and slower. Under Zhou Yuancheng's lead, Ning Qi and the others came to an extremely beautiful valley. As soon as he arrived, Ning Qi sensed an unusual aura. In the center of the valley, there was a towering tree. Its branches were like a waterfall, so dense that even sunlight couldn't penetrate it. Around the tree, there was a huge tree. The air around the tree was cool, and it was obviously not an ordinary object. The star demon you mentioned is in the tree, Ning Qi said indifferently. Oh. Zhou Yuancheng forced a smile. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, this tree is the star demon. This tree? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He used the system to check its attributes and found that it was indeed a star demon, similar to the demon devouring vine in the Chaoyin Pavilion. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, the task that we are going to do requires us to enter a cave. This cave should be in the middle of the valley, but now the entrance is blocked by this star demon. We are unable to enter it. If you can attract it for a period of time, I will if you can distract it for some time. We can enter and complete the mission, Zhou Yuancheng said in a low voice. How long do you need? Ning Qi said indifferently. 2 hours, preferably 4 hours. The longer the better. Zhou Yuancheng said. Yes, be prepared. Ning Qi chuckled, then clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely stepped into the air. After a few breaths, he approached the tree demon. The tree demon seemed to have sensed him, and its branches began to move even though there was no wind, as if it had entered some kind of defensive state. It seemed to be warning Ning Qi to leave. A good dog doesn't block the way. Can you move a little? Chapter 3485. The perfect Karma Realm Star Demon did not have much intelligence and could not immediately sense Ning Qi's aura. It was not something it could defend against, so it took the initiative to attack Ning Qi. Ning Qi did not move. Only when the branches appeared in front of him did he reach out and gently grab one of them. With a violent shake, a terrifying power surged from the branch and reached the tree demon's body. Then time seemed to stop. All the branches froze in midair. After a few breaths of time, starting from the top of the branches, they slowly collapsed, turning into ashes that fell to the ground. In less than a dozen breaths of time, the tree demon's branches were all destroyed. They were all destroyed, leaving only the bare trunks of the trees. The place where even sunlight couldn't shine was now empty and unobstructed. Everyone saw a strange fruit growing beside the roots of the tree demon. It's the burning karma fruit. Joy flashed in Zhou Yuancheng's eyes. The other four did not recognize the burning karma fruit, but from Zhou Yuancheng's words, they could already confirm that it was the burning karma fruit and breathed a sigh of relief. At least they had repaid Ning Qi's favor. At the same time, they were shocked by Ning Qi's methods. They were both at the perfect karma realm, but Ning Qi had only lightly stretched out his hand to severely injure the tree demon. Those branches were equivalent to its arms and had been completely destroyed. Its battle strength had dropped by at least 70 to 80%. Roar! A sinister face suddenly condensed on the tree trunk. It stared at Ning Qi with hatred and let out an angry roar. No matter how low its intelligence was, it could instinctively sense Ning Qi's strength. It was not something it could resist, but the burning karma fruit was still some time away from ripening. There was still some time before the fruit would ripen. Either he chose to stay and die, or he chose to escape this place. I'll give you one chance. Go. Ning Qi smiled. He had not killed the tree demon in his previous move. Otherwise, the tree demon's body would have been shattered by him, and it would not have the strength to let out such a roar. After considering for a few breaths of time, the tree demon reluctantly floated up from the ground. Its roots that were deep underground also emerged from the soil, revealing a deep, pitch-black hole and crisscrossing marks. Senior brother, the roar just now came from here. Isn't that the entrance to the underground cave? Why would a Karma Realm star demon appear here? It has already left. Look at the entrance. What fruit is that? Burning Karma fruit. It's definitely the burning Karma fruit. I've seen it in the hidden star palace of our Migra's palace. I didn't expect that this place would actually have the burning Karma fruit. The heavens are really helping me. Without waiting for Zhou Yuan and the others to be happy that the tree demon had left, another 7 or 8 figures arrived. These 7 or 8 people were all Karma stage cultivators and were dressed in the green robes of Migra's palace inner sect disciples. One of them was at the perfect Karma stage. The rest are all in the middle and late stages. Oh no, the movement made by the tree demon seems to have attracted people passing by here. Zhou Yuancheng's expression changed slightly. Those 7 or 8 people also saw Ning Qi's group. But when they realized that Ning Qi's group was just a gray-robed outer sect disciple, they didn't even bother to pay attention to them and directly landed at the entrance of the Yin Cave. The leading cultivator at the Great Circle of Karma Realm was extremely excited. His eyes were filled with greed as he looked at the burning karma fruit. He was just short of drooling. Senior Brother Wu, this karmic incineration fruit seems to still need a period of time before it truly matures. Let's stand on guard here so as to avoid being robbed midway. A Migra's palace inner sect disciple looked towards the perfect karma stage cultivator in a fawning manner. The perfect karma stage cultivator called Senior Brother would seem to have reached the 5th level of his basic cultivation technique. Not only had he formed his destiny star, he had also formed the 1st level of the immemorial star body like Xiong Lai and had a high chance of advancing to the core stage in the future. That's what I was thinking. Senior Brother Wu nodded with a faint smile. What are you guys doing here? One of them suddenly looked towards Ning Qi's group. When he discovered that Ning Qi's aura was different from ordinary outer sect disciples, a sliver of doubt flashed in his eyes. Senior brothers, we Zhou Yuan forced a smile and cupped his hands together as he subconsciously looked towards Ning Qi. I was the one who chased away that tree demon just now, so this burning karma fruit should also be mine. If there's nothing else, please return, said Ning Qi with a smile. What? Senior Brother Wu and the rest were slightly taken aback. They looked at each other before bursting into laughter, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. The laughter gradually stopped. One of them looked at Ning Qi and said with a smile, "You're an outer sect disciple of Alcade Star Palace, right? Although there's a rule of first come, first served, you're only an outer sect disciple, while we're inner sect disciples. You should know how big the gap in status is, right? Look, since you used some unknown method to chase away that tree demon and saved us a lot of effort, I'll let it go this time. You guys can leave." Leave? The corners of Senior Brother Wu's mouth curled into a mocking smile. If they leave and news of this spreads, it's inevitable that there will be core disciples who want this burning karma fruit. What should we do then? Senior Brother Wu is right. Junior Brother did not consider this thoroughly. I hope Senior Brother Wu does not blame me. The Migres Palace inner sect disciple hurriedly said in a low voice, "You guys don't leave for now. Go outside and help us guard. If anyone wants to enter the Een Cave, tell them that the Een Cave has been booked by the Immemorial Star Pavilion for this period of time and tell them to leave." Senior Brother Wu arrogantly pointed at Ning Qi and the others. Senior Brother Ning, why don't we let it go this time? They are inner sect disciples of Migra's palace. If we offend them, they will inevitably make things difficult for us. Zhou Yuanchong hesitated for a moment before sending a voice transmission to Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and then walked towards Senior Brother Wu. As he walked, a trace of karma force wrapped around his body and the image of the celestial palace appeared behind him. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was obvious. Senior Brother Wu was slightly startled, then revealed a hint of mockery in his eyes. A mere outer sect disciple dares to attack us. It seems that the cultivators of your Alcade Star Palace have become more and more courageous recently. Is it because your chief head disciple has been taken down? Is it because your chief head disciple has been taken down? There was a flash of anger in the eyes of Zhou Yuanchong and the others when they heard this. The matter of the Alcade Star Palace changing chief, head, disciple had already caused an uproar in the Immemorial Star Pavilion. For decades, this topic had not diminished. In many people's view, this was a sign that the Alcade Star Palace was weak. Otherwise, why would the chief head disciple give up his position to someone else without even making a move? Chapter 3486. The prison-suppressing immortal palace behind Ning Qi was only faintly discernible. Although its aura was terrifying, it was not enough to make the Migres Palace inner sect disciple feel fear. The other party had a faint smile on his face as he walked towards Ning Qi confidently. When he was about to get close to Ning Qi, he suddenly unleashed a technique. A vast amount of karmic force swept out from his body and condensed into a spear that glowed with a hazy golden light. It pierced towards Ning Qi like lightning. This spear was formed from the power of karma, and there were some special techniques on it. Even though Zhou Yuan and the others were standing far away, they could still feel their hearts palpitating in fear. If the target of this spear was them, even if they joined hands, it would be impossible for them to block it. They would be killed on the spot, and even the immortal palace would not be able to protect itself. In a flash, the spear had already appeared in front of Ning Qi, but Ning Qi did not move at all. Just as everyone was wondering whether Ning Qi had been scared silly, and the spear was about to pierce through Ning Qi's head, it had already landed between Ning Qi's eyebrows. Where? However, not only did the spear not pierce through Ning Qi's head, when it touched Ning Qi's eyebrows, it seemed to encounter an extremely terrifying recoil that spread from the tip of the spear to the body of the spear. In less than a breath's time, the previously majestic spear had already distorted. It fell to the ground, gradually turning into specks of starlight that scattered in the air. An extremely tiny white that appeared between Ning Chi's eyebrows. But in less than a breath's time, this white had already disappeared. The Migres Palace inner sect disciples' eyes bulged out, somewhat dumbfounded at this scene. Although he had not used his full strength, he had still used 70 to 80% of it. This attack was something that even an existence of the same cultivation level would not be able to easily block. The spear formed from the power of karma had not even pierced through Ning Chi's skin. Instead, it had been scattered by the opponent's recoil. How can this be? Zhou Yuancheng and the others looked at each other, unable to believe what they had just seen. If Ning Chi had used some kind of defensive technique to block his opponent's attack, it would be understandable, as it was within everyone's understanding of common sense. However, Ning Chi's attack had been blocked, but they were extremely certain that Ning Chi had not used any technique and had completely stood where he was. He had used his physical body to receive the opponent's attack, and had not moved in the slightest. Where did this kid come from? Senior Wu looked at Ning Chi in bewilderment. Without waiting for him to open his mouth to ask, the Migres Palace inner court disciple suddenly roared and attacked Ning Chi again. Impossible! Go to hell! Another spear. But this time, the spear condensed by the opponent with the power of cause and effect was 2 or 3 times larger than before. The misty golden light was also brighter and more dazzling. With an aura that was at least twice stronger than before, it stabbed toward Ning Chi's eyebrows. One breath later, the spear broke once again and fell to the ground, turning into motes of light that drifted into the air. But between Ning Chi's eyebrows, besides a small white that dissipated after a breath or two, there was no other damage. How could this be? The voice of the Migres Palace disciple became somewhat powerless, and a sliver of terror appeared in his eyes. Elder Brother Wu looked at Ning Chi with an incomparably serious expression. His lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. He suspected that Ning Chi was a core disciple of the Alcade Star Palace, and an extremely powerful one at that. Only someone with a rank 5 ancient star body could have such a powerful body. I don't believe it. This must be an illusion. The Migres Palace disciple suddenly let out an angry roar. 1 spear broke. 2 spears broke. 3 spears. Ning Chi didn't move, but stood where he was, allowing the opponent's spear to strike his vitals. He felt the power of the spear, and from the feedback his body gave him, he judged what level his body had reached. After breaking 70 or 80 spears, the guy seemed to have no strength left. He panted and placed his hands on his knees, looking at Ning Chi in disbelief. Continue, Ning Chi suddenly said. What? The Migres Palace inner disciple looked at Ning Chi in shock. Continue, Ning Chi said with a smile. No, I admit defeat. The opponent directly knelt on the ground with a thud. Just now he had been blinded by his anger, but now he had reacted. How was this an outer disciple? He was clearly a core disciple, and it was extremely possible that he was a true disciple. Elder brother, I was blind just now. Please forgive me. Get up. I'll let you continue. Ning Chi said with a smile. I wonder which elder brother is from the Alcade Star Palace? It was our fault for not recognizing senior brother's identity. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, since we're all cultivators of the ancient star system pavilion, please forgive us this once. Elder brother Wu suddenly said, You guys come at me together. Ning Chi said with a smile. What? Elder brother Wu was startled. Hit me. Ning Chi smiled. Everyone's expression suddenly became strange. What kind of request was this? Elder brother, we don't dare. Please don't make it difficult for us. If you guys don't make a move, then I will. Ning Chi said lightly. Senior Marshal Brother Wu's words were interrupted, and his expression changed a few times. He looked at the others and finally said in a low voice, Then I'll have to offend you. junior martial brother. He was afraid that Ning Qi's threat was real. With such a terrifying body, if he attacked, how powerful would it be? Even if they joined forces, they didn't have the confidence to resist. Since that was the case, they might as well follow Ning Qi's will. Perhaps they would be safe and return to the ancient Star Pavilion. Next, led by Elder Brother Wu and the others, the inner sect disciples of the Migra's palace continued to use various methods to bombard Ning Qi. From beginning to end, Ning Qi didn't make a move, but used his body to resist all kinds of attacks. Zhou Yuanchong and the others watched dumbfoundedly from the side. There were even some passing cultivators who only paused for a few breaths of time when they saw the scene, before turning around and leaving without a word. They didn't dare to stay for long, because they recognized the identity of Elder Brother Wu and the others. How strong was an existence that even several inner sect disciples of the ancient Star Pavilion couldn't defeat? Recklessly staying here would very likely invite a calamity upon themselves. Half an hour later, Elder Brother Wu panted. "Elder Brother, I'm out of strength. So weak." Ning Qi suddenly let out a sigh. Or rather, his body was too powerful. With a 6th rank ancient star body, he was completely immune to the attacks of Heaven's mandate realm existences. Unless the other party took out a grade 5 or even grade 6 natural spirit treasure, it might pose a threat to Ning Qi. But it wouldn't be of much use. Maybe the 9th rank ancient star body can even be immune to the attacks of rebirth state existences. This is a true body refining technique that won't be weaker than any other cultivation technique. Thinking of this, Ning Qi looked at Elder Brother Wu and the others and waved his hand. Get lost. Chapter 3487. Although Ning Qi had been called over by Zhou Yuan, they could never have imagined such an outcome. Even the combined might of the inner sect disciples of Migra's palace had been unable to harm Ning Qi at all. Wasn't such power a little too terrifying? This was much stronger than the strength Ning Qi had displayed on the Star Battle arena, let alone an outer sect disciple like Zhang Ziren. Even the top inner sect disciple might not be able to withstand one punch from Ning Qi. Senior Brother Ning will definitely be promoted to the inner sect. He might even be promoted to a core disciple. I must have a good relationship with him. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yuanchong hurriedly led his men to Ning Qi. "Senior brother, you're amazing," Zhou Yuan said with a fawning expression. "You're not going to do the mission?" Ning Qi smiled. "Yes." Everyone quickly returned to their senses and bowed to Ning Qi before entering the underground cave. After they left, Ning Qi's gaze fell on the Fun Karma fruit. Compared to the Fun Karma fruit given by Lord True Spirit in his spatial bag, this Fun Karma fruit was much more immature. The karmic fruit was much more unripe. It was obvious that it had not reached the age of maturity. Thus, Ning Qi chose to sit beside the Fun Karma fruit. He meditated and cultivated while waiting for the Fun Karma fruit to mature. But after a few days, another group of cultivators arrived. When they saw the Fun Karma fruit, their eyes lit up and they all looked over. They all looked at Ning Qi, who was sitting beside the Fun Karma fruit, a disciple of the ancient Star Pavilion. The symbol on Ning Qi's robe caused a hint of dread to appear in their eyes. In this world, the ancient star system pavilion was invincible. No matter which family or sect it was, they had to submit to the ancient star system pavilion, not to mention some rogue cultivators. Their backer was at most a master or an elder in their family. Although he's a disciple of the ancient star pavilion, he's wearing a gray robe and is only an outer sect disciple. He shouldn't be too strong. One person looked at Ning Qi and secretly transmitted his voice. Ning Qi's aura was very obscure. In their view, he was equivalent to the perfect Tao querying stage. Not only did his karma force not leak, but his physical strength was also undetectable. Why don't we try? We'll just beat him back. The ancient star pavilion can't cause trouble for us over such a small matter, right? That's right. We just need to repel him and not form a blood feud. However, if we kill him, as long as we don't leak the news, it won't be a problem. Only core disciples and direct disciples have their life tokens in the ancient star system pavilion. Let's use words first before taking action. Perhaps the other party will be sensible enough to leave after seeing our strength. Someone suggested. Everyone was quite satisfied with the suggestion, so they all landed in front of Ning Qi. Among them, the burly man with the most profound cultivation cleared his throat, cupped his hands, and said, "Sir, the burning karma fruit is mine. You guys should leave." Ning Qi opened his eyes and said, no one expected Ning Qi to be so overbearing. He was merely an outer sect disciple of the ancient star pavilion. Didn't he notice that they were all karma realm cultivators? Although there's the saying of first come, first served. Your strength is inferior to ours, so you should give up the burning karma fruit. However, I have a suggestion. The burning karma fruit is worth a lot, so why don't we each take a portion after we sell it? This way, it won't hurt our relationship. The burly man smiled and said. When the others saw this, they didn't have any objections. Giving Ning Qi an extra portion wouldn't be a loss for any of them, and they wouldn't offend the ancient star pavilion. This was obviously a perfect solution. You guys might have misunderstood something. This burning karma fruit is mine alone. If you don't leave now, then don't even think about leaving. Ning Qi faintly said, Are all the disciples of the ancient star pavilion so overbearing? Everyone's eyes were filled with anger. After looking at each other, they tacitly attacked. Bang, bang, bang. A few breaths later, the karma realm cultivators, led by the burly man, all knelt before Ning Qi. Their faces were swollen and some of their arms were broken. However, they didn't dare to use their spiritual energy to heal, so they all looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes. Too strong. They never would have thought that this person wouldn't reveal his cultivation at all and would only rely on his physical strength to suppress all of them with one punch. This was definitely an expert that had cultivated the ancient star body. The outside world didn't understand the strength of the ancient star pavilion and didn't know anything about the star maps. However, the words ancient star body were like thunder in the ears of the outside world. Even cultivators who focused on body refinement and made a name for themselves revealed a trace of envy when they talked about the ancient star body. This showed that the cultivators of the ancient star pavilion were at the peak of the god-gathering realm in terms of body refinement. You guys go guard outside. If anyone breaks in, tell them that the ancient star pavilion has taken over this place. Ning Qi smiled and said, You guys go guard outside. If anyone breaks in, tell them that the ancient star pavilion has taken over this place. Ning Qi smiled. After a pause, he said, Don't run or I'll kill you. Yes. The group of Karma Realm cultivators nodded with great difficulty. Then they looked at each other and soared into the sky, guarding the valley's perimeter. 10,000 curses ran through their minds. They had originally planned to take advantage of the situation, but they didn't expect to kick an iron plate. From today onwards, they would no longer underestimate any cultivator from the ancient star pavilion. 5 months had passed. During this time, many cultivators had come, but they were all at the Tao-seeking realm. There were even ancient transformation realm cultivators and second step cultivators. Their destination was the underground cave, and they didn't know that there was a burning karma fruit here. However, they were all stopped by the group of karma realm cultivators. They could only leave resentfully and wait for the blockade to end before doing the mission. 1 year later, Zhou Yuancheng and the others walked out of the underground cave, one after another. They all had happy expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they had successfully completed the mission. Senior Brother Ning, Zhou Yuancheng, and the others cupped their hands at Ning Qi. You finished the mission? Ning Qi opened his eyes and smiled. It's all thanks to Senior Brother Ning that we had the chance to complete this mission. Zhou Yuancheng nodded. Everyone's eyes revealed a trace of gratitude. If you're done, go guard the surroundings. I think the burning karma fruit should be ripe soon. It should be ready in 3 years. Ningqi smiled. Yes. 3 years was not even worth mentioning to cultivators. Zhou Yuancheng and the others did not hesitate at all and directly flew in all directions. In fact, they were extremely happy that Ningqi had asked them to help guard the place, because this was equivalent to having a closer relationship with him. If they were lucky, they could use Ningqi's name to do things in the future. When the group of Karma Realm cultivators saw the gray robes Zhou Yuancheng and the others were wearing, they couldn't help but shiver. Then they learned that Zhou Yuancheng and the others were also here to help guard the place and prevent other cultivators from entering. At the same time, Zhou Yuancheng and the others were a bit curious about the existence of this group of Karma Realm cultivators. After asking, they couldn't help but reveal a look of sympathy. What a joke! Even the inner sect disciples of the ancient Star Pavilion couldn't hurt Ningqi at all. Chapter 3488. 3 years later, the burning karma fruit was ripe. Ningqi picked it up with satisfaction and threw it into the space package. He now had 2 burning karma fruits. According to the Lord True Spirit, he would be able to cleanse his karma by eating 3 burning karma fruits. Then he would be qualified to reach the fate state. Zhou Yuancheng, let's go back, Ningqi said, and then left with Zhou Yuancheng and the others. The cultivators in the karma state who had been guarding around the valley for several years couldn't help but burst into tears. They said goodbye to each other excitedly and dispersed. They didn't want to stay there any longer. They were stunned. Soon, they returned to the ancient Star Pavilion. After arriving at the Alcade Star Palace, Zhou Yuancheng and the others looked at Ningqi hesitantly. Senior Brother Ning, what do you want to do? Well, goodbye. Ningqi waved his hand and turned into a stream of light, heading for the task hall. He already had 2 burning karma fruits. He had to find the 3rd one as soon as possible, and then return to the 5th district of the Dark Congress to ask Master True Spirit for a chance to reach the fate state. Junior Brother Ning? On the way to the task hall, a figure suddenly appeared and stopped Ningqi. It was Yi Buhui, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Hello, Senior Sister Yi. Ningqi smiled and cupped his hands. Yi Buhui looked Ningqi up and down, and her eyes became a little serious. I heard that you have condensed the ancient star body. What level are you at now? Heard? Senior brother Ma must have leaked it. Ningqi didn't need to think about it. Otherwise, how could Yi Buhui have heard it? I have reached the 2nd level, Ningqi said calmly. The 2nd level. Yi Buhui was shocked. As a core disciple, she had only reached the 4th level of the ancient star body. Ningqi, an outer disciple, had reached the 2nd level of the ancient star body without the help of various resources that had a magical effect on body refining. The star body was different from the one tested when he entered the sect. Doesn't he rely on the power of the stars to refine his body? Yi Buhui was a little suspicious. When Ningqi was cultivating the foundation cultivation technique, the speed at which he absorbed the power of the stars was extremely slow, barely reaching the passing standard. Logically speaking, it would take at least 2,000 to 3,000 years to reach the 5th level of the foundation cultivation technique. His energy was even lower. However, in less than 100 years, Ningqi had already condensed the natal star and the rank 2 ancient star body. If there was no secret, Yi Buhui would never believe it. Perhaps he consumed some kind of holy fruit. Senior sister, if there's nothing else, I would like to make a trip to the mission hall. Ningqi laughed. Yi Buhui woke up from his contemplation with a start. He looked at Ningqi with a complicated look in his eyes and suddenly said, Come with me. I have received a task and need the cooperation of several inner core disciples. I have selected 3 people and you are the 4th one. You are the fourth. With you around, this mission should be fine." "What mission?" Ning Chi was slightly stunned. His time was precious. If it wasn't a mission with a generous reward, Ning Chi would be at a loss if he went. "Just follow me." Yi Buhui frowned. "After you complete this mission, I will tell the higher-ups that your strength is enough to be promoted to an inner core disciple." "Thank you, senior sister." Ning Chi smiled and nodded. 10 minutes later, Ning Chi arrived at Yi Buhui's cave residence. Beside him stood 3 other inner disciples. Ning Chi actually knew all 3 of them. Zhang Jingtao, Fei Luo, and Xiong Lai stared at Ning Chi in disbelief. They didn't expect that Yi Buhui would allow an outer disciple like Ning Chi to participate in this mission, even though Ning Chi's strength was indeed sufficient. Although Ning Chi's strength was indeed enough, and even more than that, so it's junior brother Zhang, junior brother Fei Luo, junior brother Xiong Lai. Ning Chi greeted them with a smile. Junior brother? The eyelids of the 3 couldn't help but twitch a few times. The corners of their mouths twitched, revealing an extremely stiff smile. However, no one refuted. Ning Chi was a freak who had defeated Zhao Jin with 1 punch. His strength was already comparable to that of a core disciple. However, because of Zhao Jin's order to keep it a secret, all the cultivators present treated it as a secret. Not a single one of them leaked it out. Just thinking about offending a core disciple caused them to feel a chill run down their backs. Every 10 years, all the major sects and families have to send a few disciples to Lost City to inspect the forsaken land of the gods. They have to see if Lost City has fulfilled its duty and allowed the cultivators from the forsaken land of the gods to escape. At the same time, they have to see if they have used legal methods and have not interfered with the power struggles in the forsaken land of the gods. The order from the Holy Saint Council is for the ancient star system pavilion to send people to patrol, and then this task was assigned to the Alcade Star Palace. Normally, I should personally go, but I have other things to do, so I can only let the 4 of you go in my place. After the mission is over, you will all be rewarded. The mission will last for 10 years, and after 10 years, you will be able to return. After 10 years, you will be able to return. Yi Buhui explained the situation of the mission. Xiong Lai and the other 2 were very calm. In fact, this mission was to give them money. There was no risk at all. Instead, there was a lot of money. Only Ning Chi was startled. Go to the forsaken land of the gods? He had just escaped from that place for more than 100 years. Was he going back now? However, if he went back this time, he would have an official identity. His identity should be higher than that of the cleanup team. After all, they were going to inspect, a bit like imperial envoys. Senior sister, we have no problem, Xiong Lai said, but he secretly cursed in his heart. If Ning Chi did not go, they would be even more at home in this mission. Senior sister, I have a question. Ning Chi smiled. The 3 of them were slightly startled and looked at Ning Chi. Yi Buhui smiled. What is it? The forsaken land of the gods is a long way away. I'm afraid 10 years is not enough, Ning Chi said. Xiong Lai and the other 2 suddenly understood and looked at Yi Buhui. You don't have to worry about this. When the time comes, the chief senior brother will personally cast a spell and send you to the forsaken land of the gods. Yi Buhui smiled. Senior brother? Jiang Tianshu? Ning Chi's eyes became much more serious. Xiong Lai and the other 2 were a little excited. Being able to get close to Jiang Tianshu, they might have a chance to be noticed by him. Wouldn't that be like reaching the sky in a single step? Chapter 3489. Astral 93. Ning Chi returned to his room and took out the sky-moving treasured armor and the purple mask. The ancient star pavilion was actually a sect that focused on both internal and external cultivation. They even placed more importance on external cultivation. The external represented the physical body, and the sky-moving treasured armor was a primordial spiritual treasure that could enhance the physical body. Although its rank was not high, its effect was specific. It could enhance the physical strength of the body to a certain degree. After putting on the sky-moving treasured armor, the green and white armor automatically stuck to Ning Qi's body. Its size could be adjusted at will. Even if Ning Qi used the 8-9 mysteries and transformed into the ancient giant ape true body, it would not burst. Before this, Ning Qi only had a robe. He didn't even have a primordial spiritual treasure, but this time he had gained a lot of benefits. This 4th grade primordial spiritual treasure should be the advance payment from Yi Buhui. The increase in the strength of my physical body is not much. Perhaps it's because my physical body is already strong enough. Feeling the mighty physical strength in his body, Ning Qi found that after putting on the sky-moving treasured armor, the increase in physical strength was less than 1%. He smiled and put on the purple mask. Suddenly, an incomparably cool aura flowed from the purple mask into Ning Qi's sea of knowledge. At this moment, Ning Qi's mind was extremely clear. The purple mask not only had the ability to conceal aura like the blood puppet mask, but it also had the ability to resist illusions and poisonous fog. It could be considered an auxiliary primordial spiritual treasure. The next day, Ning Qi arrived at Yi Buhui's cave abode on time. Xiong Lai and the other 2 had already arrived. When Ning Qi arrived, Yi Buhui's cave abode slowly opened, and 2 figures walked out. The one in front was Yi Buhui. Half a step behind Yi Buhui was another female cultivator. She was wearing a green inner disciple robe. When Ning Qi saw this person, his face couldn't help but twitch under the purple mask. Lu Zhujun, dragon rider, cultivator of the cleansing team. Why was she here? Back then, this woman had taken Feng Yingqin and the other 2 to the abandoned land of the gods for a mission. Later, the 3 of them had died. She had wanted to take Ning Qi to Lost City to apologize to the elders of the Feng family, but Ning Qi had escaped. Ning Qi had thought that he would never have the chance to see this woman again. Who would have thought that they would meet in the Alcade Star Palace? Since everyone is here, let me introduce you. This is Lu Zhujun, your senior apprentice sister. She entered the sect much earlier than all of you. Her other identity is a dragon rider cultivator from the Lost Cities cleanup team. This time, she returned to the sect to handle some matters, and it just so happens that she is returning to the Lost City. Chung, let her lead the way for you. Yi Buhui said lightly. Greetings, senior sister Lu. Xiong Lai and the others smiled and cupped their fists. In reality, Xiong Lai was disdainful. Lu Zhujun's cultivation was very ordinary, much weaker than his. It was just that he had entered the sect earlier. Lu Zhujun is a disciple of the ancient Star Pavilion. Then Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He remembered that when Lu Zhujun was in the Chao Yin Pavilion, she and the Chao Yin Pavilion's pavilion master were junior sisters and senior sisters. In other words, the Chao Yin Pavilion's pavilion master was also a disciple of the ancient star system pavilion. Junior brothers, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Lu Zhujun smiled and said, Even though I am a bit older than you, my aptitude is inferior to yours. That is why I am heading to Lost City to serve as a dragon rider cultivator. Junior sister Lu, don't belittle yourself. It's almost time. Let's head to the main peak. Yi Buhui smiled. Then the 5 of them followed behind Yi Buhui and headed to the main peak of the Alcade Star Palace. That used to be Fei Xuanzi's cave abode, but now it was Jiang Tianshu's. Along the way, Ning Qi and Lu Zhujun were very close to each other, but she did not notice at all. She only occasionally glanced at Ning Qi and the others. Her attention was focused on the sky-moving armor and the purple light mask, and there seemed to be a trace of envy in the depths of her eyes. Half an hour later, the 5 of them landed at the foot of a mountain. Not far away, there were 2 towering, soaring dragon pillars. Behind them were layers upon layers of palaces and buildings. Before they had even reached the mountain, Ning Qi could already feel the dense, almost solidified spiritual qi. Cultivating on this mountain was probably more than 10 times faster than cultivating in the outer sect. Swoosh! A figure broke through the air and landed in front of them. This person was wearing a light golden robe, and a terrifying rebirth state aura surrounded him. He looked at them indifferently. Senior brother Situ. Yi Buhui cupped his fists and said, Xiong Lai, and the others hurriedly bowed. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. He had seen this person on the Immortals battle stage. His name was Situ Changkong, and he should be Fei Xuanzi's trusted aide. Senior brother Jiang told me to come and receive you. Follow me, Situ Changkong said indifferently. After he spoke, he turned around and left. The others hurriedly followed. He doesn't seem to be doing well here, Ning Qi muttered to himself. Otherwise, Jiang Tianshu could have just sent a core disciple to receive them. Why did he send a true disciple? Eldest senior brother, I've brought him. On the mountain peak, Situ Changkong bowed respectfully to a figure with his back facing the crowd. Ning Qi looked at this figure expressionlessly. He didn't know if Jiang Tianshu would recognize him. Logically speaking, Ning Qi should have tried his best to refuse this mission, but for some strange reason he chose to accept it, and he did so calmly. Coming to this place, perhaps it was his subconscious that refused to let him back down. Jiang Tianshu nodded calmly and slowly turned around. He was wearing a purple robe that fluttered in the cold wind on the mountain peak. He did not even look at Situ Changkong. With a gentle wave of his hand, a light blue door of light appeared in front of him. This method was similar to what the Secretary General of the Covenant of Darkness had used. Go in, Jiang Tianshu said indifferently. Yes. Yi Buhui nodded and glanced at Ning Qi and the others. Lu Zhujun was the first to enter the blue door of light, followed by Xiong Lai, Philo, and Zhang Jingtao. When Ning Qi entered, Jiang Tianshu's eyes flickered. Wait a moment, Jiang Tianshu said indifferently. Ning Qi turned around and looked at Jiang Tianshu. At this moment, he was ready to fight to the death. Jiang Tianshu sized Ning Qi up and nodded slowly. Not bad. Your qi and blood are strong. After the mission, report to me if you are interested. Yi Buhui was slightly stunned and looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. Ning Qi nodded. Thank you, senior brother. With that, he turned around and entered the blue door of light. After he entered, the blue door of light disappeared. Situ Changkong and Yi Buhui bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Why is the aura of this person so strange? After the two of them left, Jiang Tianshu suddenly frowned. However, he did not think too much about it. An outer disciple in the karma state was not worth his time. Chapter 3490. As soon as Ning Qi stepped out of the blue light door, he found himself at the outskirts of Chaofeng Market. Lu Zhujun and the others were already waiting for him. This is Chaofeng Market, not far from Lost City. Lu Zhujun smiled when she saw that everyone was present. Then please lead the way, senior sister Lu. Xiong Lai glanced at Ning Qi and saw that Ning Qi was looking around and didn't seem to have any intention to speak. Zhang Jingtao and Fei Luo's aptitude and cultivation were not as good as Xiong Lai's. If Ning Qi didn't participate in this mission, Xiong Lai would have been the leader. But now, even Xiong Lai had to respect Ning Qi. After all, Ning Qi was a monstrous existence that defeated a core disciple with a single punch. No matter how arrogant and unwilling he was, he had to admit that he was no match for Ning Qi. Okay, junior brothers, please follow me. Lu Zhujun nodded. Ning Qi walked at the back and didn't seem to fit in with the group. After noticing this scene, Lu Zhujun's eyes moved slightly, as if she was thinking about something. It seems that Jiang Tianshu's means are still lacking compared to the Secretary General. Ning Qi pondered in his heart. The Secretary General's method allowed them to accurately appear not far from the Greedy Wolf Realm's mission target, and that was crossing realms. However, Jiang Tianshu's method could only send them to Chaofeng Market, which was a teleportation array away from Lost City. The difference between them was a little big, although it was not very accurate to use this method to measure the strength between the two. If Jiang Tianshu could make them appear directly in Lost City, he would definitely not let them appear in Chaofeng Market. This could directly show that Jiang Tianshu was stronger. This showed that Jiang Tianshu was beyond his ability. Not long after, Lu Zhujun took the four of them to the teleportation array and arrived at Lost City. As soon as they arrived, Ning Qi saw many cultivators wearing blood puppet masks patrolling back and forth. Ning Qi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The last time he escaped from here, he was only at the Tao, querying Great Perfection Realm. Now he was at the Karma Great Perfection Realm, and his physical strength was equivalent to the Heaven's Mandate Great Perfection Realm. Without the means of the rebirth state, it would be difficult to injure him. His strength had increased by more than 10,000 times. He could easily kill someone like Lu Zhujun with one punch, and Commander Lu Yan, whom Lu Zhujun had respectfully faced before, was no match for Ning Qi. In less than 100 years, Ning Qi actually felt like he had returned home in glory. It was a pity that he could not take off his mask to disgust Lu Zhujun and the rest. If his identity was discovered, not only would the Lost City send rebirth realm experts to suppress him, but the Ancient Star Pavilion would also send true disciples and even elders to clean up the mess. Soon, Lu Zhujun sent Ning Qi and the others to the ferry. It was the entrance to the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and also the exit from the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Lu Zhujun gently waved his hand, and a ferryman came slowly with a boat. Then Lu Zhujun looked at Ning Qi and the other three, and said with a smile, "For junior brothers, I will leave you here. If you want to come back in the future, you only need to report your identity." "Many thanks, senior sister." Ning Qi and the other three cupped their hands. Xiong Lai's figure moved and boarded the ferry first, followed by Zhang Jingtao and Philo. The last to board was Ning Qi. When Ning Qi's feet landed on the deck, waves appeared around the ferry, and then the ferry moved at an extremely fast speed. Towards the fog in the distance. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhujun's face could not help but darken. A trace of fear could be seen on his usually calm face. He turned around and quickly left. 10 minutes later, Lu Zhujun saw Deputy Palace Master Shen Tuesday. The other party looked at Lu Zhujun and asked, "Did you get the Great Desolation Star?" "Vice Hall Master, my status is too lowly. I have tried everything, but I have not been able to enter the Star Pavilion. I have not even seen the shadow of the Great Desolation Star. Vice Hall Master, please give me some time." Lu Zhujun lowered his head and said with a trace of pleading in his tone, "Lu Zhujun, you rescued a lowly person from the God-forsaken land without permission. In the end, you failed in your duty and allowed the lowly person to escape. You have not been able to catch him until now. Over the years, the major sects have sent batch after batch of patrolling cultivators. If it wasn't for me concealing it for you, they already knew about this matter. I don't need to tell you what will happen to you, right?" Deputy Palace Master Shin Tu said indifferently. "Deputy Palace Master, I know that it is difficult to redeem myself. If there is a chance, I will definitely get the Great Desolation Star." Lu Zhujun's expression changed slightly as she said in a low voice, "You don't have much time left. I will give you another 100 years. If I don't see the Great Desolation Star, then you'll have to pay for all your previous mistakes." Deputy Palace Master Shen Tu said with a smile, "Deputy Palace Master, if I can be promoted to a core disciple, I will have the qualifications to enter the Star Pavilion. Perhaps I can complete your task faster." Lu Zhujun suddenly said, "Promoted to a core disciple? Although you've reached the 5th level of the Ancient Star Pavilion's basic cultivation method, you still haven't been able to condense your life star. Even if you reach the Fate realm in the future, you won't be able to become a core disciple." Elder Deacon Rin, you can stop trying to get the heavens mandate realm from me. I don't care what you do, even if you have to beg your master. You have to give me the Chaos Star. Deputy Palace Master Shin, too, said indifferently. Hearing this, Lu Zhujuan's expression turned ugly. After a few moments of silence, he nodded and left. Is this the forsaken land of the gods? All kinds of spiritual energy are indeed scarce. Cultivating here will yield half the results with twice the effort. Zhang Jingtao jumped off the ferry and stood by the lake to observe the surroundings. He couldn't help but ask, "Special Envoy, we should call this place the Untouchables Domain. The cultivators of the Untouchables Domain are all untouchables. It's already very good that there's spiritual energy for them to absorb." The ferryman, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. As he spoke, there was a flash of resentment in his eyes. Ningqi recognized this person. It seemed to be the guy who ferried for him and Lu Zhujun last time. I escaped later on. This guy shouldn't be having a good time. The corner of Ningqi's mouth slightly rose. That's right, this is indeed the Untouchables Domain. The Forsaken Land of the Gods is actually a name that the cultivators of the Untouchables Domain came up with. Philo said. Xiong Lai didn't speak and looked at Ningqi. Senior brother Ning, where do you think we should start? I suggest we spend 8 years here and use the remaining 2 years to patrol Lost City. In my opinion, why don't we split up? It'll be quite uncomfortable for you to stay with me, Ningqi said indifferently. The three's eyes suddenly lit up. They looked at each other and Xiong Lai whispered, Senior brother, we can't do that. Senior sister, ye told us to act together. Chapter 3491. If that's the case, Senior brother Ning, we'll say our goodbyes here for now. Xiong Lai clasped his fists. Zhang Jingtao and Fu Luo looked at Ningqi reluctantly. Senior brother, when will we gather here? According to what junior brother Xiong Lai said, from today onwards, we'll gather here 8 years later. Ningqi smiled. After exchanging a few more words, everyone went their separate ways. Xiong Lai's group flew for half a day. After confirming that Ningqi wasn't following them, they stopped and exchanged glances. Being able to split up with that guy this time is a good thing for us, Fu Luo said. Indeed, Zhang Jingtao nodded. As envoys, no matter if it's Lost City or the Forsaken Land of the Gods, there's no reason for them not to pay tribute to us. If we were to work together with him, we wouldn't even get to eat the leftovers. Since he's so tactful, I won't say anything else. Did you two do your homework before coming? Xiong Lai's lips curled upwards. Of course. Let's follow the order of envoys from the other sects and head to the nearest sect first. Zhang Jingtao smiled as a hint of greed flashed across his eyes. It was obvious that he already knew how to profit from this mission. At the same time, the direction Ningqi was heading towards was the Chao Yin Pavilion. The pavilion master of the Chao Yin Pavilion had given him the Titan vermilion fruit before, so he needed to repay this favor. A dozen days later, Ningqi's eyes suddenly flickered as he hid in the void of space. In front of him, 2 groups of people were facing each other in the air. Elder Dong Yen, don't try to run anymore. With Sect Master Lin here, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Why don't you kneel and surrender? Once I knock that old witch off her pavilion master position, I'll let you be my Tao companion. What do you say? The one speaking was Elder Qiu Chongsheng of the Chao Yin Pavilion. His son Qiu, Yuanqing, and a few disciples of the direct line of descent were standing behind him. Not far away, a middle-aged man wearing a scholarly robe stood next to him with his hands behind his back. His body emanated the aura of the Karma Realm middle stage, making him the strongest person present. On Elder Dongyan's side, other than her, who was a cultivator from the Immortal Palace, the others were at the early stage to the late stage of the Tao Querying Realm. At this moment, all of them were glaring at Qiu Chongsheng furiously. Boulder Roya was among them. He was already a late-stage Dao querying cultivator. Qiu Changsheng, as an elder of the Chao Yin Pavilion, you're colluding with the bone-melting sect of the Yao race to overthrow the Chao Yin Pavilion? Not only did he betray the sect, but he also betrayed the human race. Do you know how severe the punishment you will receive from the pavilion master? Dong Yen said in a deep voice, "What a joke! What is that old witch in front of sect leader Lin? She stripped my son of the golden dragon fruit for a mere newly promoted elder. When did she ever put me in her eyes? Since the old witch looks down on me, why should I work for her? Elder Dong Yen, you are a smart man. Do you know that a wise man submits to circumstances?" Qiu Changsheng sneered. Qiu Yuanqing, who was behind him, was also sneering. A hint of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Dong Yen. "Changsheng, it's just a woman. After I kill the pavilion master of the Chao Yin Pavilion, I'll give you as many women as she is." The middle-aged man in the scholar's robe said indifferently. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his pupils were different from those of humans. They were triangular, and as he spoke, they were constantly moving. It was very strange. "Sect leader Lin, since you've said so, I won't force her. Please, sect leader Lin, kill this woman." Qiu Changxing put on a respectful expression as he cupped his fists. Sect leader Lin nodded indifferently, then reached out to grab Elder Dong Yen. A power that far surpassed the power of the immortal palace instantly wrapped around Elder Dong Yen. She couldn't move, and there seemed to be something in the shape of a fruit between her eyebrows, condensing. The forsaken land of the gods was not recognized by the Holy Assembly, so it was impossible for them to pass the heavenly tribulation. Karma state cultivators were not afraid of being contaminated by karma. They never thought that they could reach the heavens mandate state. Most of them liked to devour the karma of others to strengthen themselves. Elder Dong Yen. A look of anxiousness flashed through the giant rock Noah's eyes. He instinctively punched out, wanting to break through the karma power of Sect Master Lin. However, his strength was like a speck of dust in the face of this karma power, disappearing instantly without a single ripple. He couldn't even hit it out. The rest of the disciples of the Chao Yin Pavilion made their moves too. In Qiu Changxing's eyes, the scene was nothing but a joke. "Rise!" Sect leader Lin hollered. In the next moment, a purple fruit appeared between Elder Dong Yen's eyebrows. A hint of a smile flashed across Sect Master Lin's eyes. Just as he was about to make his next move, a hand gently landed on the purple fruit and pushed it back. At the same time, Sect leader Lin's karmic power around Elder Dong Yen was also dispersed. Heft! Sect Master Lin suffered quite a bit of backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at the white-armored, purple-masked guy in shock and anger. Elder Dong Yen instantly felt like she had regained control of her body. She hurriedly clasped her hands at Ning Qi and bowed. "Thank you for your help, Senior." She knew that if Ning Qi hadn't suddenly appeared, her karma would have been devoured by him. That way, even if her immortal palace wasn't destroyed and her Yuanshan wasn't destroyed, she would have lost all her karma and been erased from this world. She wouldn't even have a chance to reincarnate. Her traces still existed. Thinking up to this point, Dong Yen felt a lingering fear in her heart. She was even more grateful for Ning Qi's appearance. "Thank you, Senior." The giant rock Noah and the others were startled, but they immediately reacted and clasped their hands in gratitude. "Who is he?" The eyes of Qiu Changxing and the others flickered with uncertainty. Their expressions gradually became solemn. "Who are you? Why are you interfering in the matter between the bone-melting sect and the Chao Yin Pavilion?" Sect Master Lin asked with an ugly expression. "You don't have the right to know who I am." Ning Qi said indifferently. He paused for a moment and glanced at Qiu Changsheng and the others. "Kneel." The aura of someone at the peak of the karma state swept out as he said that. Qiu Changsheng and the others didn't have time to react. They all fell to the ground and knelt down with their knees deeply planted into the ground. Only Sect Master Lin, who was at the mid-stage of the karma state, was struggling to resist Ning Qi's terrifying aura. He only landed on the ground without kneeling. Who are you? The bone-melting sect is backed by the Sky Beast Pavilion. The Sky Beast Venerable is at the peak of the Fate State. You. Shut up. Chapter 3492. After that palm, Ning Qi didn't stop. He landed another palm on Sect Leader Lin's broken body. This palm caused him to turn into dust without leaving a single trace. However, Ning Qi didn't use his karmic power, so he couldn't destroy the sect head's palace. He would be able to reform his body after a while, but his strength would drop by at least a small realm. So strong, Dong Yan and the others stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. The sect head of the Bone Transformation Sect was at the mid-stage of the Karma realm. To be able to destroy his body with a single punch, one would need to be at the Fate State. Senior, spare me. Spare me. Qiu Changsheng immediately begged for mercy, his face full of fear. The cultivators he'd brought with him were trembling, and the most unbearable was his son, Qiu Yuanqing. He'd just been lusting after Dong Yan's beauty, and now he'd witnessed sect head Lin's tragic death. He was so scared that he pissed himself. A putrid stench wafted from his body, causing many to frown. What a coward. He pissed himself just like us. He's a disciple of the Chao Yin Pavilion. He's a disgrace to the Chao Yin Pavilion. Noah couldn't help but curse. As a human, you joined forces with the Yao clan against your own people. I don't think there's any need for you to continue living. Ning Qi looked at Qiu Changsheng. The mask was as smooth as glass and shrouded in a faint purple light. No one could see Ning Qi's expression, but from his words, Qiu Changsheng could hear the toll of his own death. Explode! Qiu Changsheng suddenly roared. His body bulged, planning to self-destruct. But just as he was about to do so, Ning Qi's karmic power landed on his body. Qiu Changsheng watched in shock as his body recovered at a visible rate. His opponent didn't even give him a chance to self-destruct. Senior. Qiu Changsheng let out a low roar of despair. He looked at Ning Qi with incomparable sorrow. If a cultivator who didn't know what was going on saw him, they would feel a trace of compassion. However, Ning Qi didn't feel anything. He walked in front of Qiu Changsheng and gently placed his palm on Qiu Changsheng's head. With a slight shake, Qiu Changsheng's eyes lost their color and turned gray. His body started to scatter like stars. At the same time, the crowd also saw countless threads appearing in the air. At the end of the threads, there was an indistinct celestial palace. The threads were also dissipating, extending to the celestial palace. A few breaths later, Qiu Changsheng's physical body and the immortal palace dissipated at the same time. The primordial spirit hiding in the immortal palace naturally had no reason to be spared. When Qiu Yuanqing saw this scene, he stared straight at Ning Qi as if he was scared silly. Qiu Changsheng's direct descendants were at a loss. Even an immortal palace cultivator like Qiu Changsheng had died. How could they possibly survive? Senior, this has nothing to do with me. It was my father who insisted on colluding with the demon race. I had already advised him, but he was very stubborn and did not listen to me at all. I hope that Senior will not harm the innocent. Qiu Yuanqing looked at Ning Qi with his last shred of hope. Dong Yan and the others were slightly taken aback. After hearing this, they finally saw Qiu Yuanqing's bottom line. This was a guy with no bottom line. You are worse than a pig or a dog. Ning Qi looked at Qiu Yuanqing and said lightly. With that, he did not wait for Qiu Yuanqing to open his mouth to beg for mercy. He directly slapped Qiu Yuanqing's body, destroying his physical body. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed at the void. There was a loud rumble, and a half-tall second-grade celestial palace was pulled out of the void by Ning Qi. Then, Everyone saw Ning Qi slap the celestial palace, and Qiu Yuanqing's celestial palace immediately shattered. In less than 2 breaths of time, it completely dissipated into the void. Qiu Yuanqing's primordial spirit, which was trembling inside the celestial palace and looking at Ning Qi in horror. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Qiu Yuanqing's primordial spirit screamed and turned to flee. From the moment he was born until now, he had never experienced such terror. The other party actually intended to capture him alive? Wasn't this even more terrifying than death? There was no need to think about it. He knew what kind of torture he would suffer after being captured alive. Therefore, Qiu Yuanqing was willing to exhaust 90% of his primordial spirit's power to escape from this place. His primordial spirit continued to dissipate, but the speed at which he was fleeing was constantly increasing. He should have escaped. After a while, Qiu Yuanqing turned around with some resentment. In the end, he had only turned halfway when he saw a huge palm rising up from below. The palm squeezed tightly, and the next moment, Qiu Yuanqing found himself once again seeing Ning Qi, Dong Yan, and the others. As for himself, he was being held by Ning Qi's palm. The power of karma suppressed him, making him unable to move. "Senior, don't!" Qiu Yuanqing looked at Ning Qi in despair and let out a roar that came from the depths of his heart. He did not know why Ning Qi wanted to capture him alive. It was precisely this unknown that was even more terrifying. Ning Qi casually grabbed a stone and slapped Qiu Yuanqing's primordial spirit into it. Then, he gently threw it on the ground. With a step, the stone sank hundreds of feet into the ground. It was basically impossible for Qiu Yuanqing to see the light of day again in the future. For the endless years to come, he would have to endure endless loneliness in this stone. "Senior, leave these guys to me. Sorry for troubling you." When Dong Yan saw Ning Qi looking at the group of cultivators brought by Qiu Changsheng, she hurriedly took a step forward and said respectfully. Ning Qi looked at Dong Yan with a smile that was not a smile. Dong Yan did not know what Ning Qi's expression was, so she looked a little nervous. "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "Thank you, Senior." Dong Yan was overjoyed. Then, when he looked at the group of cultivators, his expression had already become incomparably sinister. He walked towards them step by step. The group of cultivators held miserably for a full 10 minutes before they were all killed by Dong Yan. After everything was done, the Chaoyin cultivators led by Dong Yan left. The cultivators of the pavilion all bowed to Ning Qi. "Many thanks for Senior's help. We will never forget your great kindness." "I was just passing by." Ning Qi smiled. "Oh no, giant rock," Noah suddenly exclaimed. "The bone-melting sect might already be attacking our Chaoyin pavilion." "That's right. The bone-melting sect has suddenly made a move this time, so they're definitely not the only one. It's very likely that they've joined forces with other sects that once had a grudge against the Chaoyin pavilion. They're currently attacking our sect. We need to return immediately." Dong Yan also realized. Just as she was about to bid farewell to Ning Qi smiled and said, "I'll come with you to watch the show." Watch the show? Chapter 3493. With Ning Qi accompanying them, Dong Yan and the others gradually calmed down. None of them spoke as they headed toward the Chaoyin pavilion. However, they were curious about one thing: Ning Qi's identity. From Ning Qi's scolding of Qiu Changsheng, they could conclude that this senior was definitely a human. Apart from that, they really wanted to know what kind of face Ning Qi had under his mask. Elder Dong Yan would sneak a peek at Ning Qi from time to time before immediately withdrawing his gaze, as if he was a thief, afraid that Ning Qi would notice him. "Do you think this senior is an elder of a sect that is on good terms with our Chaoyin pavilion?" "Doesn't seem like it. He's wearing white armor and a purple mask. I don't think I've seen this senior before. His attire reminds me of someone." "Who is it?" "A cultivator from the cleansing team." "A cultivator from the cleansing team?" Several of the cultivators who were communicating through voice transmissions glanced at each other in shock. When they looked at Ning Qi again, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. The cultivators of the forsaken land of the gods were like prisoners in front of the cultivators of the cleansing team. Prison guards, fortunately, Ning Qi had saved them from certain death as soon as he appeared without showing any ill intent. This made them feel slightly more at ease. Chao Yin Pavilion. Elder Wan of the Hall of Enforcement, Elder Heling of the Hall of Inheritance, and Elder Liu of the Hall of Mission were standing in the air around the pavilion master of Chao Yin Pavilion with their disciples. They looked at the group of Yao cultivators surrounding them with solemn expressions. The pavilion master of Chao Yin Pavilion was still sitting on her rattan chair. Peach blossoms continuously appeared and fell from the sky. Each peach blossom was condensed from the karmic energy of the pavilion master. Therefore, the Yao cultivators who hadn't reached the karmic realm didn't dare to take a single step forward. They were extremely fearful of these peach blossoms. In front of the master of the Chao Yin Pavilion stood a small giant that was around 7 to 8 meters tall. This giant's appearance was extremely strange. His entire face was filled with countless pairs of eyes. Some of these eyes were big and some were small, causing one's hair to stand on end just by looking at them. Some of the female disciples didn't even dare to look at his face. This giant was the leader of the battle hall of the Sky Beast Pavilion. He was at the advanced stage of the Karma realm, one stage higher than the leader of the Chao Yin Pavilion. The mace he carried on his shoulder was a 4th grade connate spiritual treasure and was equally powerful. Thousand-Eye True Monarch, my Chao Yin Pavilion has never had any grudges with your Sky Beast Pavilion. Why are you helping the bone-melting sect to attack my Chao Yin Pavilion? The Chao Yin Pavilion master calmly said, Hee, Peach Blossom Fairy, you've misunderstood something. This time, it was not the Sky Demon Pavilion that took action. Instead, I owe the Bone Metamorphosis sect a favor. Now I have to repay this favor, so I had no choice but to take action. However, I do not wish to fight to the death with you. However, if you surrender, we won't have to hurt our friendship. Perfected Lord Thousand Eyes smirked. His voice came from his abdomen. As he spoke, the 1,000 pairs of eyes on his face blinked continuously. Surrender? The leader of the Chao Yin Pavilion smiled. You know that's impossible. Since you insist on helping the Bone Metamorphosis sect to attack my Chao Yin Pavilion, then let me see just how strong you are. As he spoke, an immortal palace suddenly appeared behind the leader of the Chao Yin Pavilion. The palace looked like a paradise, but the most eye-catching thing about it was the giant peach blossom tree in front of the palace. Karma Realm Middle Stage? Perfected Lord Thousand Eyes was slightly surprised. The outside world says that you're only at the early stage of the Karma Realm, but you've already reached the middle stage. If the Bone Metamorphosis sect didn't ask for my help, they would have lost quite a lot of people this time. Pausing, Perfected Lord Thousand Eyes' lips curled into a vicious smile. Even so, how can you be my opponent? The battle between 2 Karma Realm cultivators covered a wide area, so the Perfected Lord Thousand Eyes and the leader of the Chao Yin Pavilion had tacitly pulled the battlefield apart. This time, the cultivators of the Bone Metamorphosis sect immediately charged forward and engaged in battle with the cultivators of the Chao Yin Pavilion. A few days later, the ocean around Chao Yin Island was affected by the shock waves of the battle and turned into layers upon layers of tsunamis. The waves surged violently as if the ocean itself was boiling. There were quite a few human kingdoms on Chao Yin Island, and most of them were civilians without any cultivation. They were also affected by the battle and suffered countless casualties. Bang! A loud sound came from the sky. Wan Wen and the other elders' expressions changed as a bad feeling rose in their hearts. Sure enough, in the next second, the rattan chair descended from the sky and appeared in front of them. Sitting on the chair, the leader of the Chow In Pavilion, had blood dripping down from the corner of her mouth. Her face was pale. On the chair, there was a mark left by a mace. The immortal palace behind her had many cracks on it. It was obvious that she had suffered quite a bit of internal damage during the battle with perfected Lord Thousand Eyes. Ha ha ha! Peach Blossom Fairy, how's the power of my mace? I really don't want to use it to smash your face. Just give up. Perfected Lord Thousand Eyes carried the mace and slowly descended. The cultivators of the Chow In Pavilion all gathered around the leader, looking at the endless stream of cultivators from the bone-melting sect. A trace of despair flashed across their eyes. Leader, you should leave first. Don't worry about us. Elder Wanwen suddenly sent a message. In this situation, if the leader of the Chow In Pavilion wanted to leave, she could. It was almost impossible for a perfected Lord Thousand Eyes to kill the leader of the Chow In Pavilion. However, if she were to leave, the Chow In Pavilion would definitely be destroyed. Leave, that's true. The leader of the Chow In Pavilion nodded and waved her hand. A sea of peach blossoms suddenly appeared under the feet of Elder Wanwen and the others and enveloped them. I'll stay here to stop them. You all leave first and go to the other human sections. The leader of the Chow In Pavilion said calmly. Leader? The cultivators of the Chow In Pavilion stared at this scene in disbelief. Could it be that the leader of the Chow In Pavilion wanted someone to stay behind to cover their retreat? Peach Blossom Fairy, you're thinking too much. Do you think they can leave? Perfected Lord Thousand Eyes' expression turned cold. I can stall you, but they don't even dare to touch my karmic force. So, do you think they can leave? The leader of the Chow In Pavilion looked at perfected Lord Thousand Eyes mockingly. Leader, we're not leaving. Let us stay. Wan Wen's eyes turned slightly red. A hint of battle intent appeared in her eyes. That's right. We're not leaving. We'll fight the bone-melting sect to the death. Chapter 3494. Thousand Eye Supreme. Those are the cultivators of the Chow In Pavilion. An elder of the Bone Transformation sect immediately said when he saw Dong Yen, even cultivators of the Chow In Pavilion are courting death at a time like this. How interesting. Thousand Eye Supreme let out a strange laugh. It's Elder Dong Yen and the others isn't returning to the sect like sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Sigh. Wanwen exchanged glances with He Ling and the others and sighed in their hearts. You won't be able to protect these guys, right? I'll kill them first and see how you feel. Thousand Eye Supreme let out a laugh and grabbed at Dong Yen and the others. The pavilion master of the Chow In Pavilion was startled. It was too late for her to do anything. Thousand Eye Supreme was even closer to Dong Yen and the others. The giant hand formed by the power of karma descended upon Elder Dong Yen and the others. However, there was no sign of fear on their faces. Instead, they stared at Thousand Eye Supreme with a strange expression. This was because the range of the enemy's attack also enveloped the mysterious senior who had saved them. Just as the gigantic hand was about to land, Ning Qi threw a gentle punch, and the gigantic hand immediately vanished into thin air. The Thousand-Eye Perfected Lord could not help but be slightly startled when he saw that. He instinctively looked at Ning Qi. Who was that? He was able to defeat Thousand-Eye Supreme's attack with a single move. He must be a cultivator of the Karma realm. Wan Wen and the others looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Ning Qi was wearing the mountain-moving armor and a mask of violet light. His current attire was very mysterious in everyone's eyes. That was especially so after he defeated True Monarch Thousand Eyes' attack with a single strike. The pavilion master of the Chow In Pavilion's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. She then glanced at Dong Yen and the others, as if she had noticed something from their expressions. Could this be the reinforcement that Elder Dong Yen has called for? That's right. That must be it. Great. If this senior were to team up with the pavilion master, they would surely be able to defeat Thousand Eye Supreme. The cultivators of the Chao In Pavilion who were in despair suddenly felt a hint of hope and stared at Ning Qi excitedly. "Who are you?" Thousand Eye Supreme glared at Ning Qi and said in a sinister tone, "All of you kneel." Ning Qi said calmly, "Kneel?" The Bone Transformation sect cultivators were immediately filled with question marks. What was going on? As soon as the other party arrived, he ordered them to kneel. The 1,000 pairs of eyes on true monarch Thousand Eyes' face kept flickering. He was at the late stage of Karma Realm and was extremely sensitive to the aura of a perfected Karma Realm cultivator. From the moment Ning Qi attacked, he couldn't tell what level Ning Qi's cultivation had reached. However, there was a high chance that the other party was a cultivator at the consummate realm of karma. I only agreed to help out once to repay the debt I owed to the Bone Metamorphosis sect master. I've already helped out, so I've already repaid the debt. If you want to come to the Chao In Pavilion to help, there's no need. I'll be leaving now. True Monarch Thousand Eyes' expression changed a few times before he smiled. Thousand Eye Immortal. The group of Bone Transformation sect cultivators stared at him, dumbfounded. If he left, what would they do? How could a few Immortal Palace cultivators and a group of Tao Querying Realm cultivators resist 2 Karma Realm cultivators? Even if they wanted to leave, they had to wait for their sect master to arrive first. The Thousand Eyes Immortal cupped his hands toward Ning Qi and was about to leave. Ning Qi looked at him without saying a word. The moment he was about to leave, the Thousand Eyes Immortal suddenly turned around, and the 1,000 eyes on his face shot out 1,000 beams of light. These beams of light gathered together and shot toward Ning Qi with an aura that could annihilate everything. "Be careful!" The master of the Chao In Pavilion yelled with a serious expression. The 1,000 Eye True Lord's true body is the 1,000 Eye Centipede. This is his natural ability, the Eye of Stealing Heaven. It has miraculous effects on the physical body. Don't touch it. How despicable! The cultivators of the Chao In Pavilion cursed. On the other hand, the cultivators of the Bone Transformation sect were overjoyed. They had thought that the 1,000 Eye True Lord had given up on them. They never thought that things would take a turn for the better. They knew about the 1,000 Eye True Lord's heaven-seizing eyes. There was once a Heaven's Mandate realm body cultivator who was defeated by the 1,000 Eye True Lord. The monarch's heaven-stealing eye was destroyed. Although this kind of mystique had ordinary internal power, it had a kind of annihilating and melting effect on the corporeal body. Miraculous effect on the physical body? When Ning Qi heard this, he put down his palm again and then let the sky-stealing eye hit him without moving. The 1,000 Eye True Lord laughed out loud. "So what if you're at the peak of the Karma Realm? You'll still have to go back and form a new body." Ha ha ha. A few moments later, he felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Why was it so quiet? The 1,000 Eye True Lord lowered his head and looked at Ning Qi, only to find that Ning Qi was standing there unscathed. His heaven-stealing eye had disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? The 1,000 Eye True Lord was speechless. Even the pavilion master of the Chao In Pavilion was dumbstruck as she stared at Ning Qi. Her gorgeous face was filled with astonishment. "Who are you?" The 1,000 Eye True Lord's voice was a bit hoarse and his expression was bitter. Wouldn't it have been better if he had just left? Why did he fight back? The fact that the opponent was able to resist his natural ability meant that the opponent's strength wasn't at the Karma Realm, but the Heaven's Mandate Realm. This is your innate divine ability? It's still a bit weak. Ning Qi patted his chest with the back of his hand to get rid of the dust and looked at the 1,000 Eye True Lord. Thump! The 1,000 Eye True Lord knelt on the ground without hesitation. He didn't dare to test Ning Qi's strength anymore. He had fought countless battles of life and death to reach his current level. His experience told him that it was pointless to do anything now. The only way to survive was to beg for mercy. The cultivators of the bone-melting sect stood there, dumbfounded. They watched their strongest cultivator kneel on the ground. After a few moments of hesitation, they followed suit. The bone-melting sect's plan against the Chow Yin Pavilion had failed. "You're from the Sky Beast Pavilion, right?" Ning Chi looked at the Thousand-Eyed True Lord. Yes. The Thousand-Eyed True Lord was hopeful. He might be able to survive if the opponent was afraid of the master of the Sky Beast Pavilion. "Your master is at the peak of the Fate Realm?" Ning Chi asked again. "Yes." The Thousand-Eyed True Lord was even more excited. "If I kill you just like that, he will have to come here. Why don't I just kill him once and for all?" Ning Chi murmured to himself and looked at the Thousand-Eyed True Lord. "You must have a way to send a message, right? Call your master over, let's have a chat." Dong Yen, Wan Wen, the master of the Chow Yin Pavilion. Everyone looked at Ning Chi in shock. "Call the Sky Beast Pavilion's Fate Realm cultivator over for a chat? What's going on? Senior, are you serious?" The Thousand-Eyed True Lord was afraid that Ning Chi was messing with him, so he didn't dare to send a message. "Of course." Ning Chi smiled. Chapter 3495. The wait for the Sky Demon Pavilion's Pavilion Master was very long for everyone. The Chow Yin Pavilion was worried that the arrival of the Sky Demon Pavilion's Pavilion Master would turn the situation around. However, since Ning Chi wasn't leaving, they were too embarrassed to leave. The bone-melting sect and Thousand-Eyed True Lord's feelings were completely different from the Chow Yin Pavilion's. However, their expectations were the same, and they vaguely felt that something was wrong. "Senior, let me introduce you. This is our Chow Yin Pavilion's Pavilion Master." Dong Yen introduced. "Hello, Pavilion Master." Ning Chi smiled. The Chow Yin Pavilion's Pavilion Master was startled. She said with embarrassment, "Senior can just call me Peach Blossom." "Peach Blossom?" Ning Chi's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. However, under the cover of the purple mask, no one noticed that Ning Chi was trying to hold back his laughter. "And then I'll call you Peach Blossom." Ning Chi smiled. "I can see that your cultivation method seems to be from the Ancient Star Pavilion. Were you a cultivator from the Ancient Star Pavilion before you came here?" The Chow Yin Pavilion's Pavilion Master was startled. Her expression changed a few times before she nodded. "It is indeed as Senior said. Before I was sent to the abandoned land of the gods, I was a disciple of the Ancient Star Pavilion. According to what I know, the Ancient Star Pavilion is a top sect. Even the disciples of the 4 great emperor families go there to learn. Many of them come from top sects of the foreign races. How could such a sect not be able to protect itself, trap you, and let you wander here?" Ning Chi smiled. He was already curious about this matter. It was a rare opportunity, so he naturally had to get to the bottom of it. The master of the Chow Yin Pavilion looked at Ning Chi with a troubled expression. She didn't want to say this, but Ning Chi had just saved her life, and even the entire Chow Yin Pavilion. He was indebted to him. So how could she not answer a question from her benefactor? After hesitating for a few breaths, the Chow Yin Pavilion's Pavilion Master said, "Senior might not know, but I'm a cultivator from the Ancient Star System Pavilion's Alcade Star Palace. I have a teacher and many senior brothers and sisters, but my 9th junior sister has been taken away. However, my 9th junior sister was assassinated by a disciple of the sect. Not only is he a disciple of the Jiang family, but he also has a backer in the Ancient Star Pavilion." "A disciple of the Jiang family?" Ning Chi's gaze flickered. "The person you killed was a disciple of the Jiang family. Who is his backer in the Ancient Star System Pavilion?" "A true disciple from the Jiang family, Jiang Tianshu." The pavilion master of the Chow Yin Pavilion had a glint of hatred in her eyes. "My master used to be an inner disciple of the Alcade Star Palace, but due to her limited talent, she couldn't remain an inner disciple any longer and became an elder deacon. She made some breakthroughs in her cultivation, but she was only at the early phase of the destiny state. Even the weakest true disciple is at the rebirth state. A deacon elder has no chance of winning against a true disciple, not to mention that the Jiang family's disciple did it cleanly. I don't have any evidence to prove that he harmed my 9th junior sister. The sect wouldn't stand up for me because of this. In their eyes, I was a traitor who killed my fellow disciples. If it wasn't for Master pleading for me, I would have been executed. Come to the forsaken land of the gods. It's related to Jiang Tianshu again. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. Senior, I'm sorry. I've hidden this in my heart for a long time and accidentally said too much. Please don't blame me. The Chao Yin Pavilion Master suddenly realized that he had said too much. It's fine. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. 3 days later, a cloud of black smoke suddenly appeared on the horizon. This cloud of black smoke billowed over and blocked the sunlight, causing a large area of shadow to appear on the ground. In just a few breaths' time, the shadow covered everyone. The black smoke continued to roll above them, and they could vaguely see a figure hiding inside. Pavilion Master! True Monarch Thousand Eyes was excited and subconsciously stood up. The Sky Demon Pavilion's Pavilion Master had arrived. The cultivators of the Chao Yin Pavilion all revealed serious expressions. Thousand Eyes, I received your message for help and immediately rushed over. I'm not late, right? The sound of thunder came from the black smoke. I'm not late. True Monarch Thousand Eyes was so touched that tears appeared in his eyes. Good, then let me see who is so bold to attack a cultivator of the Sky Demon Pavilion. The sound of thunder came from the black smoke again. True Monarch Thousand Eyes immediately pointed at Ning Qi. Pavilion Master, it's him. The rolling black smoke suddenly froze for a moment. This pause was clearly felt by everyone. Then they saw the black smoke shrink towards the center. Finally, the black smoke dissipated, revealing a pale-faced young man wearing a black robe. His eyes were staring at the mask on Ning Qi's face and the mountain-moving armor on his body. A few breaths later, the Sky Demon Pavilion Master tried asking, Envoy? Envoy? What is that? Many people were confused. Only the Chao Yin Pavilion Master seemed to have thought of something and subconsciously looked towards Ning Qi with a hint of shock. You know who I am? Ning Qi was also surprised. The Sky Demon Pavilion Master's eyes flashed with panic. He hurriedly landed on the ground and carefully told Ning Qi, not long ago, 3 envoys came to Sky Demon Pavilion for an inspection. Oh, so you've already met them, Ning Qi smiled. That's right, it wasn't easy to send him away. Sky Demon Pavilion Master thought to himself. Then he suddenly reacted. His eyes bulged and he stared at Thousand Eyes. Did you offend the special envoy? Pavilion Master, what is a special envoy? Perfected Lord Thousand Eye said with a pale expression and a lost look in his eyes. Why did the development of the situation seem to be somewhat wrong? You're pissing me off. The Pavilion Master of the Sky Demon Pavilion flashed and appeared before the Thousand Eye True Lord. He sent out a palm strike, and a powerful force pressed down on the Thousand Eye True Lord like a huge mountain. Thousand Eye Perfected Lord's 70 to 80 feet tall body was instantly smashed into the ground, leaving only his head above the ground. This palm strike had made him dizzy, and he had suffered severe internal injuries. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth. To outsiders, this scene seemed as if someone dug out a fountain of blood. The cultivators of the bone petrification sect, Chao Yin Pavilion, and everyone else were shocked by the scene. They twisted their necks with difficulty and looked at Ning Qi with a huge question mark in their hearts. What was the background of the senior? How powerful must his background be to make someone like the Pavilion Master of the Sky Demon Pavilion, who is at the peak fate state, act so respectfully? Senior, I'm sorry for not being strict enough. Please, The pavilion master of the Sky Demon Pavilion went to Ning Chi after slapping perfected Lord Thousand Eye. He was about to apologize when Ning Chi waved his hand. "Keep going, don't stop." "Keep going?" The pavilion master of the Sky Demon Pavilion was startled, but he quickly reacted. He went to perfected Lord Thousand Eye's head and started punching and kicking him. Chapter 3496. "Pavilion Master, leave me with one breath." The Thousand-Eye perfected lord had 1,000 dark circles under his eyes as he looked weakly at the Sky Demon Pavilion Master. He hoped to use their past relationship to save his life. "Thousand-Eye, it's not that I don't want to hold back, but the people you offended are too terrifying. They are special envoys, sent by the Holy Council to patrol the forsaken land of the gods and Lost City. Even the cleanup team of Lost City has to listen to them. Every 100 years, there will be a batch of special envoys, one or several. Have you forgotten?" The Sky Monster Pavilion Master's eyes flashed with pity. "Eat my kick. It's your fault for offending the special envoys." Without waiting for true Monarch Thousand Eye to react, he kicked him in the face again. Thousand Eye Lord's vision turned black as his 1,000 eyes closed. His head tilted to the side as he was kicked to death. However, it was only his body that died. After a while, he would be able to reform his body in the Immortal Palace, but his cultivation would definitely fall. He would fall to Karma Middle Stage, or even Early Stage. The Sky Demon Pavilion Master looked down at his feet, then looked at Ning Chi embarrassedly. "Special Envoy, I accidentally kicked him too hard just now. He's already dead. Well, if he's dead, then so be it." Ning Chi nodded. Then, true Monarch Thousand Eye's body suddenly changed from a human to a disgusting giant centipede that was over 100 feet long. Dong Yan's eyes lit up. "This is a good material for refining pills." "Oh, I'll give it to you then." Ning Chi smiled. Dong Yan was startled, then looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. For me?" The body of a Karma late-stage beast cultivator was given to her, just like that. Could it be? Dong Yan blushed, not daring to think further. "And it's yours." Ning Chi smiled. "Elder Dong Yan, since the senior has spoken, just accept it," the Chao Yin Pavilion Master said. "Then I'll accept it." Dong Yan secretly glanced at Ning Chi. Then she put the Thousand-Eye True Monarch's corpse into her ring. However, she left the universe ring on his body and gave it to Ning Chi. Ning Chi took the ring and scanned it with his divine sense. He shook his head and casually tossed the ring into Noah's hand. Noah stared blankly at the ring in his hand. "There's nothing good inside. You can have it." Ning Chi smiled faintly. Swish, swish, swish. Countless envious gazes descended onto the boulder Noah. In their opinion, Ning Chi had only casually tossed the boulder Noah away, whereas the boulder Noah had been smashed in the head by an enormous pie. "Thank you, Senior." With a thud, Noah knelt on the ground and kowtowed thrice. "Senior, do you think I should take care of these bone-transforming sect trash, or—" The Sky Demon Pavilion Master looked at Ning Chi with a fawning expression. The faces of the bone transformation sect cultivators turned ashen. They had already become trash in the eyes of the Sky Demon Pavilion Master. This was enough to prove that there was no way they would survive today. They would definitely die. "Let me do it." Ning Chi smiled. One merit point was still merit points. After a series of miserable howls, all the bone transformation sect cultivators who came this time died on the spot. None of them managed to escape. After doing all this, Ning Chi looked at the Sky Demon Pavilion Master and said faintly, "In the future, the demon clan should not come to this place." "Yes." The Sky Demon Pavilion Master immediately nodded, like a student listening to his teacher's teachings. "All right, there's one last thing. You can leave after you're done." Ning Chi said faintly, "What is it, Senior? Please instruct me. I will definitely do my best." The Sky Demon Pavilion Master hurriedly said, "Hit me." The Sky Demon Pavilion Master looked at Ning Qi with a bitter smile. Was the other party really not going to let him go today? In his opinion, the other party's cultivation level was only at the perfected causality realm. It would be easy to kill him, but the difficult part was that he would have to face the wrath of the Supreme Saint Council after killing him. Even if he suddenly became a fifth-step cultivator now, it would be useless. 2 hours later, under everyone's gazes, the Sky Demon Pavilion Master staggered as he flew away. For an entire 2 hours, he used all his strength to fight Ning Qi. But what made him afraid was that when his attacks landed on Ning Qi's body, they actually didn't cause much damage to Ning Qi, while Ning Qi's fists caused him great pain every time. Bone marrow! For a Karma Realm cultivator to have such terrifying combat strength. This was enough to prove that the other party was 100% sent by the Holy Assembly. Only in that place could such a monstrous genius appear, one that could jump an entire realm to fight. My strength is slightly stronger than the average, perfected Fate State cultivator, but I haven't used the demon purification gourd yet, and I haven't opened the 9 inner hidden gates to the extreme. If I use all my trump cards, I can even exchange a few blows with an early-stage rebirth state cultivator. If a Fate State cultivator doesn't have a trump card, they are basically no match for me. Ning Qi looked in the direction the Sky Demon Pavilion Master left and thought about the information he had just obtained from the battle. Finally, he came to this conclusion. The conclusion was gratifying. Ning Qi would only know how powerful he was after condensing the 6th-rank ancient star body when he fought against someone at the peak of the Fate State. Senior, would you like to visit the Chao Yin Pavilion? The Chao Yin Pavilion Master's voice interrupted Ning Qi's thoughts. Sure. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Wan Wen and the other elders immediately began to clean up the aftermath of the battle and appease the citizens of the mortal world. In less than half a day, all traces of the battle on Chao Yin Island were gone, as if there had never been a battle. Peach Blossom Mountain. Aside from Ning Qi and the Chao Yin Pavilion Master, Dong Yan was also in charge of pouring tea. After taking a sip of tea, the Chao Yin Pavilion Master's beautiful face suddenly revealed a trace of mockery. Senior, are you here to take my life? Pavilion Master? What are you talking about? Dong Yan was stunned. Ning Qi was also slightly startled. What do you mean? I just sensed the aura of the ancient star body from you. You're a cultivator of the ancient star pavilion. The Chao Yin Pavilion Master smiled. You should be sent by Jiang Tianshu, right? If I'm not wrong, he should have reached the 5th-rank undead realm. Dong Yan's expression gradually turned serious as she subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. A hint of hesitation flashed through her eyes, but she soon made up her mind. Even though he had saved her before, and she owed him a debt of gratitude, the Pavilion Master of the Chao Yin Pavilion had given her an even greater debt of gratitude. If he wanted to help her, she would definitely stand with the Chao Yin Pavilion Master without any hesitation. You're right. Jiang Tianshu has indeed reached the 5th-rank undead realm. Ning Qi nodded after a few moments of silence. As expected with his personality, even the palace master has to give him face after reaching the 5th rank. The favor my master asked for on my behalf is no longer useful. The Chao Yin Pavilion Master smiled. But I'm not here to kill you. Ning Qi spoke again. Chapter 3497. Ning Qi looked at the Pavilion Master of the Chao Yin Pavilion with a faint smile. After she and Dong Yan nervously waited for a few breaths, Ning Qi slowly took off his purple mask. Elder Ning. Dong Yan was dumbfounded. It's you. The Pavilion Master's eyes flashed with disbelief. Pavilion Master, Elder Dong Yan, are you surprised? Ning Qi smiled. The two girls looked at each other. After a moment of silence, they nodded in tacit understanding. This was indeed very unexpected. They would never have imagined that the cultivator at the great perfection of the Tao-seeking realm back then would turn into a special envoy at the great perfection of the Karma realm. Not even a destiny state cultivator could move him. Elder Ning, when you went to Lost City with that person from the cleanup team, I thought you were killed because of the Fong family's blame. How did you become the envoy? And your cultivation, it's only been 100 years, and you're already at the peak stage karma state. Even the pavilion master of the Sky Beast Pavilion is no match for you. Dong Yen threw out a few questions in a row. Although the pavilion master didn't speak, the curiosity in her eyes wasn't any weaker than Dong Yan's. I have a special escape method. Even those with a higher cultivation than me might not be able to keep an eye on me at all times. I'll be able to slip away if I'm distracted. Ning Qi smiled. The pavilion master's eyes flashed with understanding. So you knew that you could escape from Lu Zhujun. That's why you followed her to Lost City. That's right. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. The pavilion master's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. After you escaped, she must have been in some trouble. I saw her once when I came here from the ancient Star Pavilion, but it's been 100 years. Even if there was some trouble, it should have been solved. Ning Qi smiled. And your cultivation? The pavilion master hesitated. When you left this place, you were at the peak stage Tao seeking state. If you want to advance to the karma state, you need the Holy Assembly's approval. But once you enter the forsaken land of the gods, there will be a mark on your body that we can't see. Remember, if you trigger the tribulation lightning, the Holy Assembly will immediately suppress you and won't let you go through the tribulation. I am a dark cultivator. Ning Qi smiled and said, That's why I only need the approval of the Dark Parliament for my tribulation. There's no need for the Holy Parliament to interfere. Dark cultivators. Dong Yen and the Chao Yin Pavilion's pavilion master exchanged glances. Although they were a little shocked, they felt that it was only natural. Otherwise, if Ning Qi could transcend his tribulation on his own, he would probably be the #1 cultivator in the entire Shenlua world without the Holy Assembly and Dark Parliament's intervention. It's a pity that the forsaken land of the gods isn't just abandoned by the Supreme Sacred Council. It's also abandoned by the Council of Darkness. Otherwise, with Dong Yen and Wan Wen's talent, they would have reached the Karma realm long ago. The Chao Yin Pavilion Master shook his head with a faint smile. As long as we leave the forsaken land of the gods, everything will be fine. Ning Qi laughed. Leave the forsaken land of the gods. Hearing this, a hint of a smile appeared in the Chao Yin Pavilion Master's eyes. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly stared at Ning Qi in shock. Are you planning to take us away from here as a special envoy? Without waiting for Ning Qi to speak, she hesitated for a moment and then shook her head. No, if you do that, your identity will definitely be locked down by the Holy Council. Not only will you be punished for bringing people out of the forsaken land of the gods, but your identity as a dark cultivator will also be punished. You will be exposed. Are you planning to make us hide on your body or in some kind of treasure? The Chao Yin Pavilion Master shook her head. Many people have tried this method before, but they have all failed. This is because to leave the forsaken land of the gods, one must pass through a lake, and that lake can prevent all such methods. You can only leave the same way you came in. Even the tiny insects on your body that can't be seen will be purified. Unless this lake can discover my domain of creation. Ning Qi laughed in his heart and said to the two girls, Trust me, this method has a high chance of success. However, before we leave, the pavilion master should announce the dissolution of the Chao Yin Pavilion. Then, gather all the trustworthy people, and I will take them all with me. Otherwise, the cultivators of the Chao Yin Pavilion will all disappear. There should be cultivators of the 5th step or even the 6th step in the forsaken land of the gods, right? Their thoughts are very clear, and they might be able to guess the truth from some small details. Dissolve the Chao Yin Pavilion. The Chao Yin Pavilion Master was slightly startled. She bit her red lips and looked at Ning Chi with determination. "Give me 3 days." "Okay." When the Chow Yin Pavilion Master announced the dissolution of the Chow Yin Pavilion, all the cultivators in the Chow Yin Pavilion were shocked. All the cultivators left the Chow Yin Pavilion with some sadness and some joy. The cultivators who were abandoned by the Chow Yin Pavilion Master didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the sect, so they weren't completely trustworthy. Furthermore, their severance fee was 100,000 origin stones per person. The Chow Yin Pavilion Master was basically giving away his entire fortune to these cultivators. All of it was used to dismiss this group of cultivators. Therefore, when they left, they were a little sad, but more than that, they were happy. With their status in the Chow Yin Pavilion, it would take them countless years to earn 100,000 origin stones. This time, they were able to earn 100,000 origin stones in one go. This time, they were able to get 100,000 origin stones in one go. To them, this was like a pie falling from the sky. After this group of cultivators left, there were only about 20 cultivators left in the large Chow Yin Pavilion, including my Jiaming, Dashi, Noah, and the others who were once Ning Chi's followers. Ning Chi put on the glowing purple mask again and sat next to the Chow Yin Pavilion Master. Wan Wen and the other elders stood below them, silently looking at the two of them. Their eyes were full of confusion. Why did they suddenly want to dissolve the Chow Yin Pavilion? From their point of view, this matter might have something to do with Ning Chi. Therefore, many of them looked at Ning Chi with a hint of enmity. This senior wants to take us to a certain place, so no matter what happens next, do not resist, understood? The Chow Yin Pavilion Master calmly said. To a certain place? Everyone was a bit confused, not knowing what the Chow Yin Pavilion Master and Ning Chi were planning. However, they trusted the Chow Yin Pavilion Master, so after a breath's time they all nodded. All right. The Chow Yin Pavilion Master looked at Ning Chi. Ning Chi slightly nodded and lightly waved his hand. Everyone, including himself, disappeared on the spot. The domain of fortune. With a thought, Ning Chi led everyone to a courtyard inside a valley. Uncle, you finally showed yourself. Chapter 3498. So he already has a Tao companion. Dong Yen sighed inwardly. Then, when she saw Lin Mei also walk out of the yard, her expression became a bit strange. Some existences in the god Luo realm would indeed have more than one Tao companion, but these existences would usually practice dual cultivation. Ning Chi didn't know that Dong Yen had misunderstood him. Instead, he smiled and chatted with Wang Shui for a bit to see her cultivation progress, then introduced the Chow Yin court master and the others to Wang Shui and Lin Mei. This is my Tao companion as well as my wife. However, her body was once destroyed by someone. Now that she's a ghost immortal, her past memories no longer exist. Wang Shui and Lin Mei brought Dong Yen and the others into the yard, leaving Ning Chi and the Chow Yin court master standing side by side. Ning Chi looked at Wang Shui's back and said lightly, "Her body was destroyed by someone?" The Chow Yin court master was a bit startled. "Then have you gotten your revenge?" "I have." Ning Chi grinned. The image of Lai Kong's human head and dog body in despair appeared in his mind. All his anger had been vented. This place is a secret realm? But how does a secret realm leave the forsaken land of the gods? The Chow Yin court master looked at Ning Chi doubtfully. Even if it's a secret realm, you should be able to pass it. As for how to leave this place, I have my own way. For the next period of time, you too will have to stay here. However, this place is quite big, so feel free to walk around when you have time. Ning Chi smiled. All right. The Chow Yin court master nodded. As long as there was a sliver of hope, she was willing to fight for it. If she could leave the forsaken land of the gods, it would be the same as gaining a new life. After staying with Wang Shui for a few more days, Ning Chi left the creation realm. He glanced at the now empty Chow Yin pavilion, which was now devoid of any cultivators. His figure moved slightly as he flew into the distance. In the past few years, Ning Chi had been looking for information about the Fun Karma fruit. However, in the forsaken land of the gods, the Fun Karma fruit was even rarer than the outside world. The occasional bit of news about it was several hundred years ago. When the appointed time was up, Ning Chi returned to the lake. The ferryman was already waiting on the boat. Seeing Ning Chi, he bowed slightly. It had been 8 years since Ning Chi left the immemorial Star Pavilion. A few days later, Ning Chi frowned slightly. The agreed time with those 3 fellows had already exceeded a few days, but they still hadn't shown up. Logically speaking, unless there was a special situation, cultivators were very punctual, even to the point of every minute and second. Ning Chi waited in place for a few more days, and finally, 3 figures broke through the air from afar. Looking closely, it was Xiong Lai and the other 2, but the mountain-moving armor on their bodies was already broken, and the purple mask on Pharaoh's face had disappeared without a trace. The 3 of them had many wounds on their bodies, and their auras were somewhat low. At this moment, they seemed to be in a very sorry state. A cultivator with a human head and a tiger's body was chasing after them. He was at the early phase of the fate state, and his eyes were bloodshot. The ferryman was slightly startled, and his expression turned serious. He did not expect to see 3 special envoys being hunted down by cultivators from the forsaken land of the gods. Was that cultivator tired of living? You even dare to touch the emissary. Brainless. The ferryman couldn't help but curse inwardly. But then his expression changed slightly. The 4 special envoys didn't seem to have high cultivation bases. If they were killed in front of him, he wouldn't be able to absolve himself from the blame. Special envoy, get on the ship quickly. I'll send you back to Lost City first. The ferryman made a prompt decision and whispered to Ning Chi. As long as he could send a special envoy back, what happened next would have nothing to do with him. You 3 pieces of *T. You've collected protection fees from me. Today, I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. The human-headed, tiger-bodied cultivator kept roaring. His mighty power condensed into a variety of spells, bombarding Xiong Lai and the other 2. The 3 of them could only defend in a sorry state, not daring to stop and fight back. When they saw Ning Chi's figure, their faces lit up. A hint of happiness appeared on his face. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, help. Zhang Jingtao spoke first. Following that was Fei Luo. Xiong Lai hesitated for a moment before shouting, Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, please help us. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them were less than 100 feet away from Ning Chi. When the human-headed, tiger-bodied cultivator saw Ning Chi, he let out a hideous laugh. So there's still one more person. I'll get rid of all of you today. After saying that, he not only attacked the 3 of them, but he also launched an attack at Ning Chi. Ning Chi frowned. He stomped his feet and shot past Xiong Lai and the other 2 like a cannonball. He appeared in front of the human-headed, tiger-bodied cultivator and threw a punch. That punch directly shattered all his attacks and landed on his chest. The other party looked at Ning Chi with a dumbfounded expression. A trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. The next moment, with a bang, his entire body turned into a mist of blood and dissipated between heaven and earth. An early-stage Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator was killed with a single punch. Xiong Lai and the other 2 stood on the spot, panting heavily as they looked at the scene in disbelief. When Ning Chi defeated Zhao Jin with a single punch, it was already unbelievable. But now, a cultivator who was also a Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator had his body shattered with a single punch? Could it be that Ning Chi had been merciful back then? The 3 of them exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Then they cupped their hands at Ning Chi. Thank you, Senior Brother Ning, for helping us. Splash. It was as if something had fallen into the water. The ferryman fished the ore out of the lake and smiled at Ning Chi flatteringly. "Emissary, please get on the boat." His impression of Ning Chi had undergone an earth-shattering change. A cultivator at the peak of the karma state had destroyed the body of a Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator with a single punch. With such strength, he would at least be a fifth-step cultivator in the future. Okay. Ning Chi nodded faintly and boarded the ferry without looking at Xiong Lai and the other two. The three of them didn't dare to make a sound or show any dissatisfaction. They followed Ning Chi onto the boat. This time, they had completely lost face. If this matter were to be spread back to the sect, not only would Ji Bu Hui not reward them, but she might even punish them. After all, they had not only lost face for themselves, but also for the ancient star system. They had completely lost face, the ferryman slowly paddled. Not long after, everyone passed through the fog and returned to Lost City. During this process, Ning Chi's creation domain was not detected. Chapter 30:499. All right, I won't stand on ceremony then. Ning Chi nodded with a smile and kept the 3 interspatial rings into his spatial bag. Xiong Lai and the other two were startled. Why don't you choose, Senior Ning? Xiong Lai hesitated. Is there anything else? Ning Chi frowned. Xiong Lai shook his head. Nothing. Since there's nothing else, let's start patrolling this place and leave. 10 years is almost up. After saying that, Ning Chi turned around and left. The 3 of them looked at each other and followed after him with ugly expressions. They had never expected. Ning Chi was planning to take all the cultivation resources they had worked so hard to obtain. That was the result of 8 years of hard work. Fortunately, Lost City can earn some as well. He can't possibly steal our share, right? Philo transmitted his voice. If Ning Chi hadn't killed an early Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator with a single punch, he would have argued for the cultivation resources. Probably not. Zhang Jingtao was unsure. The best reward for this mission was the mountain-moving armor and the purple light mask, as well as the various gifts and cultivation resources received during the mission. However, the mountain-moving armor had been destroyed by someone, and there were only 2 purple light masks left. He did not know which one Philo had. When did Ning Chi send it flying? Even the cultivation resources paid as tribute had been taken away by Ning Chi. Although they wouldn't lose money from this mission, they wouldn't be able to earn anything either. As soon as Ning Chi's group of 4 left the forsaken land of the gods, the cleanup team received the news. Before the 4 reached the entrance of the city, Lord's Mansion, Lu Yen brought Lu Zhujun and several other Dragon Rider cultivators over. What's going on, you 4? When Lu Yen saw the sorry state of Xiong Lai and the other 2, and the fact that Philo had even lost his mask, he could not help but be shocked. One look was enough to tell that they had just experienced a fierce battle. Could it be that there was someone in the forsaken land of the gods who dared to go against the Holy Council? An envoy from the forsaken land? Who would be so reckless? We met a lunatic. Philo couldn't help but whisper. In his heart, he hated that tiger-headed cultivator to the bone. If it weren't for that person, they would have had time to sort out the gifts they had received from various places, and they wouldn't have been caught off guard by Ning Chi. My 4 junior brothers, are you injured? Who attacked you? I will immediately call a group of cultivators to follow you to the forsaken land of the gods. Lu Zhu said, No need. The person who attacked has already been killed by senior apprentice Brother Ning. Xiong Lai said, Only then did LV Yen look at Ning Chi. Just now, he noticed that compared to the other 3 sorry figures, Ning Chi's body was not even stained with a speck of dust. His aura was also much stronger than Xiong Lai and the other 2. Obviously, he was the leader of the 4. The ancient Star Pavilion is indeed worthy of being a top sect. A mere inner sect disciple already has such strength. How strong are the core disciples, direct disciples, and chief head disciples? LV Yen couldn't help sighing in his heart. If he knew that Ning Chi was still an outer court disciple, he would probably be even more shocked. No wonder, senior sister, you seems to value this person so much. Lu Zhu glanced at Ning Qi and was suddenly very curious. What kind of face was hidden under this purple mask? Since the person who attacked is already dead, then the four of you can follow me to the city lord's mansion to rest for a few days. It just so happens that I can introduce to the four of you the operation of Lost City in the past 100 years. L.V. Yen invited them with a slightly respectful tone. Although he was a Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator, and his cultivation was higher than Ning Qi's and company's. Ning Qi's group represented the Holy Assembly and also had the ancient star pavilion behind them. Lost City was only a product of the various forces. Perhaps next year, the subordinate forces would withdraw from management and he would resign from his position as commander and leave Lost City. Therefore, the status of the two sides was almost the same. That's what I was thinking. Ning Qi faintly nodded. Zhang Jingtao's group of three's eyes lit up. Although it was an introduction, wasn't it more like giving gifts? They only needed to ask around to find out about this unspoken rule. 1 month later, L.V. Yan led a group of Dragon Rider cultivators and sent off Ning Qi's group of 4 with a smile. Xiong Lai's group of 3 was in a very low mood. Over the past month, all the gifts that L.V. Yan had sent had ended up in Ning Qi's pocket. They didn't get a single cent. Not long after they left Lost City, Philo suddenly said, "Senior Brother Ning, the 4 of us came out to do a mission together. We can't just let you take all the benefits, right? For the next year or so, we'll have to patrol the surrounding areas of Lost City. Why don't we just go back to the sect without gathering?" Warrior. Zhang Jingtao looked at Philo with a slightly different expression. This was the first time he had seen Philo's courage. Xiong Lai couldn't help but give Philo a thumbs up behind his back. What Philo said was exactly what he wanted to say. Since he had already eaten the meat, he couldn't just leave them some soup, right? You seem to be very dissatisfied with me? Ning Qi faintly looked at Philo. Without waiting for Philo to speak, Ning Qi directly smiled and said, "I was just worried about not having an excuse to beat you up. Since you've delivered yourself to me, then I won't be polite." "What? You dare to harm your fellow sect brothers?" Philo's face turned pale. "Harm? It's just a spar." Ning Qi smiled as the joints of his fingers continued to crack. Bang, 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 bang. Zhang Jingtao and Xiong Lai stood at the side and watched Philo being punched by Ning Qi like a lone boat in a storm. He looked so helpless and weak, as though he could be torn into pieces at any time. However, they could only watch and didn't dare to stop him. Otherwise, they would also become a lone boat. This wasn't a guess, but a certainty. Even if they used their buttocks to think, they could easily guess that Ning Qi was definitely looking for an excuse to teach them a lesson. They must not come to him. Therefore, junior brother Philo, it's been hard on you. Both of them looked at Philo with a trace of pity in their eyes. 2 hours later, Ning Qi finally stopped and left. Another 10 minutes later, Xiong Lai and Zhang Jingtao exchanged glances and slowly walked to Philo and said in a low voice, "Junior brother Philo, are you still alive?" On the ground, all the bones in Philo's body seemed to have been shattered. He was lying limply on the ground like a puddle of snot. Hearing their voices, Philo slowly opened his eyes. There was a trace of fear in his eyes as he said with difficulty, "He left." "Left? The 2 of us are certain that he has left. That's why we called you." Zhang Jingtao nodded. "Do you have any healing elixirs? Where do you keep them? I'll get them for you." Chapter 3500. After Ning Qi left Xiong Lai's trio, he flew towards the direction of Chaofeng Market. Actually, even if Philo didn't say anything, he had already planned to split up. After all, he needed to bring the Chao Yin Pavilion's pavilion master and the others to the Dark Parliament's 5th district. After coming out of the forsaken land of the gods, they had automatically become dark cultivators and couldn't see the light of day. Without the qualifications to become a dark cultivator, their cultivation would stop at this realm. However, before returning to the 5th district. Ningqi planned to search for the burning karma fruit. If he could buy a burning karma fruit, he would have 3 burning karma fruits, which would be enough to wash away all his karma. Half a month later, Chao Feng Market. Ningqi had already taken off the purple mask of light and the mountain-moving armor. These 2 items were far too eye-catching. Anyone who paid a little attention to them would be able to deduce Ningqi's movements. Did you understand what I told you? Ningqi looked at Lin Mei and smiled. Lin Mei was a native cultivator of Chao Feng Court, so she was very familiar with everything here. Therefore, to find the burning karma fruit, it was best for her to gather information. Understood. I will do my best to find the burning karma fruit for young master. Lin Mei nodded and left. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Lin Mei had used all her channels, but still couldn't find any news of the burning karma fruit. Half a year later, just as Ningqi was about to leave Chao Feng Market, Lin Mei suddenly appeared with an excited expression. Young master, I received news that there will be an underground auction. I heard that someone will auction the burning karma fruit this time. Underground auction? Ningqi's eyes moved slightly. Lin Mei explained in a low voice. Some items have unknown origins, so no one dares to auction them in Chao Feng Court. It's easy for the victim's family to find clues and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Chao Feng Market will host underground auctions from time to time. But, young master, don't worry, the host of the auction is also from the Feng family, so they are very reliable. Then what are the conditions to enter? Ningqi nodded. The entrance fee is slightly more expensive, 10,000 essence stones per person. Lin Mei said, 10,000 essence stones? It was equivalent to 1% of the wealth of an ordinary cultivator at the Tao-seeking realm in the Great Perfection realm. However, from the looks of it, the value of the items sold in this auction would not be too low. It was indeed possible that the burning karma fruit would appear. That night, under the guidance of Lin Mei, Ningqi came to the most prosperous central area of the Chao Feng Market. Finally, the 2 stopped in front of a brightly lit courtyard. At the entrance of the courtyard, 2 stone lions emanating spiritual energy seemed to be staring at the 2 of them with a strange gaze. What next? Ningqi smiled. The underground auction was held here. What Lin Mei said was right. The one who hosted this auction should be the Feng family's people. This was equivalent to eating both black and white. Even if the victim's family knew about it, they probably wouldn't dare to say a word. Young master, just throw the origin essence stones into their mouths. I'll wait at the door. Lin Mei pointed at the stone lion. Forget it, let's go in together. Ningqi smiled. Then he threw 20,000 origin essence stones into the stone lion's mouth. After a few breaths, the dark red gate slowly opened. Ningqi and Lin Mei walked into the courtyard, and the gate automatically closed behind them. Both of you, this way, please. A female cultivator in revealing clothes had been waiting for a long time. When Ningqi and Lin Mei entered the courtyard, she immediately greeted them. Under her guidance, the 2 soon came to a large hall. There were already 700 or 800 cultivators with different expressions sitting in the hall. Only 1/10 of them were from the human clan, and the rest were from different clans. There are a total of thousands of people here. Even if there are no more people coming later, just these 700 or 800 people in front of us can collect 7 or 8 million origin essence stones. No wonder the Feng family cultivators want to come out to open an underground auction. Money is too easy to earn. After Ningqi and Lin Mei sat down, they looked around. Another 2 hours passed. The remaining empty seats were occupied. When the seats were completely filled, the door of the hall slowly closed, and a wave of prohibition flashed away. Young master, no one is allowed to leave without permission during the auction, so this door is prohibited by the Feng family cultivators. Only when the auction is over will the people who bought the items leave first. The rest of the people have to wait here for 3 days before they can leave. Lin Mei transmitted her voice. This is good. It can prevent people from killing and robbing, but it can only prevent those who didn't buy anything. Ning Qi nodded slightly. Everyone, you should know the rules of this place, right? A figure suddenly appeared on the stage in front of everyone. The person was wearing a black robe, and his entire face was covered by the black robe. His appearance could not be seen clearly. He exuded an aura of the great completion of the destiny state. Most of the people who came to the auction were Dao querying cultivators. Karma realm cultivators only made up a small portion, and destiny state cultivators were even fewer. Therefore, most of the cultivators were suppressed by the aura of this person. A trace of seriousness appeared in their eyes. Since there are no objections, let the auction begin. The person in the black robe waited for a few breaths. Seeing that no one spoke, he slowly raised his hand. Immediately, someone carried a plate up to the stage. On the plate was a pearl that was glowing with blue light. This is a dragon pearl that a Karma Realm dragon turned into after he died. It has miraculous effects. Those who understand will naturally understand. The starting price is 2 million origin essence stones, and each increment must be no less than 100,000. The person in the black robe grabbed the blue dragon pearl and said to the crowd, "Those who understand will naturally understand. Not even an introduction. This is an underground auction after all." Ning Qi noticed that many people were confused, but most of them were Dao querying cultivators. Many Karma Realm cultivators, on the other hand, had serious looks on their faces and were ready to make a move. In the end, the Dragon Pearl was won by a cultivator in the early stage of the Karma Realm at the price of 3 million. He didn't leave after buying the Dragon Pearl, but sat calmly on his seat. However, he didn't make any bids for the following items. It was highly possible that he had spent all his wealth on the Dragon Pearl, so he was waiting for the auction to end before leaving. The Blue Dragon Pearl should be the appetizer. The prices of the items auctioned later ranged from 300,000 to 1 million. There were a lot of them, and the transaction speed was also very fast. In less than 2 hours, more than 100 items had been sold. If the host of the auction took a 5% cut from each item, he would have earned the wealth of several Dao querying cultivators in the Great Completion Realm in those 2 hours. After that, the prices of the items got higher and higher. The Dao querying cultivators gradually fell silent. It was the turn of the Karma Realm cultivators to make a bid, but the few Fate Realm cultivators rarely made a move. I believe you all know what this fruit is. It's the burning karma fruit, the best spiritual medicine for Karma Realm cultivators to advance to the Fate Realm. The starting price is 10 million origin essence stones. The person in the black robe held a fruit in his hand and showed it to the crowd. Chapter 3501. 10 million essence stones was equivalent to the entire wealth of a Karma Realm cultivator. However, the price of the burning karma fruit was definitely more than that. Therefore, the black-robed man's starting bid of 10 million wasn't shocking. Just like Ning Qi, the rest of the Karma Realm cultivators were excited. All of the fruit state cultivators, including the Heaven's Mandate state cultivators, became interested in the burning karma fruit. They also had juniors who could use the burning karma fruit. Lin Mei was elated. She had spent so much effort to find out about the burning karma fruit, and she was right. Each bid increment must be no less than 1 million essence stones. Everyone, please. The black-robed man said plainly, 15 million. A Karma Realm cultivator increased the bid by 5 million essence stones. No one was shocked. Such a bid increment was normal in the early stages. 20 million, 30 million, 45 million. After just a few rounds of bidding, the price skyrocketed. All the Karma Realm cultivators present seemed to have some background. Their wealth had exceeded that of ordinary cultivators of the same realm. The Dao querying realm cultivators could only watch enviously. From now on, they wouldn't be able to afford anything else and could only be spectators. 90 million, 100 million, When the price reached this point, a few of the Karma Realm cultivators revealed serious expressions. After a few more bids, they completely shut their mouths. At this moment, the price of the burning karma fruit had reached 130 million. This price was far beyond what ordinary Karma Realm cultivators could afford. The Karma Realm cultivator, who bid 130 million, looked nervously at the Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivators. As long as they didn't make a move, he would be able to get the burning karma fruit. 130 million going once. The black-robed man said plainly 130 million going twice. Ning Chi's eyes flickered. Just as he was about to speak, a Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator raised his hand. 150 million, sigh. The Karma Realm cultivator looked at him unwillingly. In the end, he shook his head and kept his mouth shut. His limit was 130 million. That's the Ouyang clan's clan head, right? There's a genius in this generation of the Ouyang clan. He hasn't been cultivating for a long time, but he has already attained karma. He bought this burning karma fruit in preparation for this genius. The Ouyang clan is rich and overbearing. I'm afraid that no one here can compete with them. Young master, the Ouyang family is a big family near the Chao Feng market. I heard that they also have a little relationship with the Feng family. Rumor has it that there was once a genius with peerless aptitude in their family who married a disciple of the Feng family. Lin Mei replied. Ning Chi nodded slightly. Just as the black-robed man was about to slam the gavel down, he raised his hand lightly and said, 200 million. 200 million? So. Numerous gazes followed the voice and landed on Ning Chi. When the Karmic Realm cultivators discovered that Ning Chi was also exuding a trace of Karmic Realm aura, their expressions changed. A Karma Realm cultivator who could take out 200 million origin essence stones definitely had a powerful background. The Ouyang family patriarch frowned. His gaze lingered on Ning Chi for a few breaths of time before he lightly said, 210 million. The other fate state beings looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. Because of the inextricable relationship between the Ouyang family and the Feng family, they didn't open their mouths to fight for the burning karma fruit. But that didn't mean that they wanted the burning karma fruit to fall into the hands of the Ouyang family head. Therefore, when he saw someone make a move, he was naturally happy. 250 million. Ning Chi lightly said. This time, the way everyone looked at him had changed dramatically. It seemed that even the black-robed man on the stage was staring at Ning Chi. Ning Chi increased the bid by tens of millions in one go. He looked calm and composed, but it was obvious that he was prepared. In comparison, the Ouyang family patriarch's previous bid of 10 million seemed petty. 300 million. The Ouyang family patriarch coldly snorted. Haha, the Ouyang family patriarch bids 300 million. Is there a higher bid? There was a hint of a smile in the black-robed man's tone. Obviously, he was very satisfied that the Fenyi fruit could be auctioned off at such a price. This time he could at least earn 15 million origin essence stones. What could be more profitable than this? 400 million. Ning Chi lightly smiled. As soon as he said this, the whispers of discussion suddenly disappeared. The auction became a bit quiet. The Ouyang family patriarch suddenly turned his head and stared at Ning Chi. Ning Chi smiled at him and nodded. The Ouyang family patriarch's mouth curved into a smile. He also nodded at Ning Chi and calmly turned around. 400 million was a price that even the Ouyang family patriarch couldn't afford. Therefore, no one competed with Ning Chi. After a dozen seconds, the black-robed man announced that the burning karma fruit belonged to Ning Chi. The burning karma fruit belonged to Ning Chi. Soon after, Ning Chi was invited backstage by a cultivator. The moment he received the burning karma fruit, Ning Chi's heart surged with joy. Now that he had collected 3 burning karma fruits, he would be qualified to advance to the Heaven's Mandate Realm after taking them. However, for safety reasons, he would definitely consult the true spirit before taking them. He had to be 100% sure that the 3 burning karma fruits were enough to cleanse his karma. Otherwise, it would be inevitable that there would be complications. When he returned to his seat, many people's gazes swept over Ning Chi. Even at the end of the auction, when it was about to end, there were still 2s and 3s of gazes that landed on Ning Chi. Soon, when the last item was bought, the black-robed man announced that the underground auction was over. "Everyone, please go ahead." The black-robed man looked at Ning Chi and the others with a smile. While he was speaking, the door slowly opened. Then, those who had bought the items left one after another. As for the others, they sat in their seats and waited quietly. They seemed to know the rules very well. They had to sit there for 3 days before they could leave. This was to protect those who had bought the treasures. "Cultivators, young master, for the sake of safety, we should leave the Chao Feng market." As soon as they left the door, Lin Mei sent a voice transmission to Ning Chi. Ning Chi nodded with a faint smile and gently waved his hand. Lin Mei's figure disappeared again as she was taken into the creation field. Then Ning Chi didn't stay. After leaving the Chao Feng market, he flew in the direction of the Dark Parliament's 5th district. "Little brother, please wait." Several figures caught up with Ning Chi from behind. At this time, Ning Chi was less than 1,000 miles away from the Chao Feng market. Ning Chi paused, turned around, and then smiled faintly. "Ouyang family master and several seniors, what can I do for you?" The people who came were the Ouyang family master and the Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivators who appeared at the underground auction. "Here's the thing. I have a descendant in my family who is in urgent need of the burning karma fruit. I wonder if you can give up your fruit? I can give you some compensation." The Ouyang family master smiled. "Compensation? How much?" Ning Chi smiled.